Chapter 484. Finally, the blood mist gradually faded. Everyone saw this hellish scene. Countless twisted corpses, countless twisted pieces of flesh. No land could be seen on the ground within dozens of miles. It was all covered in blood and corpses. The 10,000 demon wolf army were all dead. No one expected such an outcome. Not only the evil ways, but even Yang Dingtian's side did not expect such an outcome. The demon dragon army lost their killing intent, and the demon wolf army demonized. With this increase and decrease, everyone thought that the demon dragon army would be completely annihilated. Even Yang Dingtian thought that even if the demon dragon army could win, there would be incomparably huge casualties. But in the end, the demon dragon army did not suffer more than 1,000 casualties. Of course, the demon dragon army did not dare to believe such an outcome. The momentum from the beginning of the battle was really shocking. The demon wolf mounts that were injected with demon blood had their speed and strength increased by 30%. Facing the demon dragon army, they were completely overwhelming. At the moment of the fierce collision, hundreds of demon dragon warriors were sent flying by the impact. One had to know that a demon dragon mount, a knight, and armor weighed at least a few thousand pounds. But they were actually sent flying by the demon wolf mounts. It could be seen how powerful the demonized demon wolf mounts were. However, the result of being sent flying was completely unbelievable. This was because the demon wolf mounts that sent the demon dragon warriors flying had the armor on their heads shattered and their skulls exploded. It launched a ferocious attack on its own, but it suffered even more damage. The following battle was the same. The demon wolf army was incomparably ferocious. Their gigantic barbaric blade slashed at the blood demon sword. No matter how strong it was directly broken and sent flying. Even if a scimitar landed on the demon dragon warrior's armor, it would still shatter into pieces. Thus, the demonic dragon warrior once again felt how heaven-defying the demonic blood sword and the modified armor were. The weapons and armor that were modified by Yang Dingtian using tens of thousands of bloody black gold and demon spirit claws were really indestructible. Their own defensive power was also indestructible. So, no matter how violent the demon wolf army was, it was useless. Under the ferocious impact, even though he could send the demon dragon warrior flying, his own skull was shattered. No matter how ferocious the slash was, it was his own broadsword that broke. As for the demon dragon warrior's blood demon sword, it could easily tear apart their armor, easily pierce their hearts, and easily chop off their heads. Therefore, even if they lost their murderous aura, even if the demon wolf army was demonized, the devil dragon army was still in a one-sided slaughter. Of course, the casualties this time were not small. There were close to 1,000 casualties. Without exception, these demonic dragons were all clawed and bitten to death by the claws of the demonic wolves. After all, the demonized demon wolf was incomparably terrifying. However, other than ramming, wild beasts were still inferior to warriors when it came to killing. Furthermore, once the demon wolf started to tear its opponent apart, regardless of whether the opponent was dead or alive, it liked to bite and not let go. It would only stop after it had swallowed over 100 kilograms of flesh. If he had the time, he would have already been beheaded by the demon dragon warriors. Just like that, the most tragic massacre took place amidst the bloody mist that soared into the sky. After that, the 10,000 demon wolves were completely wiped out, while the devil dragon army had less than 1,000 casualties. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations. The reason for such a result was, of course, the bravery and fearlessness of the devil dragon army. Most importantly, it was the modified treasured swords, armors, and armor. Perhaps it could be described in one sentence. That was science and technology, the #1 productivity. These blood demon swords, these armors, it could be said that they were all used by the top warriors and not by the soldiers. Even the martial honorables in the world did not use such treasured swords and armors. However, Yang Dingtian's craziest investment was to equip a total of 3,500 sets. Therefore, the Devil Dragon Army's combat strength increased tremendously. There was another piece of good news. Most of the casualties were from the Demon Dragon mounts and not the Demon Dragon warriors. This was because the demon wolves only focused on biting the Demon Dragon mounts and did not care about the knights on them. Therefore, after the battle ended, there was a slight delay because the Demon Dragon warriors wanted to pick up all the Blood Demon armor from the Demon Dragon mounts. These items were priceless. Most of the 3,000 Demon Dragon warriors were still around. Therefore, they only needed to wait for the World Society's Demon Dragon mounts to mature before they could choose. Then the Devil Dragon Army's combat strength would be restored. In the east, Qiu Wanjie was also completely shocked by the scene. Then he shouted in unison, "All troops, continue to gather here and wait for orders." Yes, hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen shouted in unison. As for Qin Wanqiu of the west, he gave the same order under Qiu Ruhan's cruel and cold gaze. All troops gathered here and were not allowed to move. Reporting to my lord, the Devil Dragon Army awaits your orders. The remaining 2,000 Demon Dragon warriors gathered in formation again. However, there were already 2 warriors riding on some of the demon dragons. The 2,000 Demon Dragon Army formed the shape of a sharp sword and pointed it at the hundreds of thousands of Evil Way's army. They had just experienced the most dangerous and desperate battle. Although every demon dragon was injured and bleeding, they were still filled with fighting spirit. As long as Yang Dingtian gave the order, they would charge towards the incomparably powerful army of Evil Ways. Song Chanhua and the others immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. The enemy's demon wolf army had already been annihilated. Therefore, it might be possible for the Devil Dragon Army to harass the enemy's formation. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a ray of golden light flash past his eyes. Instantly his heart trembled. They're here, they're finally here. The other trump card of the army of Evil Ways, the Golden Condor Army. Previously, the 800 Golden Condor Army had launched a surprise attack on Cloud Sky City. They were testing to see if Yang Dingtian had received any reinforcements from Earth-Splitting City. In the end, they received a negative answer. Now that the Demon Wolf Army had been annihilated, the Demon Army's morale was low. This caused Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie to continue observing. In order to turn the situation around, Qin Qiqi decisively used her true trump card, the Golden Condor Army, which was absolutely suppressive. Instantly, Yang Dingtian ordered, "Devil Dragon Army, listen to my order. Use the fastest speed to retreat to Cloud Sky City." His voice, which was infused with celestial qi, instantly traveled tens of miles and resounded in every corner of the battlefield. "Yes," the Devil Dragon Army commander replied. Then the 2,000 Devil Dragon Army turned around and returned to the city at lightning speed. The 100,000 soldiers on the city walls cheered loudly to welcome their heroes. "Long live, long live! Long live, long live! Long live the Devil Dragon Army! Long live Cloud Sky City!" Suddenly, all the cheers, which were like a tidal wave, came to an abrupt stop. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the distant sky. Countless rays of golden light instantly illuminated the earth and pierced everyone's eyes. The sky, which was hundreds of miles away, had completely changed color. Countless whistling sounds that tore through the air could be heard, forming a storm-like roar that completely drowned out the shocking war drums of the army of Evil Ways. A golden cloud quickly flew over. It covered the sky and covered the sun. Originally, the sun was shining on the earth, shining on the boundless army of Evil Ways. However, the countless army of Evil Ways suddenly felt that the sky above them had darkened. The entire sky was completely covered, and even the sun's rays were completely covered. Tens of miles were covered in darkness. Hundreds of miles were covered in darkness. The endless number of golden eagle-winged cavalry blocked the sky for nearly 100 miles. Huge shadows streaked across the ground, and huge golden rays were reflected in the sky. This ray of golden light fiercely pierced into Cloud Sky City. In an instant, almost everyone squinted their eyes and almost couldn't see anything. The Golden Eagle army that covered the sky and covered the earth flew thousands of meters in the sky. No one knew how many there were. Even Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua were completely unable to estimate how many Golden Eagle army there were. In short, they felt that the sky, which was hundreds of miles in front of Cloud Sky City, was completely covered. Only Qin Chi knew the exact number. Lun Yanmei was shocked by this incomparably huge scene. Qiu Wanjie was shocked by this incomparably huge scene. Qin Wanqiu was also shocked by this incomparably huge scene. Cloud Sky City, no one can save it. Even though they were 200 miles apart, Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie still let out the same sigh. Qiu Ruhan sneered. Then why aren't you sending out your troops? Qin Wanqiu said, it's too late to send out troops now. Qin Chi has already destroyed Cloud Sky City with overwhelming power. I'm already prepared to bear the consequences of not moving forward. Hence, Qin Wanqiu floated in the sky dejectedly and didn't give any orders. As for Qiu Wanjie, after much hesitation, he said to Wu Maji, can you spare my son, Qiu Yiming's life? Sure, Wu Maji said. Qiu Wanjie's face twitched violently, and he thought to himself, Yang Dingtian, don't blame me. Cloud Sky City really doesn't have any hope. Then Qiu Wanjie roared, send troops to Cloud Sky City. Instantly, the 130,000 cavalrymen started to move their hooves and galloped towards Cloud Sky City. Faster and faster, faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. The 130,000 cavalrymen of the Eastern Legion swept up a sandstorm and swept towards Cloud Sky City. Young madam, Qiu Wanjie has sent out troops, Lang Yanmei said. It's too late to send out troops now. Qin Chi said indifferently. We won't even be able to eat leftovers. How many Golden Condor troops did we send out? Lang Yanmei asked. 30,000. Qin Chi said. Lang Yanmei gasped and said in disbelief, so many. If we had sent out 30,000 Golden Condor troops just now, Cloud Sky City wouldn't have any power to resist. The Demon Wolf troops wouldn't have to be sacrificed. Qin Chi said indifferently, the Golden Condor troops weren't sent out by us. It was Zhu Qingzhu's power. Do you understand? Instantly, Leng Yanmei understood. The evil Dao also had conflicts with each other. Ning Wuming and Qin Chi were in charge of evil ways in the entire Western region. However, the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master and Temple Master Joyless didn't respect Ning Wuming and Qin Chi. Therefore, there weren't any Temple of 10,000 Blood and Joyless Palace troops in the punitive expedition this time. This punitive expedition against Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian was led by Ning Wuming and Qin Chi. However, Zhu Qingzhu had the final say in evil ways in Central State. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Qin Chi really didn't want to send out the Golden Condor troops. Once the Golden Condor troops were used, it was equivalent to Zhu Qingzhu's hand reaching out to the entire Western region. Therefore, not only was Qin Chi unwilling to use the Golden Condor troops, but she was also unwilling to use the Central State Expeditionary Army. However, there was no choice. Who asked the Demon Wolf troops to be too disappointing? It caused Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie to openly sit on the fence on the battlefield. Qin Chi was helpless and could only use the Golden Condor troops. Zhu Qingzhu was arrogant, so be it. It was better than letting Yang Dingtian be arrogant. At this moment, the 30,000 Golden Condor troops whizzed past the Evil Ways' army. Lang Yanmei said indifferently, Cloud Sky City is finished. However, it's a pity that the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind us won't be able to eat meat. Qin Chi said, don't worry. Other than the 100,000 soldiers, Cloud Sky City still has more than 1 million people. Killing 200,000 to 300,000 Golden Condor troops would be enough. The remaining million would be enough for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind us to eat their fill. Instantly, a terrifying light burst out from Lung Yanmei's eyes. This strategy had been decided long ago. Attacking Cloud Sky City wasn't for victory or defeat, but to establish their might. Therefore, after Cloud Sky City fell, they would directly massacre the entire city. Cloud Sky City had more than 1 million people, and not a single person would be left alive. Miss, the people on top of Cloud Sky City are trembling, Lung Yanmei said with a smile. That's right. At this moment, the 100,000 soldiers on top of Cloud Sky City couldn't help but tremble. If they came from the ground, then they had the Devil Dragon Army. If they came from the sky, even if there were only a few thousand of them, then City Lord Yang and the other experts could still kill for a while on ordinary flying mounts. Even if a few thousand Golden Condor troops charged into the city, although there would be huge losses, it wouldn't be a destructive blow. If the 30,000 Golden Condor troops entered the city, it would undoubtedly be destructive. The 100,000 soldiers on top of the city wall would undoubtedly be wiped out. Therefore, although the army on top of Cloud Sky City knew that they shouldn't be afraid and tremble, they still couldn't help but be afraid and tremble. The Golden Condor troops that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were getting closer and closer. As the sun was setting in the west, the sky above Cloud Sky City was already shrouded in shadows, just as everyone in Cloud Sky City was in complete despair. Suddenly, an even more violent whistling sound came from behind. The whistling sound that tore through the air brought about an incomparably huge speed impact. Everyone couldn't help but turn around to look. Instantly, they saw a scene that made their blood boil. Countless huge and mighty black flying mounts were like giant spirit beasts, whistling and stopping at a low altitude. 1,000 Demon Condor troops quickly flew out of Big Cloud Sky Mountain, flying at a low altitude at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Even though this would cause a huge sound, a huge whirlwind would blow, and all the tents in the city would be blown down. But when everyone in the city saw the Demon Condor troops whistling through the sky, they were first completely stunned. Then they let out a cry of ecstasy. Immediately after, countless people on the ground madly chased after these countless black spirits. The Golden Condor troops were less than 20 miles away from Cloud Sky City. At this moment, from Qin Chi-Chi's vision, she saw Yang Dingtian riding an incomparably huge Demon Condor King, slowly rising into the sky. Whoosh! Then this Demon Condor King, facing the 30,000 Golden Condor troops, quickly rushed into the sky. Lung Yanmei laughed out loud and said, Yang Dingtian, a few days ago, won horse against 800. He borrowed the power of the lightning in the sky to avoid the disaster of Cloud Sky City. Today, he still wants to fight against 30,000 with one horse. Unfortunately, there are no dark clouds in the sky, and the sky is clear. Qin Chi-Chi said indifferently, This person is a lunatic, a stupid lunatic. Whoosh! In Cloud Sky City, a man and a horse whistled through the sky, charging towards the 30,000 Golden Condor troops with lightning speed. Immediately, when the army of evil ways saw this scene, they all let out a huge ridicule. Immediately after, their ridicule was swallowed. The second black shadow, the third black shadow, fourth, fifth, sixth, dozens, hundreds, thousands in the end, countless black shadows suddenly drilled out from behind the Cloud Sky City wall and rushed into the sky. Finally, 1,000 meters in the air, they arranged into a square formation and whistled towards the 30,000 Golden Condor troops. Each Demon Condor was twice as fast as the Golden Condor flying mount. The flying speed of each Demon Condor flying mount was nearly twice as fast as the Golden Condor army. The crazily charging Demon Condor army's speed reached 1,000 miles per hour. The whistling sound of tearing through the air was not something that a flying mount could have. This sound was almost exactly the same as the fighter jets of the Earth era. That kind of whistling impact was unparalleled. Lan Yanmei's face was pale, and she muttered to herself, "Impossible! This is impossible! How is this possible? Didn't they say that Cloud Sky City doesn't have a demon condor army?" In the mobile palace where Qin Chi Chi was, the air suddenly turned cold. Yang Dingtian, this madman, this cunning madman, he obviously has the demon condor army, but he hid it and risked his life to fight against my 800 golden condor army with one man and one mount. This cunning madman, just for this moment, Qin Chi Chi hissed. "Miss, the demon condor army at most will not exceed 1,000. We have 30,000. Can we fight?" Lan Yanmei asked. 30,000 against 1,000. If we can't win, the eagle nest should not exist. Qin Chi Chi said coldly. Suddenly, a sharp bone whistle came from the air. Suddenly, the 30,000 golden condor army in the air all changed formation. From a flat surface, it became three-dimensional, falling from above, layer upon layer, three-dimensional. The 30,000 golden condor army turned into an incomparably huge devil's mouth in the air, swallowing towards the demon condor army of 1,000. This was an incomparably spectacular scene. In the thousands of years of Earth's history, it was impossible to see such a big scene. The air battle of tens of thousands of air forces, 1,000 demon condor army, condensed into a sharp arrow and shot out fiercely. The 30,000 golden condor army condensed into a huge devil's mouth, growing bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger. The devil formed by the 30,000 golden condor army was tens of thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters wide, like a giant beast swallowing the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the black arrow formed by the demon condor army shot into the huge devil's mouth. The devil's mouth, formed by the 30,000 golden condor army, suddenly closed. Suddenly, the demon condor army completely disappeared, completely swallowed by the 30,000 golden condor army. Then, the devil's formation, formed by the 30,000 golden condor army, kept shrinking and condensing. This kind of shrinking, this kind of condensation, of course, was to crush the demon condor army alive and tear it apart. Looking at the ancient wonder in the sky, Qin Wanqiu said lightly, "Yang Dingtian, you are too conceited. You actually crashed into the devil's formation. Once the air forces are surrounded, they will definitely die." The devil's formation, formed by the 30,000 golden condor army, became more and more condensed, more and more condensed. In the end, the 30,000 were almost completely squeezed together, from a diameter of tens of thousands of meters to a diameter of a few thousand meters. Although at this time the most tragic battle was happening in the air. However, no feathers fell, no corpses fell, and no blood sputtered. The entire battle took place at the core of the devil's formation. The entire battle was surrounded by countless golden condor army layer by layer. Everyone was burning with anxiety, waiting for the result of the battle. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. A black sharp sword suddenly pierced out of the devil's formation. Then countless golden condors, like startled birds, suddenly flew in all directions. In an instant, from a diameter of a few thousand meters, they instantly covered tens of thousands of meters. Then, it was countless feathers, countless blood, and countless corpses. Like raindrops, they fell like a storm. It was impossible to count how many corpses, how much minced meat, and all the blood. In the hundreds of thousands of troops of evil ways, it was as if there was a scarlet rain of blood. Countless fresh blood sprinkled on the bodies of everyone in the army of evil ways. Countless feathers, like golden snow, fell one after another. Countless golden condor corpses and golden condor warriors' corpses, like a meteor shower, fell one after another. More than 1,000 demon condor army were swallowed alive by the devil's formation formed by 30,000 golden condors. They were surrounded. However, in the three-dimensional encirclement, Inside the devil's mouth, more than 1,000 demon condor army held brand new blood demon swords in their hands. They carried out a crazy massacre. That's right. On average, each demon condor was surrounded by dozens of golden condors. However, it was useless. 1,000 golden condors were all gathered together as if they were a whole. Around them, there were only a few thousand golden condors fighting in close quarters. From top to bottom, left to right, from all directions, they attacked in three-dimensional. However, the demon condor army was also fighting in three-dimensional, because the demon condor army formed a sharp arrow formation. Not every demon condor was facing in one direction. Their sharp swords and claws were also in front, back, left, and right in all directions. Just like that, at the core of the devil's formation, the demon condor army and the golden condor army carried out the craziest battle. Here, the golden condor army's numerical advantage was suppressed to the minimum. At any moment, the 1,000 demon condor army's opponents were not more than 5,000 golden condor army's opponents. 1,000 versus 5,000. The demon condor army was completely a one-sided massacre. Each demon condor's strength, speed, tenacity, and agility were more than twice that of the golden condors. Yang Dingtian's demon condor king used the whirlwind wing slash that day and killed a total of 200 golden condors. Of course, not every demon condor had the cultivation of a martial, venerable. However, any demon condor could easily fight 5 golden condors alone and not be defeated. Therefore, in the devil's formation, they once again faced a one-sided massacre, killing all 5,000 golden condors. Immediately, another 5,000 golden condors surrounded them. Then, they killed another 5,000 golden condors. However, because of the dense devil's formation, not to mention corpses, even feathers and blood could not sputter out. Wave after wave, they killed them all. After killing a total of 4 waves, when more than 50,000 golden condors were killed, the golden condor army finally collapsed. Moreover, the devil's formation could not be maintained. In an instant, the entire devil's formation collapsed. The remaining less than 10,000 golden condors were also scared out of their wits. They flew in all directions and fled frantically. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Previously, the 3,500 demon dragon army had fought against the 25,000 demon wolf army. Cloud Sky City had obtained an overwhelming victory and slaughtered the enemy. Their casualties were less than 30%. This had already caused Cloud Sky City to be in an uproar and shocked everyone. At this moment, the 1,000 demon condor army had obtained results that were even more glorious than the 3,500 demon dragon army. Even with a 30 times difference in numbers, it was still a one-sided massacre. Looking at the golden condor army that was fleeing in all directions, Yang Dingtian suddenly ordered, "Whirlwind wing slash activate." Suddenly, everyone in the air saw an incomparably stunning and shocking scene. 1,000 demon condors formed a sharp blade. Then all the demon condors whistled as they flew and spun crazily. The huge wings that were dozens of meters long were as hard as iron. They were like huge sharp blades as they spun crazily. The 1,000 demon condors turned into an incomparably huge sharp blade as they chased after the fleeing golden condors. They had completely turned into a huge killing machine under the rapid rotation of the 1,000 steel blade wings. Wherever they passed, countless golden condors died without a complete corpse. They were instantly minced into meat paste. Suddenly, countless golden feathers flew down like a snowstorm. Countless fresh blood and meat paste splattered on the ground. However, there were no complete corpses that fell. The golden condors that were slaughtered by the whirlwind slash had all died without a complete corpse. It was an incomparably stunning scene. The demon condor army, as the king of the sky, could even do such a stunning and even romantic massacre. The huge wings spun like a windmill, but what they brought was a bloody light that soared into the sky. Whirlwind wings slash. In an instant, more than 60% of the 10,000 Golden Condor army that were fleeing were slaughtered. There was no other way. The Demon Condor army's flying speed was too fast. Even if they kept spinning their wings, their flying speed was not inferior to the Golden Condor army. At this moment, the remaining few thousand Golden Condor army had scattered in all directions. They were already very scattered. Spread out and kill them one by one. Yang Dingtian ordered. Yes. Immediately, the 1,000 Demon Condor army suddenly spread out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Like a fighter jet, each Demon Condor, with itself as a unit, quickly chased after the fleeing Golden Condor army. The Demon Condor army's full speed was twice that of the Golden Condors. Therefore, the pitiful Golden Condor army was almost instantly caught up, and these Demon Condors seemed to have not had enough. Once they caught up, they would definitely not use their weapons. They would directly use another whirlwind slash. Then, the pitiful Golden Condor only had time to let out a scream. Immediately after, it was immediately twisted into a pile of mud. Just like that, the remaining Golden Condor flying cavalry quickly disappeared and were quickly slaughtered. Of course, some people might say, why not capture them? The remaining few thousand Golden Condors would be captured, and Cloud Sky City would have its own flying cavalry army. Capturing them was fine, but it was impossible to take them for oneself. Even if they died, the Golden Condor flying cavalry would not be controlled by Cloud Sky City. They were demon beasts, not humans. Humans would betray, but demon beasts would almost never betray. Looking at the Golden Condor army in the sky, there were fewer and fewer. Chin Chi-Chi felt a chill all over her body. Her wisdom was as deep as the sea, but she had never thought of this result. The two trump cards of the demon army were actually completely wiped out under the small Cloud Sky City. The 25,000 demon wolf army was enough to destroy Cloud Sky City dozens of times. She did not expect that in front of the 3,500 demon dragon army, they would be completely wiped out. The 30,000 Golden Condor army was enough to destroy Cloud Sky City hundreds of times. She did not expect that in front of the 1,000 Demon Condor army, they would still be completely wiped out. Chin Chi-Chi only felt a towering anger that wanted to burn her to ashes. She also wanted to completely burn the entire Cloud Sky City to ashes. She took a deep breath. Chin Chi-Chi said indifferently, "All right, let's not play games." 10,000 Crystal Crossbow Cavalry army. Split up on both sides and defend against the enemy's Demon Dragon army and Demon Condor army. As long as the Demon Condor army is 100 feet away from the ground, immediately fire. If you see any Demon Dragon army in your field of vision, immediately fire. Yes, 100,000 Beast Cavalry, 500,000 infantry. Set off and flatten Cloud Sky City. Chin Chi-Chi gave the order. Countless war drums sounded. Countless bugles sounded. Then the 600,000 troops of the evil ways set off again and headed towards Cloud Sky City. 3,000 catapults ready. 3 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Fire! 5,000 large-sized crystal crossbows ready. 2 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Fire! In the air, Yang Dingtian saw the hundreds of thousands of troops of the evil way set off. The decisive battle has finally arrived. Cloud Sky City's absolute secret weapon has also revealed itself. Bloodthirsty. Chapter 485. After the 10,000 crystal crossbow beasts and 5,000 large crystal crossbows of the demon army were lifted, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing weapons that could destroy heaven and earth. It was an absolute weapon of mass destruction, enough to destroy Cloud Sky City several times over. When the Golden Eagle army was destroyed, Chiu Wanji's cavalry had already slowed down and was about to stop. After seeing these killing weapons, Qiu Wanjie immediately gave the order to advance at full speed and attack Cloud Sky City. After killing all the Golden Eagle army, Yang Dingtian led the Demon Eagle army and didn't return to Cloud Sky City immediately. Instead, they continued to hover in the sky. At this moment, the Demon Eagle army's air force had been completely wiped out. They didn't have any power left to threaten the Demon Eagle army. As long as they didn't get close to the ground, the Demon Eagle army's crystal crossbows wouldn't be able to threaten the Demon Eagle army. Just like this, Yang Dingtian hovered in the sky and looked down at the Evil Ways army that was advancing towards Cloud Sky City. This scene was really shocking. An army of 600,000. Among them, there were hundreds of thousands of various beast cavalry that were spread out on both sides of the army and slowly advanced. In the middle, there were 500,000 soldiers of various kinds, about 400,000 soldiers of the barbarian race, hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers of various forces. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers marched towards Cloud Sky City in an orderly manner, trampling on the dust that filled the sky. Yang Dingtian flew back and forth in the sky above the army. Previously, it was already shocking enough when he saw it from Cloud Sky City's walls. Now that he was hovering in the sky, it was even more shocking. This was a scene that had never been seen before. The army that spanned dozens of miles was like a giant beast, and also like a black cloud that covered the ground. It was shocking as it advanced. The first battle was a battle of cavalry. The second battle was a battle of air forces. Yang Dingtian obtained a glorious victory. Of course, it was because of the strength of the Demon Dragon Army and the Demon Eagle Army, as well as the Blood Demon Sword and Blood Demon Armor. Another reason was Qin Chi and Ning Wuming's arrogance and conceit. For example, half of the 25,000 soldiers of the Demon Wolf Army were sent to attack Cloud Sky City instead of the Demon Dragon Army. In that case, the 100,000 soldiers of Cloud Sky City would not be able to resist at all. Without a doubt, it would be a fatal blow to Cloud Sky City. Even the 3,500 members of the Devil Dragon Army would find it difficult to defend against the Demon Wolf Army that was 8 times their size. However, Qin Chi didn't do that. She wanted the 25,000 Demon Wolf Army to wipe out the Devil Dragon Army before attacking Cloud Heaven City. In the end, the entire Demonic Wolf Army was annihilated. The second time, the 30,000 Golden Condor Legion. He could also send 10,000 of them to destroy the Demon Condor Army, and the other 20,000 to attack Cloud Sky City. However, Qin Chi still did not do that. Instead, she chose to let the Golden Condor Army surround the Demon Condor Army. An unprecedented aerial battle took place in the air. Of course, it wasn't that Qin Chi and Ning Wuming weren't stupid enough to make such a fatal mistake. On the contrary, this pair was very smart, at least much smarter than Yang Dingtian. The reason for such a mistake was because of their pride and conceit, as well as their strategic direction. They felt that it would be a piece of cake to destroy a small city like Cloud Sky City. With just a light puff of air, it would be completely crushed. Their strategic direction was not to defeat Cloud Sky City at all. Instead, they would use the power of the universe to completely crush and shatter it. With an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, they would sweep across in an instant. What they pursued was not killing, but a one-sided destruction. Only in this way could they cause a huge shock to the entire world and make all the forces in the world surrender and not dare to act rashly. Therefore, when the Demon Dragon Army appeared, they only had one goal, and that was to completely destroy the Demon Dragon Army. When the Demon Condor Army appeared, they also only had one goal, and that was to completely destroy the Demon Condor Army. They completely pursued a one-sided scene and divided their forces to attack Cloud Sky City's walls? Don't joke around. Cloud Sky City's walls were the weakest. They could attack any time. However, they never dreamed that the Demon Wolf Army that was 10 times stronger than them, the Golden Condor Legion, would be completely annihilated. Therefore, Qin Chi Chi was completely enraged. They were completely forced to the edge of the cliff. Next, they could no longer play any tricks. They had to use a serious attitude to destroy Cloud Sky City. Therefore, the hundreds of thousands of troops immediately became solemn. The huge beast mounts on both sides carried medium-sized crystal crossbows to defend against the Demon Condor Army and the Demon Dragon Army. With 10,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows, as long as Yang Dingtian did not go crazy, he would definitely not dare to let the Demon Condor Army and the Demon Dragon Army collide with them. That was definitely a path to death. Yang Dingtian had already tasted the power of the crystal crossbows. In Sky Thunder City, less than 1,000 crystal crossbow warriors had already caused fatal losses to the Demon Dragon Army. At this moment, not to mention 10,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows. Whether it was the Demon Condor Army or the Demon Dragon Army that rushed forward, they would definitely be killed by the torrential rain of arrows. It was ridiculous to say that if the army of evil ways was willing to put down their grudges, if they put the medium-sized crystal crossbows on the back of the Golden Condor Army, then it would be the Demon Condor Army that would be completely annihilated. Unfortunately, Qin Chi Chi did not want to let Zhu Qingzhu off so easily. She firmly believed that Cloud Sky City did not have an air force. Thirdly, she was unwilling to sacrifice the speed advantage of the Golden Condor Army. Therefore, she directly sent out 30,000 golden condors. In the end, they were all killed. Yang Dingtian constantly hovered above the hundreds of thousands of demons. He did not find any opportunities. Although the 10,000 crystal crossbow beasts were slow, they blocked off any sneak attacks in the air or on the ground. At the front of the army, powerful and ferocious beasts dragged 3,000 trebuchets and 5,000 large crystal crossbows forward. 3,000 trebuchets and 5,000 large crystal crossbows? These two forces were enough to completely smash Cloud Sky City into ruins. Return to the city. Yang Dingtian, who could not find any opportunities, ordered. Immediately, the 1,000 Demon Condor Army whistled back to Cloud Sky City. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers continued to approach and approach. 2 hours later, 3,000 trebuchets had already reached 3 miles in front of Cloud Sky City. The army continued to advance. All the trebuchets were surrounded by the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. After another 15 minutes, the 5,000 large crystal crossbows had also reached 2 miles in front of Cloud Sky City. Once the giant crystal crossbows and trebuchets were assembled, Cloud Sky City would face a destructive attack. Qin Chi Chi said indifferently, "Everything is finally over. It's a pity that the show before was too ugly." Then Qin Chi Chi ordered, "Originally, I did not intend to kill Yang Dingtian's woman and wanted to take her as my concubine. Now I have changed my mind. Yang Dingtian made me look bad, so I will make him feel bad. After capturing Qin Jiao Jiao, let 100 barbarians explode her. Then execute her in front of everyone. Consider it a punishment for Qin Wanchou." "Yes," Leng Yan said. The Eastern Army was currently 50 miles away from Cloud Sky City. After seeing the 10,000 medium crystal crossbows, 5,000 large crystal crossbows, and 3,000 trebuchets, Qin Wanchou did not care. He urged the hundreds of thousands of soldiers to charge towards Cloud Sky City in an attempt to reverse the unfavorable situation of the Divine Weapons Manor. When the Western Army's Qin Wanchou saw these killing machines, he sighed softly. Qin Chi Chi schemed to exterminate Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian is powerless to reverse the situation. What Demon Wolf Army? What Golden Eagle Army? They are all inferior to the crystal crossbows and infantry. "All right, as you wish," Qin Wanchou said indifferently to Qiu Ruhan. Then Qin Wanchou ordered loudly, "Advance! Charge towards Cloud Sky City. Advance courageously and do not stop." Qin Wanchou finally gave the most resolute order. The army of 150,000 charged towards Cloud Sky City at full speed. There was no chance for them to turn back or stop. Lady Qin Wanchou has also made his move. He is charging towards Cloud Sky City at full speed. Leng Yan said. Late, it is a little late. There will still be punishment in the future, but it is better than stubbornly resisting until the end. Qin Chichi said. On Cloud Sky City's walls. City Lord Qin Wanchou's Western Army and Qiu Wanzhe's Eastern Army are advancing at full speed. Jiao Liao said indifferently, Got it. Yang Dingtian said, They are frightened by the 3,000 trebuchets, 5,000 large crystal crossbows, and 10,000 crystal crossbow beast riders. The key is the 10,000 crossbow beast riders. Otherwise, there is no need for the demon eagle army. Just the demon dragon army alone is enough to destroy the trebuchets and large crystal crossbows. Qin Huaiyu said. All troops stop. Qin Chichi ordered. Immediately, the stop signal drum was sounded. Bang! There was a loud sound. Evil Wei's 600,000 troops stopped. They were 2 miles away from Cloud Sky City. The entire Cloud Sky City was completely surrounded. Assemble the trebuchets and the large crystal crossbows. Smash Cloud Sky City into ruins. Qin Chichi ordered coldly. Then the signal drum sounded. A few hundred small winged cavalry warriors flew towards the front to convey Qin Chichi's order. Immediately, tens of thousands of people began to move. They began to assemble the trebuchets and the large crystal crossbows. Once they were done, Cloud Sky City would be completely destroyed. Advance full speed ahead, Qin Wanchou shouted. We must reach Cloud Sky City before it is destroyed. We must be the first to charge into Cloud Sky City. Only by rushing into Cloud Sky City before the infantrymen would the evil ways be punished in the future. It would also be lighter. Boom! 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 Countless war drums sounded. 3,000 large trebuchets were gradually assembled into giant beasts that were more than 10 meters tall. These trebuchets could throw boulders that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms a few miles away. The large crystal crossbows were gradually assembled into large killing machines that were close to 10 meters wide and tens of thousands of kilograms heavy. These large crossbows could shoot more than 10 giant arrows 1,000 meters away. Each arrow weighed more than 10 kilograms and could even pierce through Cloud Sky City's walls. 3,000 large trebuchets were lined up, spanning dozens of miles. 5,000 large crystal crossbows were lined up, spanning dozens of miles. This was definitely a force that could destroy heaven and earth. Cloud Sky City would not be able to withstand even 10 waves of attacks. When Yang Dingtian saw these killing machines, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Evil Ways had really invested a lot of capital. These killing machines were more than enough to attack 10 Cloud Sky Cities. Yang Dingtian asked Ximenlai, Are the secret killing machines ready? They are all ready. 120 miles of city walls with a total of 530 fortresses. Each fortress has 4 shooting holes. Each fortress has 400 magic balls of various types. Ximenlai said, Good. After half a year of accumulation, I can finally release them all today. Yang Dingtian said loudly, I want to see if my secret weapon is the killing machine or the evil ways crystal crossbows and trebuchets are the killing machines. Yang Dingtian flew into the sky. He flew along the city walls from west to east. Everyone remember today. Today we will make history. Once our weapons appear, the world will be shocked. Open! Yang Dingtian abruptly gave an order. Open! Instantly, thousands of people shouted in unison. Whoosh! On the city walls, the black curtains on the 500 fortresses, shooting holes, were neatly opened. Evil Wei's army, Qiu Wanzhe and Qin Wanchou, all opened their eyes wide and looked at what Yang Dingtian had blown into the sky. What exactly was it? Whoosh! After the curtains were opened, a cold and dark aura suddenly emerged. 2,000 huge cannons were facing the army of hundreds of thousands of demons. What was Yang Dingtian's secret killing machine? Of course, it was the cannons. When Yang Dingtian was destroying the pirates, he had used primitive trebuchets to deliver primitive gunpowder packs. After becoming the Cloud Heaven City Lord, the first thing Yang Dingtian did was to order Ximenlai to secretly manufacture higher-grade gunpowder and cannons. Of course, these cannons were originally meant to deal with Qin Chi-Chi's army of 100,000. It was also meant to defend Cloud Sky City. Therefore, he originally planned to only make about 100 cannons, because in his impression, when technology was not advanced, it was very difficult to make cannons. During the Ming Dynasty, the entire country only managed to make about 100 cannons, because the forging process at that time was too primitive. In the end, Yang Dingtian made a mistake based on his experience. In ancient China, it was difficult to make cannons, but in the chaotic continent, it was a simple matter. In ancient China, the most difficult thing was to make qualified steel. In the chaotic continent, basically all the metals that were forged surpassed the steel of earth. Therefore, the materials for cannons were almost endless. Therefore, even if these cannons were a little bumpy, they would not explode. In ancient China, the most difficult thing was to form cannons. Here, as long as the molten iron was poured into the mold, it would be done. Next, a little polishing would be enough. Therefore, the creation of cannons became extremely simple in the special martial arts civilization of the chaotic world and in special minerals. But even so, Yang Dingtian only ordered the production of 200 cannons. Later, when he knew that the million-strong army was about to attack Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian ordered the production to increase again and produce 2,000 cannons. At this time, there were already tens of thousands of people in the underground forging factory of Cloud Sky City. In the special environment of the chaotic world, 2,000 cannons were not difficult at all. In ancient China, special craftsmen were needed. Here, as long as there was a leader, a person, and a rigid work, they could make cannons. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had 4 mystic fire warriors and 2 heaven and earth mystic fires. Therefore, in the end, he actually used the mystic fire to polish and bombard the cannons. This caused the quality of the cannons to increase by several levels. They were even more elite than the cannons of the Earth era. Later, Yang Dingtian even used the mystic fire to draw rifling in the cannons. In the Earth era, there was a huge problem with cannons, which was that they were too heavy and difficult to transport. Therefore, Yang Dingtian also hesitated about how big the cannons should be. Considering that the materials were sufficient and the production was simple, Yang Dingtian directly ordered the production of 5,000 catty cannons, which was already larger than the conventional cannons of the Earth era. Later, the Devil Dragon army came. This overlord of the land could carry tens of thousands of catties. Yang Dingtian simply changed the order and doubled the size of the cannons. Therefore, he knew that the cannons were more than 10,000 catties. This was already larger than most of the ancient long-song cannons of the earth. The length of the cannons had already reached 7 or 8 meters. The cannonballs fired had also exceeded 30 catties. As for the gunpowder, Yang Dingtian no longer chose the most primitive black gunpowder because it was too easy to imitate. Yang Dingtian chose a higher level of gunpowder, which at least needed to be made through simple chemical processes. This way, it was almost impossible to imitate in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian's knowledge of gunpowder was very limited, so even if the gunpowder was of a higher level, the power was not strong enough. Who knew? With the help of the secret masters, various crystal powders and special medicinal liquids were added. It actually increased the power of the gunpowder by several times, even 10 times. In this way, the gunpowder that Yang Dingtian had was not inferior to the high-level gunpowder of the earth, and its lethality was extremely shocking. Of course, making gunpowder was very dangerous, but in the chaotic world, there was no problem. Yang Dingtian got a large pool of unfreezing water. The final mixing of the gunpowder was completed in the unfreezing water. In an extremely cold environment, the gunpowder could not explode at all. Moreover, the unfreezing water had a heaven-defying function, which was that the gunpowder would not get wet. In the end, with tens of thousands of people working in the underground forging factory and Qin Mingli's astronomical number of materials, Yang Dingtian produced hundreds of thousands of cannonballs. Of course, the most important bottleneck was the production of gunpowder. Shimin Lai selected 100 people to specialize in the production of gunpowder. These 100 people would always live underground, and it was absolutely confidential. However, the production of gunpowder was still not high. Fortunately, the production of gunpowder had started half a year ago and had not stopped. Otherwise, with just this 1 month, 100 people would not be able to produce the gunpowder needed for hundreds of thousands of cannonballs. The Devil Dragon Army and the Devil Vulture Army were already shocking enough, but that was only a preview. It was a performance that truly belonged to Yang Dingtian, a performance that truly belonged to Cloud Sky City. Now, with these 2,000 huge cannons and these hundreds of thousands of cannonballs, after the 2,000 cannons were opened, the hundreds of thousands of Evil Way's army was shocked. Then they laughed loudly. With these broken iron pipes, killing the Evil Way's army? Was this a dream? Was Yang Dingtian crazy? When Qin Chi saw these iron pipes, she could not help but be stunned. She shook her head and said, "Is Yang Dingtian crazy? What kind of bullshit is this?" When Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie saw these things, the first thing that came to their minds was Yang Dingtian crazy? These iron pipes were stupid and heavy. What was the use of them? Even Cloud Sky City's army felt that these stupid iron pipes were useless. After Qin Chi laughed, she said indifferently, after equipping them, "Prepare to attack and destroy Cloud Sky City." Creak! Amidst the terrifying sounds, the 5,000 huge crystal crossbows were pulled by dozens of people and started to open. The huge trebuchets started to be pulled down forcefully. A destructive attack on Cloud Sky City was about to begin. Yang Dingtian looked at the large crystal crossbows and trebuchets that were dozens of miles away. "You won't have any chance to fire." Yang Dingtian flew in the air and slowly raised his hand. "The chaotic world will remember today. Cloud Sky City will create history. Cloud Sky City will shock the world." Then Yang Dingtian fiercely waved his sword. Fire! In an instant, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Countless fire dragons rushed into the sky. Chapter 486. 2,000 cannons roared in unison. Countless fire dragons suddenly drilled out. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, completely suppressing the ear-splitting war drums of the evil demon army. The terrifying explosion was like a clap of thunder, causing the entire place to tremble violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 2,000 huge cannonballs tore through the air and flew out of the Cloud Sky City wall with a series of sonic booms. All the Evil Way's army was completely stunned at this moment. They didn't even know what it was that shot out. In just a second, 2,000 cannonballs formed a metal storm that fiercely smashed into the large catapults, the large crystal ballistae, and the Evil Path's army. Boom! 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 Then the cannonballs exploded with earth-shattering sounds. In an instant, the light of the sun was completely blocked. The flames of the explosion almost blinded people's eyes. This earth-shattering sound made countless demon army cover their ears in pain. Their eardrums were pierced and blood flowed out. This earth-shattering sound and explosion caused the entire ground to tremble. The beast cavalry, dragging the medium-sized crystal crossbows, could no longer control themselves. They were frantically frightened and ran in all directions. But this was nothing. The most terrifying thing was these cannonballs, the flames at the moment of explosion, the terrifying power at the moment of explosion. In an instant, the huge and sturdy crystal crossbows were torn into pieces. The even larger catapults were like children's toys. They were instantly shattered and thrown into the air. That's right, Yang Dingtian used exploding bombs. Coupled with the chaotic world's secret medicine and crystal powder, the power was endless. Each cannonball contained dozens of kilograms of explosives. Once it exploded, everything within dozens of meters would be smashed into pieces. Of course, Cloud Sky City didn't have professional cannoneers, and for the sake of confidentiality, the shooting training ground was located deep in the mountains. Thousands of cannoneers, each of them didn't train more than a few dozen rounds. Moreover, Yang Dingtian didn't know how to shoot cannoneers himself, so they had to rely on themselves to figure it out. Therefore, these cannoneers weren't very professional. However, the situation in front of them was too easy to shoot. They didn't even need to aim. The catapults were spread out for dozens of miles. The giant crystal ballistae were spread out dozens of kilometers wide. It could really be said that he could hit him even with his eyes closed. The most difficult part of this blossom bomb was how to make it explode after hitting the ground. It shouldn't explode midway, and it shouldn't explode as soon as it was launched. As for this, Yang Dingtian's pitiful knowledge of science and technology would not be able to do it. Even when it came to the construction of cannons, he only proposed a theory and drew a model. In the end, the final shape of the cannons was created by the craftsmen themselves. There was no way Yang Dingtian could make the cannonball explode when it hit the bottom. Therefore, in the beginning, Yang Dingtian planned to directly make solid bullets. This way, although the lethality would be much weaker, at least it would not be dangerous. In the end, this problem was solved by the mystics of the Chaos world. How did he solve it? It was very simple. It was a special crystal. When the cannonball landed on the ground or hit the target, it would cause an intense impact. Using this kind of impact, the crystal would first cause a small explosion, which would then detonate the dozens of kilograms of gunpowder in the bomb. Of course, another problem arose. The moment the cannonball was fired, there would also be an intense vibration. Would it cause the cannonball to explode prematurely? Regarding this point, the mystics solved it after a long period of experimentation. Of course, Yang Dingtian did not know how to solve the problem in the field of mystics, but it seemed to be some kind of blocking method between the crystals. The first vibration when the cannonball was fired would cause the crystals to break through this barrier. Another intense impact would cause the explosion. In short, with the contributions of Qin Mingli's team of mystics, they successfully created a safe cannonball. Therefore, there was the earth-shattering result before their eyes. Boom, 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 boom. Nearly 2,000 cannonballs exploded at the same time. This was a super big scene on Earth. One must know that in the Battle of Upper Gonling during the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, the United Nations Army only deployed a few hundred cannons. When nearly 2,000 cannonballs exploded at the same time, it was really earth-shattering. One could only see that the area within dozens of kilometers was instantly engulfed by flames and smoke. Then, nothing could be seen. Countless giant crystal crossbows were smashed into pieces. Countless large trebuchets were smashed into pieces. Countless barbarian troops were instantly blasted into minced meat. The beast riders of the demon army threw off the riders on their bodies and ran away crazily. Even an army of hundreds of thousands was surging like a tide. The troops closest to the cannonballs were not killed by the explosion. Instead, they were shaken to death. The flames dissipated. The smoke was slightly thinner. Then, everyone saw a hellish scene. Most of the giant crystal crossbows were already shattered. Most of the large trebuchets were already smashed into pieces. The barbarian troops around them were all turned into minced meat. Of course, nearly half of these weapons of mass destruction could still be used. However, the ground within dozens of kilometers had been completely turned into ruins. Almost all the people inside were dead, and no one would use them. All the evil Wei's army was deathly silent at first. Then they suddenly exploded and fled crazily to the back. Qin Chi did not walk out of the palace, but the entire palace was shaking. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Lang Yanmei looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her entire body was trembling as she looked at this scene in disbelief. And the most shocked ones were undoubtedly the army on the city walls of Cloud Sky City. They stood at a high place and saw it the clearest. God, City Lord Yang's secret weapon, was actually so heaven-defying and powerful. Not only were they trembling, but they also felt their hair stand on end. Song Chanhua, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian with infinite shock and admiration. Sect Master, we are really going to shock the world. We are really going to make history. Suppressing all the shock, but unable to suppress the shock in her eyes, Qin Chichi slowly walked out of the mobile palace. Her entire body was covered in a purple cloak. She ordered indifferently, "Let the Ning clan's troops begin to maintain order. Blow the bewitching horn. All the troops, advance at full speed and attack Cloud Sky City, regardless of life and death. All those who retreat will die." Yes. Awoo! Suddenly, the army of evil ways suddenly sounded a strange horn that was filled with the power of demonic souls. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops that had been injected with special medicine gradually lost the fear in their eyes. What replaced it was a daze. Then, like walking corpses, they gathered together again. Boom! Then, in the midst of the earth-shattering war drums, hundreds of thousands of troops began to advance towards Cloud Sky City like a tide. Yang Dingtian looked at the army of demons that was like a tide. There were more than 600,000 of them, and they covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards Cloud Sky City. Full-speed cannon fire, Yang Dingtian suddenly ordered. Yes, full-speed cannon fire. Then, the 2,000 cannons were divided into 4 parts. Every time, 500 cannons fired without stopping. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a truly earth-shattering scene completely unfolded. Under the influence of medicine and evil techniques, the army of demons was like walking corpses, charging towards Cloud Sky City without fear of death. And the 2,000 cannons of Cloud Sky City were divided into 4 parts, firing without stopping. Every time, 500 cannons were like a steel tide, crazily smashing over. There was no need to aim at all. When the cannons fell into the dense army of demons, they exploded violently. In an instant, there was a rain of flesh and blood. Countless demons were instantly smashed into pieces. If it were the ancient cannons on Earth, the firing speed would be much slower. Just cleaning the barrel alone would take a long time. Moreover, there was the danger of the barrel exploding at any time. But here, the barrel only needed to be cleaned a little. As for the barrel exploding, there was no need to care at all. In fact, Cloud Sky City had done an experiment. They let a cannon fire continuously for a few hours without exploding. In the end, they really lost patience and gave up on the experiment. After all, the metal here was astonishing. The cannons that were tempered with mystic fire were also astonishing. However, the cooling of the cannons still had to be done. Therefore, the firing process became very simple. Insert the gunpowder cannon, then insert the cannons and ignite the fuse. Boom! The cannons fired and the cannons were fired. Then the cannons were quickly cleaned and cooled. Then the cannons were fired again. Just like that, the 2,000 cannons fired without stopping, crazily throwing countless cannons. It was a crazy massacre. It was even crazier than the previous 2 battles. The dozens of miles in front of Cloud Sky City were instantly engulfed by endless flames, smoke, and blood. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cannons. They exploded crazily in the demon army. These walking corpses were completely unafraid of death. They kept moving forward, forward, and forward. Then, in the terrifying explosion, they were instantly smashed into pieces and turned into flesh and blood. Just like that, in the crazy massacre, the formation of the Evil Ways army was almost wiped out piece by piece. Just like that, under Qin Chi Chi's cold and vicious will, the demon army was crazily massacred. The demon army had to pay an astronomical price for every 10 meters they advanced. If it was a normal army, they would have long collapsed. They would have exploded the camp and fled without a trace. However, these barbarian army that had been controlled had completely turned into walking corpses. They still walked forward numbly. Just like that, section after section of the ground had completely turned into hell on earth. Boom, 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 boom. Later, many of Cloud Sky City's cannons were already bombarding the ground. In this deafening and earth-shattering massacre, time passed minute by minute. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours. That's right. The demon army had walked for 2 hours and still couldn't reach this short distance of 3 miles. This was because there was a death zone. Everyone who passed by would basically die. Also, the ruins of the large crystal crossbows and the large trebuchets made it difficult for the army to move forward. However, these walking corpses still walked and crawled numbly. Then they were even more numb as they were crazily massacred. Tens of thousands were killed, hundreds of thousands, and there was still an astronomical number of demon army that came a few hundred meters below Cloud Sky City. That's right. Yang Dingtian's cannons were heaven-defying. It was a completely one-sided massacre. However, there were too many Evil Way's army. There were a total of more than 600,000. Although Cloud Sky City's cannons were carpet bombing, there were still fish that escaped the net. Hundreds of thousands of cannons could only kill 300,000 to 400,000. There were still hundreds of thousands of demon army that came to Cloud Sky City and arrived in front of the moat. Of course, this was also Qin Chi-Chi's goal. She wanted to use lives and corpses to reach Cloud Sky City. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of demon army that was already very close, Yang Dingtian smiled coldly and said, "What's the use of this?" Then, Yang Dingtian ordered loudly, "Change to scatter bullets." Yes. Then, all the cannons were changed to scatter bullets. The lethality of the scatter bullets was even more astonishing than the blossom bullets. It was a massacre without any blind spots. However, because the firing distance was too close, they had to wait until the enemy was close. Boom! 2,000 cannons instantly fired. Pah! Countless people only felt that their eyes were dazzled. Then, countless sharp scatter bullets, millions of particles, were like a storm. No, they were even denser than a storm. They fiercely smashed into the demon army a few hundred meters away. Whoosh! Countless blood spurted out. The scatter bullets directly pierced through the armor and shot directly into the barbarian army's body. In an instant, a person was completely smashed into pieces. Countless demon army were like wheat being harvested. The entire wheat field fell in an instant. Fire! Boom! Millions of scatter bullets, like a rainstorm, smashed fiercely. Then, like wheat, a piece of it fell. Boom! 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 The rain of scatter bullets only fell less than a dozen times. Then, in front of Cloud Sky City, it was completely empty. Just now, using the blossom bullets to kill the demon army in the distance took a full 2 hours. It consumed 200,000 cannons and only killed 300,000 to 400,000. And after the 100,000 to 200,000 demon army approached the city wall, they used scatter bullets. In just over a dozen waves, in just over a quarter of an hour, these 100 to 200,000 people were all killed without exception. There was one advantage to being killed by the scatter bullets. That was, they would not be blown to pieces, and their corpses were relatively intact. Therefore, a few hundred meters in front of Cloud Sky City, countless corpses piled up into a small mountain. Just like that, after less than 4 hours of bombardment, the evil Dao's 600,000-strong army was completely annihilated, cleanly massacred. Yang Dingtian looked at the ground that stretched for dozens of miles in front of him. It was densely covered in blood and corpses. Of course, he didn't feel guilty. He just felt a sense of absurdity. Of course, he had thought of this result. However, this was too simple. Even on Earth, it was not so easy to use 2,000 cannons to kill 600,000 pigs. At least pigs knew how to run. And these demon army formed by the barbarian mercenaries were injected with drugs and used evil techniques. They would not run. They would only numbly advance, advance, and advance. Of course, there were some that escaped. It could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. There were also countless beast riders that fled frantically under the massacre of the cannons. But, at least on the battlefield, only Chin-Chi-Chi's moving palace stood alone in a pool of blood. At this moment, the sky was already dark. However, the moon was very round. Cloud Sky City released tens of thousands of lights in the sky to illuminate the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, the bloody battlefield was filled with an unpleasant smell and a deathly silence. The cavalry of the Eastern Army walked and stopped. They were about 30 miles away from the battlefield of Cloud Sky City. Wu Maji, who was beside Qiu Wanjie, had already disappeared without a trace. "Manor Lord, what should we do?" His confidant whispered. The previous 4 hours were a complete baptism of Qiu Wanjie's soul. The 2,000 cannons slaughtered the 600,000 demon army cleanly. It made his brain explode. The scene in front of him had an unprecedented impact on his thoughts. Then he floated in the air in shock and watched the unprecedented massacre, watched the earth-shattering flames, watched countless corpses and bones fly. Actually, when Yang Dingtian's cannons were firing crazily, the cavalry of the Eastern Army could not possibly charge towards Cloud Sky City. All the war horses had lost control and were trying to escape with all their might. The riders on the horses had to use all their strength to barely control them. They had to stay on the spot and try their best to pacify them so that they could advance. It was impossible for them to die. Just like that, Qiu Wanjie floated in the air and watched in a daze for 4 hours. It was like a young man on Earth watching an American movie for the first time. He was completely shocked. Even after the bombardment ended for a long time, he still could not react. His confidant nudged him gently and said, "Manor Lord, what should we do? Also, Wu Maji has already escaped." Only then did Qiu Wanjie wake up and said to his confidant, "Say, if there are tens of thousands of these metal pipes, how many of them will there be? Will we be able to fight the tens of millions of World Extermination Army?" "Of course, we will be able to fight them." His confidant said, "One must know that he had just been baptized by this huge scene, and his blood was boiling. Since we will be able to fight them, then let's just surrender. Evil ways." Qiu Wanjie shouted angrily. Qin Wanqiu was also shocked in the air. After the bombardment ended, the hundreds of thousands demon army was wiped out. Qin Wanqiu scolded, "Yang Dingtian, you son of a bitch! Are you trying to embarrass me?" Just at this moment, his cousin, Qin City's chief steward, stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, there are tens of thousands of soldiers from the Middle Province Expeditionary Army and the barbarian race's beast cavalry that have escaped. They are escaping towards us. What should we do?" Qin Wanqiu immediately wanted to give the order to kill these escaping demons. But after a slight hesitation, he said, "Forget it. Let them pass." "Yes," the chief steward said. Immediately after, he exclaimed, "Sect Master, Yang Dingtian is aiming those metal pipes at us." Qin Wanqiu took a look. Indeed, on Cloud Sky city walls, there were at least half of the metal pipes aimed at them. Qin Wanqiu was shocked and said, "I don't believe that son of a bitch can shoot so far." The chief steward said, "Maybe he can. Look at the words metal pipe. The higher it is, the further it can shoot. But what does he mean by that? What does he mean? He is forcing me to choose a side." Qin Wanqiu said, "I don't believe that he really dares to hit me." Just at this moment, Qin Wanqiu saw that the one flying in the air with the command flag was actually Qin Huaiyu. As long as he lowered the flag, the thousands of cannons would shoot towards Qin Wanqiu's cavalry. Of course, Cloud Sky City's cannons were much stronger than those of China's ancient times. But at this distance, it was still very difficult to hit them. Even if they could hit them, they wouldn't be very accurate. Therefore, to eliminate the army of evil ways, they would rather wait until they were 3 to 4 miles away. But Qin Wanqiu had never heard of such a weapon, nor had he seen it before. Of course, he didn't know that it couldn't shoot that far. Son of a bitch, the son is beating the father. Qin Wanqiu said angrily, order the cavalry to kill the evil ways deserters. Yes, Qin City's chief steward said loudly. Qin City cavalry listened to my order. Kill the deserters. Yes. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of Western Legion cavalry started to move. They crazily chased after the tens of thousands of evil ways soldiers and ownerless beast cavalry. The same thing happened to Qiu Wanjie's Eastern Legion cavalry. Similarly, the son was beating the father. The 1,000 cannons on the east side also aimed at the Eastern Legion cavalry. In the air, the one waving the command flag was Qiu Wanjie's son, Qiu Yiming. After Qiu Wanjie scolded his son for beating the father, he also started to order his cavalry to kill the tens of thousands of evil ways deserters. Just like that, Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie, who had been watching the battle for half a day, were forced to make a choice by their son. They used a different method to break up with Qin Chichi on the battlefield. Just like that, without any discussion, they directly turned against each other. Anyway, the skin of these big shots was extraordinarily thick. A few hundred miles in front of Cloud Heaven City, there was still a lonely moving palace. Qin Chichi's graceful and alluring body stood outside, looking up at the moon in the sky. She didn't move for a long time. Cold. This is the biggest setback in my life. Perhaps it is also the biggest setback in the evil ways. Qin Chichi said indifferently, ever since I entered Qin City as a sentinel, I have been able to call the wind and summon the rain. After the yin-yang mirror incident, my power reached its peak. Even Zhu Qingzhu has to lower his head in front of me. Sanction Cloud Heaven City. The Tiando League decided to form an army of 1,000,000 to suppress Cloud Heaven City, forcing all the powers in the world to choose a side. All of this was a strategy that I had devised. Just a day ago, I was still incomparably glorious. I stood at the peak of the world, and the fate of hundreds of millions of people in the western region of the world was in my hands. But now I have suffered a crushing defeat. I have lost to Yang Dingtian, whom I have never even looked at. Cloud Heaven City should have been unable to withstand a single blow. I only needed to use 1/10 of my strength to easily crush it, but the one who was completely annihilated was me. Aunt Lun, I am finished. I am completely finished. Lang Yanmei said fiercely, No, miss, we are not finished yet. We will still win. We still have a real trump card. Cloud Heaven City will still be crushed. No, Aunt Lun, you don't understand. Qin Chi said, That is not my trump card. That is the Ning clan's trump card. That is Ning Wuming's trump card. My trump card is the 600,000 soldiers, the giant crystal crossbows, the giant trebuchets, and the 25,000 soldiers of the Demon Wolf Legion. These are all finished. Now, even if we win, it has nothing to do with me. This war is not only a war between me and Yang Dingtian. It is also a war between me and Ning Wuming. If I win, the western region of the world will belong to me. Now that I have lost, I have nothing left. Then, my only identity can only be Ning Wuming's wife. Maybe I can't even be considered a wife. Concubine? In short, I am finished. Now, it is the war between Ning Wuming and Yang Dingtian. Everything has nothing to do with me. At this moment, a strange cry suddenly came from afar. Then, a flying mount that looked like a will-o'-the-wisp appeared from the distant horizon. It covered the bright moon in the sky and approached from afar. It was the spirit ghost bat. The handsome Ning Wuming sat on the spirit ghost bat and descended from the sky. What followed was an extremely cold and gloomy aura. The spirit ghost bat's huge wings covered the bright full moon and left a huge shadow on the ground. It was as if a demon had descended to the world. Ning Wuming gently landed on the moving palace. Qin Chi gently went into his embrace and sobbed softly, "Husband, I have lost." Ning Wuming gently said, "Don't worry. Watch me vent your anger for you." Then Ning Wuming lightly said to the air beside him, "Mobilize the blood pupil demonic army and slaughter Cloud Sky City." Suddenly, the dark air around him gradually condensed into a pale spirit, ghost, bird, and flew into the darkness behind him. After a while, the ground dozens of miles behind the moving palace suddenly cracked open. One by one, the black blood pupil demonic army crawled out from the ground. Their bodies were still spotless. They crawled out silently. Of course, they were not ghouls. They had been lying in ambush here during the war. They were waiting for Qin Chi's complete defeat. Just as Qin Chi had said, this war was not only a war between the evil ways and Yang Dingtian. It was also a war between Qin Chi and Ning Wuming. Now, Ning Wuming's wish was fulfilled. Qin Chi had been defeated. Then it was time for him to turn the tide. One by one, the blood pupil demonic army crawled out from the ground and gathered on the ground. Each of them was directly floating in the air. Their entire bodies were covered by black cloaks. At a glance, only blood-red pupils could be seen. In the dark night, only pairs of terrifying blood-red pupils could be seen emitting a demonic light. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, a total of 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. In the southwest battlefield, only 3,000 blood pupil demonic army had been deployed and destroyed hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, there were no casualties at all. At this time, Ning Wuming had deployed 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. Of course, there was only one goal, which was to wipe out Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian had been waiting for the appearance of the blood pupil demonic army, because he knew that the appearance of the blood pupil demonic army was the real decisive battle. The blood pupil demonic army was the real trump card of the evil demon army. It was more than the demon wolf army, the golden eagle army, and the 600,000 evil demon army combined. However, the blood pupil demonic army did not appear for an entire day of battle. Now they finally appeared. However, the number was much more than Yang Dingtian had imagined. In the distant darkness, tens of thousands of black, blood-red pupils floated over like ghost flames. That's right, they floated over directly. Suddenly, it was as if tens of thousands of ghosts had surrounded the city. On Cloud Sky City's city walls, everyone's hair stood on end, their entire body ice-cold. Yang Dingtian looked at the people around him and said, "The real decisive battle is here." Qin Huaiyu's face turned green as he nodded his head. Zhu Hongxue sucked in a breath and said, "Are we prepared? This blood pupil demonic army looks very terrifying." Even the arrogant and conceited Zhu Hongxue had said such words. Chapter 487. Yang Dingtian knew very little about the blood pupil demonic army. He only knew that this army was the trump card of the South Sea Ning tribe. In other words, it was the army of the evil ways that truly belonged to the evil ways and not the mercenaries. He completely treated this army as his final opponent, his biggest opponent. All the information about the blood pupil demonic army came from the Jiao Liao's report to Yang Dingtian. This army was like an undead army that was fearless. The weapons in their hands were invincible. Every one of them had a cultivation higher than a high-grade martial mystic. Every one of them could release mystic skills. At the southwest battlefield, the 3,000 blood pupil demonic army had wiped out the 100,000 Southwest Alliance army led by Duan Rian. Yang Dingtian originally thought that the South Sea Ning tribe would be amazing if they had a few thousand of them. Who knew that there were 30,000 of them in front of him? 3,000 of them could easily wipe out 100,000 soldiers. Then, How many enemies could the 30,000 demonic army eliminate? At this moment, there was a bright moon in the sky and a few thousand lamps. Hence, the ground could still be seen. But the 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army devoured all the light wherever they went. The surroundings were completely dark. All that could be seen were 30,000 pairs of eyes that were like will-o'-the-wisps. Anyone would shudder at the sight of 30,000 pairs of will-o'-the wisps floating over. Just like how no one had seen Yang Dingtian's cannon before. No one in the Cloud Heaven City understood the blood pupil devil army in front of them. It was a complete mystery. The unknown was the scariest thing. The 30,000 blood pupil demonic army flew towards Cloud Sky City. The countless corpses on the ground didn't obstruct them at all. It was as silent as a ghost. Instantly, the entire battlefield became extremely strange. The army on top of Cloud Sky City almost couldn't breathe. They were getting closer and closer. At this moment, other than the corpses on the battlefield, there were also tens of thousands of cavalrymen from the East and West armies chasing after the demonic army deserters. At this moment, they accidentally blocked in front of the blood pupil demonic army. Because they didn't receive any orders from Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie, they were at a loss. The remaining demonic army deserters and beast cavalry were running around like headless flies. Suddenly, thousands of demonic army soldiers raised their blood-red scimitars and slashed at the sky. Whoosh! Instantly, thousands of ghostly flames streaked across the sky. The deserters were like headless flies, as well as countless beast riders. In an instant, they were all killed without a sound. Almost at the same time, Yang Dingtian, who was on the Cloud Heaven City's walls, and Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie, who were in the air, all sucked in a cold breath. These deserters and beast riders were scattered all over the place. They weren't gathered together. They were scattered all over the place, fleeing in all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, he was killed by the blood pupil demonic army. The closest one was a secret, while the furthest one was 100 meters away. They were all killed in an instant. How shocking was this? He could kill without any mistakes from a few hundred meters away? In that case, they didn't even need to reach the city walls. They could just be 100 meters away from the city walls and wipe out the 100,000 soldiers on the city walls. He knew that the blood pupil demonic army was heaven-defying, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. It was no wonder that Ning Wuming didn't care about the battle situation at all. He didn't need the million-strong army, the demon wolf demonic army, or the golden eagle army. The 30,000 blood demonic army could easily wipe out Cloud Sky City. Seeing this scene, the East and West army soldiers were scared out of their wits. They no longer cared about the orders from above and hurriedly tried to escape at full speed. However, as the blood pupil demonic army got closer, they realized that the surrounding air instantly turned cold. The surrounding space turned completely dark. The blood pupil demonic army not only devoured life, but they also devoured light. The war horses of the East and West army soldiers were all trembling. No matter how the soldiers whipped them, they only stood on the ground and trembled. They didn't run at all. Instantly, the East and West army soldiers hurriedly dismounted and ran for their lives. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The thousands of blood pupil demonic army soldiers slashed their scimitars across the sky. Another few thousand ghostly flames streaked across the dark sky. In an instant, all the East and West army soldiers in front of them were wiped out. All the war horses knelt on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices as they died. Everyone on the city wall, including Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie from the East and West army, were completely stunned. What was there to fight about? Such a heaven-defying blood pupil demonic army. What was there to fight about? At this moment, the blood pupil demonic army was still 30 to 40 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. The cannons were still out of reach. The demon dragon army commander went forward and knelt down. City Lord, let the demon dragon army fight. I don't believe that we can't destroy these things that are neither human nor ghost. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said no. The demon dragon army wouldn't be a match for this blood pupil demonic army. Following which, Yang Dingtian said to Kuei Ning, Demon vulture army, get ready. Put on the bombs and launch an air attack on the blood pupil demonic army. Yes, Kuei Ning said. After a while, 1,000 demon vultures soared into the sky. On each demon vulture, there were dozens of bombs. Originally, the air attack was prepared for the demon army. However, when they fought, the cannons were enough and there was no need for air attacks. Therefore, the air attack was left to the heaven-defying blood pupil demonic army. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 1,000 demon vultures easily flew to a height of 1,000 meters and floated above the blood pupil demonic army. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless bombs fell from the sky. Looking at the sky, Ning Wuming gently hugged Qin Chi and said, This Yang Dingtian is indeed a rare genius. He has completely changed the way war is fought. Who would have thought that flying mounts could be used like this? Therefore, even if he didn't have those iron pipes, he could still defeat you with the demon vulture army's air attack. Qin Chi-Chi's gaze was complicated, but her expression was gentle. She replied gently, Unfortunately, he met my husband. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless bombs fell on the blood pupil demonic army's heads. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the countless bombs to explode and blow the blood pupil demonic army into pieces. However, the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army faced the sky and released their Xian skills. 30,000 rays of light suddenly shot into the sky. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the cannonballs didn't have time to explode and were instantly cut into pieces by the Xian skills. Countless gunpowder drifted in the air. Kuei Ning was quick-witted. She immediately shot fire arrows at the gunpowder that filled the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred 100 meters in the air. The flames that soared into the sky instantly ignited a few miles of the sky. The explosion that soared into the sky and the flames that soared into the sky seemed to have ignited the sky in an instant. For a moment, the surrounding dozens of miles were as bright as day. However, before the explosion, all the blood pupil demonic army, like lightning, quickly jumped a few hundred meters forward. This earth-shattering explosion created a huge wave that only slightly messed up their formation. Did the blood pupil demonic army suffer any casualties in this air attack? Perhaps, but Yang Dingtian didn't see much. Even if there were, it was very sporadic. Mobilizing 1,000 demon vulture army and dropping thousands of bombs only slightly messed up the blood pupil demonic army's formation. Everyone on the city wall completely sucked in cold air. Even this couldn't destroy the blood pupil demonic army? Then what should they do? They must not let the blood pupil demonic army get close. Once they were 100 meters away, then no one could save Cloud Sky City. Even if Yang Dingtian had Grandmaster level experts, he could at most kill a few hundred or 1,000 of them. However, the opponent had a total of 30,000. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked. How did the Southern Seas Ning clan, or evil ways, create such an astronomical number of blood pupil demonic army? These things that were neither human nor ghost. Each of them had the cultivation of a high-level martial mystic and above. Each of them could use Xian skills. The most elite part of the demon dragon army also had a few hundred people who had reached the martial mystic realm. Of course, they were middle-level martial mystic. However, this kind of collective military martial mystic was different from martial mystic. At least, they couldn't use Xian skills. And these 30,000 blood pupil demonic army, each of them was a high-level martial mystic. Perhaps all the martial mystic in the entire Western world added together didn't have 30,000. The Southern Seas Ning clan had mobilized 30,000, and all of them were high-level martial mystic. At this moment, the 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army was already 20 miles away from Cloud Sky City. The cannons were barely enough. Fire! Yang Dingtian ordered. Boom, 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 boom. 2,000 cannons fired in unison, 20 miles away. Because they didn't have very professional cannoneers, their accuracy was very poor. Although the formation of the 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army was not small, spanning a few miles. However, less than 20% of the 2,000 cannons hit. In other words, only a few hundred cannons hit the blood, pupil demonic army's formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of blood, pupil demonic army released their Xian skills in unison. In an instant, all the cannons that hit were directly cut through in the air. They were destroyed before they could explode. Only 3 or 4 cannons escaped the net and smashed into the blood, pupil demonic army. Boom, 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 boom. 3 or 4 cannons exploded. Everyone gritted their teeth and waited for the results of the battle. Even if only 3 or 4 cannons exploded, the power was incomparably shocking. Flames burst out, and the surrounding dozens of meters suddenly became empty. At least a few hundred of the 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army's formation disappeared in an instant. Yang Dingtian and the others were very excited. This kind of result was also good. They could kill a few hundred people from 20 miles away. The closer they were, the more they could only hit. In this way, the 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army would most likely be dead by the time they got close to the city wall. However, the following scene caused Yang Dingtian to feel a chill all over his body, because the few hundred blood, pupil demonic army that had been blown away or blown down stood up straight and then continued to float in the air. After being hit by the cannons, they were actually safe and sound. 3 or 4 cannons, perhaps only 20 or 30 people were killed, or even less. Most of them were blown away, but they only suffered light injuries and did not even affect the battle. Yang Dingtian and everyone on the city wall were tongue-tied. What kind of army was this? Even cannons could not kill them. Song Chunhua said, "City Lord, the greatest lethality of our cannons is the shock wave of the explosion and the shrapnel. However, martial Xian experts can use Xian Qi to protect their bodies, so they tightly lock their muscles. Therefore, unless it explodes directly next to them, after a certain distance, they will not be killed or even seriously injured." Shimin Lai said, "That's right, we have done experiments. A martial ancestor realm expert will not be killed even if he is only 2 feet away from the bomb." Next, the 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army's heaven-defying performance continued. Yang Dingtian's cannons continued to roar and bombard. The 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army continued to release their Xian skills and shattered most of the cannons from tens of meters away. A small number of cannons smashed into the blood, pupil demonic army's formation. However, most of them still stood up straight, patted the flames on their bodies, and continued to float forward. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian also discovered a heaven-defying aspect of this army. That was, their profound qi seemed to be limitless. A normal martial Xian expert could release Xian skills 4 or 5 times at most before their Xian qi was exhausted. However, this army that was neither human nor ghost continued to release Xian qi. Then there was only one explanation. This blood, pupil demonic army did not rely on the sea of qi to provide Xian qi. Instead, they relied on other strange things. As expected of the army of evil ways, their entire body was filled with evil. Even the bombardment of 2,000 cannons was completely useless. At this moment, Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie, who were floating in the east and west, had completely fallen into despair. Qiu Wanjie muttered to himself, "How can this be? Is there really no hope in this world? This is not fair, this is not fair. How can the evil ways possess such power?" The cannons continued to fire. However, the bodies of the cannoneers were getting colder and colder. The bodies of the 100,000 soldiers in Cloud Sky City were also getting colder and colder. As the blood, pupil demonic army rapidly approached, the aura of despair continued to spread. Sovereign, we have to think of a solution immediately. Once this demonic army gets close, the consequences will be unimaginable. Song Chanhua said. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and sank into the struggle and torture. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was prepared for the blood pupil demonic army. Even before the war started, Yang Dingtian had already treated the blood pupil demonic army as his biggest opponent. However, he thought that the 2,000 cannons and countless cannons would be able to defeat them. Who knew that it would not be possible? Of course, he was still prepared. It could be said that this was Yang Dingtian's final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to use this trump card at all. Because once this trump card was used, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could be said that the land in front of Cloud Sky City was basically completely destroyed and turned into a land of death. As for whether it would affect the ordinary citizens of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian did not know. He did not dare to guarantee it. If it would affect them, the consequences for the citizens of Cloud Sky City would be devastating. At this moment, the blood pupil demonic army was constantly approaching. The countless cannons had caused the blood pupil demonic army to lose less than 1,000 men. Once they got close to the city walls, the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army would only need 2 minutes to kill the hundreds of thousands of soldiers above. It could be said that once the blood pupil demonic army got close to the city walls, Cloud Sky City would be completely finished. Yang Dingtian would be completely defeated. Of course, he, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhu Hongxue could still survive. However, if they could not protect the millions of soldiers and civilians of Cloud Sky City, then what was the point of their existence? Ning Wuming squinted his eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian, who was on the city walls. He could clearly see Yang Dingtian's painful expression. Yang Dingtian is finished. Cloud Sky City is finished, Ning Wuming said calmly. Ning Wuming said indifferently, history will remember today. Tonight is the beginning of the evil Tao's world domination. After saying that, Ning Wuming waved his hand. In an instant, more than 10 black figures flew over from the sky. They did not ride on flying mounts and relied on their own cultivation to fly. 15 purple-robed men silently floated behind Ning Wuming. Grandmaster, 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 15 Grandmasters. 15 purple-robed Grandmasters from the Ning tribe of the South Sea. Ning Wuming said gently to Qin Chi-Chi, "Baby, it's your turn." Qin Chi-Chi smiled gently and clapped her hands. "Grandpa, come out." Bang! One person stood up in the moving palace. A huge boom rang out as the enormous moving palace, as well as all the gold and metal in it, was instantly blasted into smithereens. A giant covered in black armor slowly walked over step by step and stood behind Qin Chi-Chi. Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura that shook heaven and earth shot into the sky. Wherever his feet passed, the ground cracked inch by inch. Even Cloud Sky City, which was dozens of miles away, could feel this aura clearly. Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Only a Grandmaster could have such a powerful aura. Behind the giant, 2 black-robed men floated in the air. These 2 men were Qin Chi-Chi's personal bodyguards and were Grandmaster-level powerhouses. And this giant, his eyes were bloodthirsty and lifeless, like a walking corpse. This person was Qin City's Grandmaster-level puppet, and Qin Chi-Chi actually called him Grandpa. Then who was he? Because even Qin Huaiyu did not know about this Grandmaster-level puppet. Who was he? He was Qin Wancho's father. Qin Wancho killed his own father and then refined him into a war demon puppet. Under the protection of 18 Grandmaster-level powerhouses, Ning Wuming pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the air. Blood, pupil demonic army, full speed ahead. Slaughter millions of Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, close to 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army sped up and flew towards Cloud Sky City like lightning. Like 30,000 willow, the wisps they flew ferociously. At the same time, under the leadership of the Grandmaster level war demon puppet, 15 purple-robed Grandmasters, 2 black-robed Grandmasters, and the cold-looking Grandmaster rushed towards Cloud Sky City like a black shadow with a destructive aura. Ning Wuming said indifferently, "The final battle, the final massacre has begun." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "The final battle, the final massacre has begun." Yang Dingtian came to a door behind the city wall and pulled it open. Suddenly, a coffin was revealed. He pulled open the coffin lid. Instantly, an incomparably powerful energy pierced through the sky. Inside, an old man was lying quietly. He suddenly opened his eyes. A Grandmaster-level powerhouse was also a Grandmaster who could destroy heaven and earth. 100,000 troops change into biochemical arrows. Suddenly, the 100,000 troops took out a box from their backs and carefully took out special sharp swords from it. All cannons and also biochemical shells. In an instant, all the cannoneers stuffed the strange green shells into the barrels of the cannons. Demon Eagle Army, bring the biochemical shells and air raid the blood pupil demonic army. Yes, 8,000 Demon Eagle Army soldiers held huge green jade balls and flew into the sky. Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his sword and roared, "The final battle has begun. The final massacre has begun. Evil ways, exterminate all." Chapter 488. What was a biochemical weapon? This was probably the only thing Yang Dingtian had done that made his conscience uneasy after coming to the chaotic world. It was also something that went against the nature of justice. In fact, it was completely unintentional for Yang Dingtian to create such a terrifying thing. Yang Dingtian was a good student and a good science student, so he got into the best university in China. However, his university major had nothing to do with biology or chemistry. Therefore, there was not much knowledge left in high school chemistry. With his knowledge, it was impossible for him to create any biochemical weapon. When he was sure that Qin Chi-Chi's army would attack Cloud Sky City, he had been thinking about using Earth's civilization to create all kinds of weapons. First, of course, were cannons and gunpowder. Secondly, there were many, many ideas. For example, when he was faced with sulfur, he naturally thought of sulfuric acid. The warriors in this world might be able to withstand the impact of gunpowder explosion, but highly concentrated sulfuric acid should not be able to withstand it. Later, Yang Dingtian used the pitiful remaining knowledge of chemistry in his brain and failed countless times before he finally created sulfuric acid. And it was sulfuric acid that was full of impurities. After distillation and extraction, it was indeed powerful. Of course, he knew that there were stronger acids, but he really could not think of how to make them. This sulfuric acid was made after many failures. Later, when he took the sulfuric acid to an alchemist and prepared to make a large number of copies, the alchemist did not say anything. The alchemist didn't say anything. He directly took out a bottle. Inside it was a transparent, slightly blue liquid. He poured a drop on a thick steel plate. Then, a huge hole was burned through the 2-inch steel plate. Its power was much stronger than the sulfuric acid that Yang Dingtian had made. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's knowledge of chemistry was mocked in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian asked, "What is this? Can it be made in large quantities?" The alchemist said that this was the gastric juice of the gold-corroding demonic dragon. In fact, most gold-eating beasts had terrifying gastric acid that could quickly melt metals. It could be said that even low-level gold-eating beasts' gastric acid was stronger than the sulfuric acid that Yang Dingtian had made. The only drawback was that these beasts' acid could not be made in large quantities, so there was only a small amount. It was absolutely impossible for them to be used in a large-scale war. Thus, Yang Dingtian's biochemical path failed for the first time. However, he still gave the order to hunt the gold-eating beasts in the eastern training ground. There were countless gold-eating beasts there. After killing the gold-eating beast, he took out all of its gastric juices. After this order was given, Yang Dingtian left Cloud Sky City to handle some matters. By the time he returned, it had already been nearly a month. In Cloud Heaven City, they had hunted and killed tens of thousands of gold-eating beasts. In the end, the stomach acid he obtained only added up to about 500 kilograms. Of course, an average gold-eating beast's stomach acid wasn't that much, but it wasn't concentrated enough and needed to be purified. Therefore, from 10,000 caddies of gastric acid, he could only extract 1,000 caddies. As one of Cloud Sky City's secret substances, Yang Dingtian was the first to receive a report on the 500 kilograms of strong acid. At that time, Yang Dingtian's focus was on the cannons and explosives, so he did not pay much attention to it. Furthermore, he was facing the yin-yang mirror incident that time, and his mind was in a complete mess. After that, he brought Qin Huayu to the Sky Demon City to prepare for the marriage with the World Society. Then he went to the demon territory. The changes in the situation were made known when he returned from the demon territory. From Jiao Liao, he received information about the blood pupil demonic army. Every one of them was a high-level profound martial artist. 3,000 blood pupil demonic army slaughtered 100,000 soldiers of the Southwest Alliance Army led by Duan Rian without suffering any losses. At that time, Qin Chi-Chi's crusade had already risen to a strategic level, to the level of a 1,000,000-strong army. Therefore, Yang Dingtian paid unprecedented attention to the blood pupil demonic army. He also firmly believed that the blood pupil demonic army of the South Xiening clan was the trump card of this crusade against evil ways. They were the most deadly opponent to Cloud Sky City. Perhaps the cannons were not enough to kill this crazy army. Therefore, the biological weapon from before once again entered Yang Dingtian's mind and plan. However, the sulfuric acid he made was too weak. The amount of strong acid extracted from the gold-eating beasts was too little. 500 kilograms might not be enough. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had an idea. What would the result be if he combined the strong acid of the gold-eating beasts with sulfuric acid? Therefore, the alchemist began the experiment. The result was not bad. The combination of 500 kilograms of gold-eating beasts' acid and 500 kilograms of sulfuric acid could reach 70% of the gold-eating beasts' acid, which was several times stronger than concentrated sulfuric acid. Therefore, Yang Dingtian ordered a large-scale production of concentrated sulfuric acid. Then he mixed 500 kilograms of gold-eating beasts' acid with 10,000 kilograms of sulfuric acid. The result was that the new product had 85% of the gold-eating beast's acid's power. This made Yang Dingtian very surprised and puzzled. A ratio of 1. One only had 70% of the gold-eating beast's acid's power. A ratio of 1:10 meant that the gold-eating beast's acid was diluted greatly, but it became 85% of its power. This made the alchemist exclaim in disbelief. Moreover, he named this new product demon water. Later, Yang Dingtian and the alchemist discussed the effect of using the demon water on martial mystic realm warriors. The result was that it was ineffective. This was because martial mystic realm warriors already had Xian Qi shield all over their bodies, which could prevent any liquid from splashing onto their bodies. Yang Dingtian even used the enemy's martial mystic realm spies as an experiment. He directly smeared the demon water, which was many times more corrosive than sulfuric acid, on the martial mystic realm captives. The result was also disappointing. At first, there was a corrosive effect, but very quickly the warriors' Xian Qi directly forced the demon water out of their bodies. The higher the cultivation, the faster it was forced out. Therefore, Even if the demon water splashed onto a high-level martial mystic, it could only cause superficial damage. The warrior would use Xian Qi to quickly force it out. Therefore, the alchemists suggested that they must add an ingredient that could corrode Xian Qi. This way, not only could the demon water easily splash onto a martial mystic realm warrior's body, but it could also directly corrode Xian Qi, allowing the demon water to use the fastest speed to instantly burn through the martial mystic realm warrior's body, which was fatal in a short time. However, dozens of alchemists experimented for several days and nights, adding countless poisons, but all failed. Later, Yang Dingtian thought of something. The world's #1 poison, deep-sea Xian poison. This poison was irresistible and could even corrode Xian Qi. However, Yang Dingtian no longer had any deep-sea Xian poison at this time, not even a little bit, but he knew of a place that had it. It was the place where Poison Hand's devil was buried. It was the swamp where he was buried. At that time, Yang Dingtian had a request for Poison Hand's devil, so he gave him 2 types of poisons. One was the blood of the deep-sea Xian poison that he obtained from Shimin Ningning. The other was the blood of Shimin Wia that was contaminated by soul-devouring Xian Qi. Not long after Poison Hand's devil obtained these 2 types of strange poisons, he was indiscriminately killed by Dugu Fengwu. However, the deep-sea Xian poison should still be in that swamp of his. Therefore, Yang Dingtian made the best use of his time and flew to the center of the swamp where Poison Hand's devil died. In that incomparably disgusting, hell-like place, Yang Dingtian found countless things, including a tube of deep-sea Xian poison and a tube of soul-devouring blood. Then he used his fastest speed to return to Cloud Heaven City and handed the deep-sea Xian poison to the alchemists. At that time, all the alchemists were completely shocked. They held their breaths as if they were on a pilgrimage, looking at the #1 poison in the world, the deep-sea Xian poison obtained from the Naga race. As long as the deep-sea Xian poison was placed in demonic water, it could corrode mystic qi. Martial mystic experts would not be able to resist it. The only problem was that the amount of deep-sea Xian poison was too little, not even half a tael. There were more than 5,000 kilograms of demonic water, so half a tael was useless. Later on, an alchemist suggested a hair-raising method, which was to cultivate the deep-sea Xian poison. This was because the deep-sea Xian poison was actually a living life force that could be cultivated. How was it cultivated? Using living people to cultivate. If the deep-sea Xian poison was injected into a person's bloodline, the deep-sea Xian poison would crazily devour and spread. Finally, it would turn all the blood in the person's body into the deep-sea Xian poison. This was something that had happened before. At that time, Shimin Ningning had only injected her mental energy and mystic qi into the deep-sea Xian poison. As a result, her body was contaminated with a little bit of the deep-sea Xian poison. Not long after, the deep-sea Xian poison spread throughout her body, and her entire body turned green. Later on, when Yang Dingtian was seriously injured by Shimin Ju, she suddenly erupted and released the deep-sea Xian poison, instantly killing thousands of people. Then, she disappeared without a trace. From this, it could be seen that the deep-sea Xian poison had indeed grown in his body. The deep-sea Xian poison that was originally less than 1/10,000th of its original size grew incomparably strong and instantly killed thousands of people. However, using living people to cultivate the deep-sea Xian poison was undoubtedly extremely cruel and extremely evil. It could be said that it was no different from evil ways. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a very long time, but in the end he made up his mind to use living people to cultivate the deep-sea Xian poison. As a result, dozens of evil ways spies became the cultivation base of the deep-sea Xian poison. This deep-sea Xian poison was incomparably tyrannical. After less than half a tael of deep-sea Xian poison was injected into the blood vessels of dozens of people. In just a few days, these dozens of people had all turned into poison people. They had become neither human nor ghost. They could not die at all, nor could they live. Moreover, even the air they breathed was filled with poison. In the end, Yang Dingtian personally drained their blood to extract the poison. 35 people took a total of 50 kilograms of mutated deep-sea Xian poison. In the end, Yang Dingtian injected the 50 kilograms of deep-sea Xian poison into more than 10,000 kilograms of demonic water. In an instant, the transparent demonic water turned into a terrifying green color. In this way, Yang Dingtian's biochemical weapon was born. Using 10,000 kilograms of high-concentration sulfuric acid, 1,000 kilograms of metal-eating beast acid, and 50 kilograms of mutated deep-sea Xian poison cultivated from living people. It was mixed into an extremely terrifying and evil biochemical weapon. Yang Dingtian named it Evil Demon's Blood. Then, Yang Dingtian did an experiment. He dipped an arrow in the evil demon's blood and had 10 ordinary warriors shoot it at the martial mystic level captive. As a result, the martial mystic level warrior used his weapon to cut down 5 poison arrows and used his mystic skill to blast away 3. He tried to use mystic chi to attack the remaining 2 arrows. As a result, the poison arrow directly corroded the mystic chi and shot into the flesh without any hindrance. Then a hellish scene happened. Yang Dingtian still felt his hair stand on end when he recalled the scene. The martial mystic level warrior's body turned green in an instant. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, his entire body melted and was instantly corroded. In just a few seconds, his entire body turned into a pile of disgusting meat paste. The might of this evil devil's blood was much greater than what Yang Dingtian had imagined, and it was also much more evil. Therefore, this biochemical weapon, although it had nothing to do with biology or chemistry, most of it came from this world's deep-sea Xian poison and metal-eating beast acid. However, under Yang Dingtian's lead and conception, it appeared. Although Yang Dingtian had created countless evil demons' blood weapons, he had ordered them to be sealed up immediately. Once this thing spread, the consequences would be fatal. Even Yang Dingtian wasn't sure if using this weapon to kill enemies on a large scale would have fatal consequences for Cloud Sky City. Unless it was a last resort, Yang Dingtian definitely did not want to use this thing. This thing was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than cannons and gunpowder. However, Yang Dingtian had no other choice now. Without using the evil demon's blood, Cloud Sky City would face destruction. There was no way and no one that could resist the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. As long as they were within 100 meters of Cloud Sky City, the 100,000 people on the city wall would be killed instantly. Yang Dingtian had no other choice. 100,000 archers, get ready. Yang Dingtian roared crazily. Immediately, all the troops on the city wall changed to the terrifying evil demon's blood arrows. They drew their bows and aimed at the blood pupil demonic army that was flying over quickly. Demon Eagle Army, get ready. Immediately, 1,000 Demon Eagle Army soldiers flew above the blood pupil demonic army with evil demons' blood bombs. All cannons, get ready. Immediately, all the cannons were changed to evil demons' blood bombs. The final battle has begun. Evil ways are exterminated. Fire! 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 Yang Dingtian roared as if he had fallen into hell. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 100,000 evil demon blood arrows shot out like raindrops. They were like a black cloud as they smashed towards the 35,000 blood pupil devil army. 2,000 cannons roared and 2,000 evil demons' blood bombs flew towards the blood pupil demonic army. The Demon Eagle Army threw down the huge evil demons' blood bombs. Immediately, in the dark night under the moonlight, countless green bombs rained down like a rainstorm. 2,000 bombs flew past the green bombs and flew towards the blood pupil demonic army. 1,000 huge green cannonballs suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately, Ning Wuming, who was far away, sneered. The 30,000 pupil demonic army's blood-red eyes were filled with disdain and sarcasm. Swoosh, 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 swoosh! 30,000 Xian skill flames suddenly shot out. Some went to destroy the bombs from the cannons. Some went to destroy the huge bombs that fell from the sky. As for the 100,000 arrows, are you kidding? They were not even crystal arrows. There was no need to defend at all. They could just let them shoot at them. The clothes of the blood-eye demonic army were all made of heavenly silkworm, demonic silk, and other dark materials. Mere arrows could not damage them at all. They still succeeded. 2,000 bombs were shattered by the Xian skill when they were still tens of meters away. The bombs that fell from the sky were also shattered. But the strange thing was that these bombs did not explode into flames. Instead, they exploded into countless green liquids. Then, something even stranger happened. 100,000 arrows, because they did not care, did not stop them. It shot straight into their formation. 100,000 arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, hitting almost everyone. They did not care at all and let the arrows hit their bodies, because these arrows could not penetrate their cloaks, not even a strand of hair. But these arrows easily tore open the indestructible Xian demon cloaks and pierced into their flesh. The blood pupil demonic army paused for a moment and then released their Xian qi to force the arrows out. But a terrifying power, a demonic power, instantly tore their Xian meridians and corroded their Xian qi. Then, a terrifying cloud of smoke suddenly emitted from their bodies, their Xian qi, their souls. In an instant, they melted and disappeared. Then they did not know anything. Even if they were not hit by the poisonous arrows, they quickly melted and disappeared after being splashed by the terrifying green liquid. Everyone on the city wall, as well as the dozen or so Grand Masters behind them, also saw this horrifying and hair-raising scene. 100,000 arrows smashed into the 30,000 pupil demonic army. The 30,000 pupil demonic army suddenly stopped advancing. Immediately after, a cloud of white smoke suddenly emerged. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the bodies of the countless blood-eye demonic army soldiers. Their internal organs could be seen clearly. The internal organs of the blood pupil demonic army were not bright red, but a demonic blue. But this was not important. All the blood pupil demonic army melted and dissolved. Bang, bang, bang! Without a sound, the blood pupil demonic army that was floating in the air suddenly fell and knelt on the ground. Countless pairs of eyes that were like ghost flames were extinguished. Then their entire bodies disappeared without a trace and turned into a pile of mud. Only 30,000 broken cloaks were left on the ground. After a while, even the broken cloaks disappeared without a trace. Just like that, under everyone's fearful and trembling gazes, the heaven-defying, invincible 30,000 pupil demonic army disappeared from the face of the earth. Ning Wuming's body started to tremble and tremble. He was always gentle, refined, and carefree. But at this moment his eyes were trembling. How was this possible? Was this a deep nightmare? The 30,000 invincible pupil demonic army disappeared in an instant. They died more mysteriously and completely than the Demon Wolf army and the Golden Eagle army. Qiu Wanjie and Qin Wanqiu, who were far away, were completely stunned. They looked at Yang Dingtian with a strange and even fearful gaze. Who is the evil ways? Yang Dingtian was on the city wall and knelt down slowly towards the sky. Today's killings, the evil killings, are all my sins alone. I hope that if the heavens want to vent their anger, they will vent their anger on Yang Dingtian alone. Today's evil killings are very painful for me, but I will definitely not regret it. Maybe in the future I will repent for today's sins, but that will be a time of peace. At this moment, I only have endless killings. After speaking, Yang Dingtian stood up and slowly pulled out his Emperor Grade Soul Sword. He walked in front of the revived Dongfang Minmi and said softly, "Master, let us fight together today." "All right, let us fight together today. Today, let us create history here." Yang Dingtian looked at Song Chanhua, Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, and even Yao Rao. He didn't know when she had arrived. "Everyone, my brothers, my sisters, my lovers, kill!" Yang Dingtian ordered. 1 martial grandmaster and 5 martial grandmasters, or close to martial grandmasters, rushed out of the city wall and towards the battlefield outside. The martial grandmaster puppet led more than 10 martial grandmasters of evil ways. Their eyes were blazing with fire as they charged forward crazily. The final battle had finally arrived. Martial grandmasters against martial grandmasters, martial grandmasters against martial grandmasters, 1 martial grandmaster against another martial grandmaster, 5 martial grandmasters close to martial grandmasters against more than 10 martial grandmasters. The final battle, the final massacre. Chapter 489. Yang Dingtian's side had 6 people. Ning Wuming's side had 20 people. In terms of strength, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. The 2 sides flew 1,000 meters in the air, getting closer, closer, and closer. Finally, when they were 100 meters apart, they stopped. Ning Wuming said indifferently, "Yang Dingtian, you have really made me feel a piercing pain. The 30,000 blood pupil demonic army has really made me give it my all. You have already made history. Even if you fail completely in the future, you have already shocked the world. Because with your own strength, you have destroyed nearly 1 million of our army." "Well said," Yang Dingtian said. "However, your fate of failure and destruction is still unavoidable." Ning Wuming said indifferently, "You are too noble. You should have used the 2,000 demon dragon army and 1,000 demon vulture army, as well as all the experts of martial ancestor realm and above to exhaust us. This way, you would still have the strength to fight." "That's right. As mentioned before, every master's xian qi was limited, and so was their cultivation. As long as they continued to exhaust them, even if there were more than 10 masters, they would be completely exhausted. If Yang Dingtian had hardened his heart and sent out all the martial ancestor realm experts of the demon dragon army, demon vulture army, and cloud sky city, there would be a few thousand of them. It would be enough to exhaust all the masters in front of him, or even kill half of them. Of course, in that case, Cloud Sky City would also suffer heavy casualties. However, Yang Dingtian had decisively brought only a few masters and close to masters to participate in the battle. Even the martial ancestor realm experts were not allowed to participate. Therefore, they were facing a one-sided disadvantage. Yang Dingtian's side had 1 martial ancestor against another martial ancestor, 5 masters and close to martial ancestor realm. Yes, 19 masters. Therefore, Yang Dingtian, your destruction is still unavoidable. Ning Wuming said, "Here, I want to make it clear to you. After you are destroyed, you will definitely not die. He should be crippled of his cultivation and imprisoned for the rest of his life. As for Qin Huaiyu, because Qin Wanqiu didn't perform well today, he will have the same ending as you. Zhu Hongxue was captured and imprisoned in the Black Heaven sect because of his ignorance. As for Song Chanhua, she would directly become Master's lover. Of course, because you've angered my wife, one of your wives must be executed by 1,000 cuts. Qin Jiaojiao is probably the least loved by you, so I'll choose her. The rest of your women were all taken as concubines or concubines. You don't have any objections to this, do you?" The idea is not bad." Yang Dingtian said, "Why don't you listen to my opinion on how to deal with you? It's much simpler. You will be executed by 1,000 cuts. Qin Chi-Chi, execute her with 1,000 cuts." Ning Wuming glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, "Yes, I really can't understand your naivety." He really couldn't understand Yang Dingtian. After eliminating the Evil Ways army and the Blood Pupil demonic army, Yang Dingtian could create one trump card after another. However, these trump cards were useless against a master stage expert. 5 masters, close to master rank, against 19 masters, and Yang Dingtian actually wanted to win. There was nothing more ridiculous than this in the world. Yang Dingtian turned and looked in Qin Wancho's direction and shouted, "Sect Master Qin, are you coming over? Come over." Qin Huaiyu also couldn't help but look at Qin Wancho. Qin Wancho was a true great grandmaster. Once he joined, it could be said that Yang Dingtian's side immediately gained an overwhelming advantage. Ning Wuming also looked at Qin Wancho and smiled. "Sect Master Qin, you should continue to sit on the fence. Since you've already been observing for a day, why don't you just watch until the end?" Ning Wuming's ridicule undoubtedly made Qin Wancho furious. However, Ning Wuming's next sentence made him feel cold all over. "That's right, Sect Master Qin. Around this time, the lives of your remaining children will be in danger. If you're hot-blooded and make an impulsive decision, you'll probably see their corpses neatly placed in front of your door when you return," Ning Wuming said indifferently. Qin Wancho's heart was filled with boundless anger and a trace of suspicion. This time he had already hidden his remaining children in a place that even Qiu Ruhan didn't know about. He didn't believe that Ning Wuming would know. They were hidden 200 feet below the brothel. They were indeed hidden deep enough, Ning Wuming said indifferently. Instantly, Qin Wancho felt a chill run down his spine. Only he knew about this place. How did Ning Wuming know about it? Then Qin Wancho laughed loudly. "All right, then I'll watch the battle from here. Come and tell me when the winner has been decided." Ning Wuming spread his hands towards Yang Dingtian and said, "There, your hopes are dashed." Then Ning Wuming seemed to have remembered someone and said to Qiu Wanjie, "Oh right, Manor Lord Qiu, you can do whatever you want. If you want to come, then come." At that moment, Qiu Wanjie only felt endless humiliation. Ning Wuming's meaning was very clear. Qin Wancho couldn't join Yang Dingtian's side. However, Qiu Wanjie, you're only a grandmaster. You can do whatever you want. This was blatant disdain, looking down on Qiu Wanjie from the back, looking down on him. However, since Qin Wancho didn't make a move, Qiu Wanjie naturally didn't dare to make a move. He only laughed loudly. "You guys fight, you guys fight!" Ning Wuming said to Yang Dingtian, "Look, you guys don't even have your last hope." Yang Dingtian said, "Then let's start." Ning Wuming smiled and said, "Aren't you going to be emotional? This is probably the first time in 200 years that so many grandmasters and great grandmasters are fighting." Yang Dingtian waved at Song Chanhua and said, "Chanhua, come behind me. We'll form a team of 2. Yes. Song Chanhua came behind Yang Dingtian and leaned her back against Yang Dingtian as they floated in the air. In this battle, almost everyone had the undying gold medallion. Qin Huaiyu wouldn't die because he was Qin Wancho's son. Zhu Hongxue wouldn't die because he was Zhu Qingzhu's son. As for Yao Rao, no one would want to kill her because she would transform right before she died. Yang Dingtian wouldn't die either. The other party wouldn't kill him. At most, they would cripple his martial arts, imprison him for life, and humiliate him for life. Of course, once they lost, Cloud Heaven City would be destroyed. Yang Dingtian's wife and relatives would become slaves. This was definitely much more painful than death. However, the only one who would die right now was Song Chanhua. Ning Wuming had also said that he would capture Song Chanhua and use her as a slave. However, when the battle reached a certain point, things wouldn't be clear anymore. "Yang Dingtian, I know that you used Lung Qingchen's corpse and the demon spirit heart to make a battle puppet demon. A great grandmaster battle puppet demon. Coincidentally, I also have a battle puppet demon in my hands. It's Qin Chi-Chi's grandfather. If I remember correctly, Lung Qingchen had just broken through to the great grandmaster realm not long ago. When Qin Wancho killed Qin Chi-Chi's grandfather, who was already a 2-star great grandmaster. Therefore, he was still slightly stronger. Ning Wuming said, "Moreover, we also did some things to him. That's why he's become like this, neither human nor ghost. He's also much stronger when fighting. He should be stronger than an intermediate great grandmaster." "Wow, then he's indeed much stronger," Yang Dingtian said. "When great grandmasters fight, it's too scary. Why don't we let these 2 great grandmaster puppets fight further away? They fight theirs and we fight ours. We don't want to be accidentally scratched by them and lose our lives. That would be too much of a loss. You have to know that battle puppet demons don't have brains. When they fight, they don't care so much," Ning Wuming said with a smile. "All right, let's fight 1 li to the east," Yang Dingtian said. "All right," Ning Wuming said. Then Qin Chi-Chi gave the order from afar. The great grandmaster battle puppet demon, Qin Zhong, walked 1 li to the east. Its incomparably huge body was covered in armor. Every step it took was a full 2 meters. With every step he took, a deep crack would appear on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet would be completely burned red. After the great grandmaster battle puppet demon Qin Zhong was in position, Dongfang Minmi, who was covered in a black robe, flew over lightly. "Wow, your battle puppet demon is quite unique," Ning Wuming said with a smile. This person seemed to always be smiling. Even if he wanted to kill your entire family, he would still be smiling. It was as if there was no hostility at all. Shall we begin?" Yang Dingtian said. "All right, let's begin." Ning Wuming said to Lung Yanmei, "Pavilion Master Lung, I won't participate in this boring battle. I'll leave it to you. Remember, you can trample on them, but don't kill them." Yang Dingtian said to the people behind him, "Follow the original plan." The original plan? What was the original plan? Before Dongfang Minmi, they couldn't be killed, destroyed, or captured. They would risk everything and wait for Dongfang Minmi to defeat the battle puppet demon Qin Zhong. The dozen or so grandmasters in front of them would all be left to Dongfang Minmi. In short, as long as they could hold on until Dongfang Minmi won, it would be a victory. Otherwise, it would be a failure. Of course, this was also very difficult. Yang Dingtian's side only had 5 grandmasters, while the other side had a total of 18. Although Dongfang Minmi had been resurrected, it was his soul and consciousness that had been resurrected. His body was still Lung Qingchen's. Only his sea of qi and xian qi cultivation were still Lung Qingchen's. Lung Qingchen had just broken through to the great grandmaster realm. As for the battle puppet demon Qin Zhong, after the evil transformation, its combat power had surpassed that of an intermediate great grandmaster. Therefore, this battle wouldn't be easy. Lung Yanmei looked at Yang Dingtian, her eyes filled with hatred. She said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, I'm not as gentle as young Lord Ning. I'll let you have a taste of hell." Of course, she hated Yang Dingtian to the core. It was because of Yang Dingtian that her little master, Qin Chi-Chi, lost everything in an instant. From then on, she could only become Ning Wuming's vassal. It was because of him that Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army was wiped out in a short time. Of course, Yang Dingtian really didn't notice when Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army of 20,000 was wiped out. When the cannons were wildly firing, Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army and Ning Clan's army, who were supervising the battle, were completely overwhelmed by the barbarian army. "Fight!" Ning Wuming floated in the air and waved his hand fiercely. Boom! The 2 great grandmasters were the first to fight. Dongfang Minmi and the battle puppet demon Qin Zhong instantly collided with each other. They didn't use any Xian skills, but the most direct collision. An earth-shattering sound was heard, as if it was going to tear apart the eardrums. The swords of the 2 great grandmasters instantly slashed together. When the 2 swords collided, a bright brilliance shot up to the sky. Boom! The ground under their feet instantly collapsed and burned fiercely. Dongfang Minmi's body suddenly flew hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Sure enough, the battle puppet demon Qinzhong's Xian Qi cultivation was superior. At the same time, the 15 great grandmasters, led by Leng Yanmei, launched a fierce attack on Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua had a total of 5 great grandmasters. Boom! 5 flaming sword rays instantly blasted out. Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue formed a pair. Similarly, 5 great grandmasters surrounded them. As a high-level great grandmaster, Yao Rao was surrounded by 8 great grandmasters. The enemy's 18 great grandmasters attacked in unison. They didn't use any fancy moves or Xian skills, but the most direct Xianqi attack. In an instant, 3 flaming rays shot up to the sky and engulfed Yang Dingtian and the others. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds, even with Song Chunhua's help. However, when the terrifying Xianqi sword flames rushed toward Yang Dingtian, they didn't instantly tear apart his Xian meridians and Sea of Qi. Instead, they were blocked by him. All of the flames were fiercely resisted by him. The reason was because Yang Dingtian wore the interspatial ring, which could withstand 3 great grandmasters' attacks. He couldn't resist for long, at most 3 or 4 seconds. However, it was enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Yang Dingtian used the Xian fire to burn the devil's blood that contained the mutated deep-sea Xian poison and blasted the 5 opponents. The 5 great grandmasters were shocked. They didn't expect that Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians couldn't be instantly destroyed by their Xianqi flames, but he could still fight back. However, they immediately thought of Yang Dingtian's interspatial ring, which was no big deal. As for Yang Dingtian's Xian fire, they didn't care about it at all. They didn't even place Yang Dingtian in their eyes. Yang Dingtian's combat cultivation had yet to surpass the Master Realm. Suddenly, the 5 of them quickly set up their Xianqi energy shields to resist the Xian fire. Boom! Yang Dingtian's Xian fire blasted the 5 great grandmasters' Xianqi shields. Suddenly, something that made their hair stand on end happened. An absolutely dark, absolutely evil energy instantly tore apart their energy shields. Then it crazily drilled into their bodies. Immediately after, they felt that their profound energy and their bodies were rapidly corroding and disappearing. How could this be? How could this be? The 5 great grandmasters were extremely shocked. They immediately thought of the devil's blood that Yang Dingtian used to destroy the blood pupil demonic army. However, whoever touched that thing would be done for. Yang Dingtian couldn't possibly use it as an energy attack because he would be poisoned first. Deep-sea Xian poison. Even Xianqi would be poisoned. Why wasn't Yang Dingtian afraid? Because he had the dark Xian fire. Even if he was poisoned instantly, the dark Xian fire could instantly devour the deep-sea Xian poison's energy. Ah! Suddenly, the 5 great grandmasters used their fastest speed. Swoosh! Sharp blades slashed across their chests and cut off all the parts that were corroded by the devil's blood. Immediately, blood dripped. Yang Dingtian was also stunned. As expected of great grandmasters, they were ruthless enough. Ning Wuming looked at everything in the air and was also extremely shocked. Then he coldly shouted, "Idiot! Don't defend, attack with all your strength. If you use Xian Qi outside your body to attack, you won't be poisoned." Xian Qi outside the body attack. That was directly let the Xian Qi energy burst out in an instant. After the attack, immediately cut off the connection with one's body. This way, one wouldn't be infected by the deep-sea Xian poison. Boom, 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 boom! Yang Dingtian's Xian fire that contained the deep-sea Xian poison crazily blasted out. On the other side, because the 5 great grandmasters didn't dare to kill Zhu Hongxue, Zhu Hongxue used the great thunderous fire shield to protect himself and Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu used the earth-level Xian fire to desperately add energy to the great thunderous shield. The 5 purple-robed great grandmasters were afraid of hurting Zhu Hongxue, so they only dared to increase their attacks bit by bit, trying to tear the great thunderous shield in the most gentle way. Therefore, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu's great thunderous shield was on the verge of collapse and hadn't been completely destroyed. Once it was destroyed, the two of them would basically be captured without putting up a fight. At this moment, Yang Dingtian took this opportunity to crazily bombard the 5 great grandmasters with his poisonous Xian fire. Immediately, the 5 great grandmasters hurriedly released their Xian Qi flames to disperse Yang Dingtian's poisonous Xian fire. Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu immediately took the opportunity to strengthen the great thunderous shield. Originally, the most dangerous Yao Rao had to face the 8 great grandmasters. Although she was currently at a disadvantage, her speed was too shocking. She escaped like lightning, causing the 8 great grandmasters to chase her all over the place. Change direction. 3 against Yang Dingtian, 2 against Song Chanhua, Ning Wuming ordered. Immediately, the 5 purple-robed great grandmasters scattered. Boom, boom. The 3 Xian fire swords slashed ferociously. For the second time, Yang Dingtian blocked them with his interspatial ring. As for Song Chanhua, she released the heavenly phoenix fire and fiercely clashed with the swords of the 2 great grandmasters. Boom! There was a loud sound. Song Chuanhua's delicate body shook, and she violently vomited blood. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 great grandmasters released the 3rd wave of attacks on Yang Dingtian. The interspatial ring could withstand the last attack. Immediately after, Song Chanhua faced the 2nd wave of attacks from the 2 great grandmasters. Puff! Her body flew out dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. The 2 great grandmasters' faces were pale, and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. Song Chanhua was a 3-star great grandmaster, and she had the heavenly phoenix fire, but she was still not a match for the 2 3-star great grandmasters. Boom, boom, boom! At the same time, Zhu Hongxue's great thunderous shield was easily torn apart. The 5 great grandmasters suddenly flew into the air, and the huge palms in their hands suddenly pressed down. Boom! There was a loud sound. The ground where Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue were standing collapsed in an instant. The 2 people were pressed to the ground by the 5 huge palm imprints, and they could not move at all. Yao Rao, on the other hand, was still running around like lightning. The 8 great grandmasters who were chasing her looked cold. Radiant sword array. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, 8 sharp swords flew into the sky like meteors. Then they turned into countless rays of light and crazily fell. Instantly they were inserted in every place around Yao Rao, blocking every path of her. Then the 8 great grandmasters stopped in an instant, completely trapping Yao Rao in the middle. The 8 sharp swords formed a sharp blade prison, making her unable to move at all. More than a dozen great grandmasters, after all, had an overwhelming advantage. The battle between the 2 great grandmasters was still the most direct and the most explicit. It was completely a collision of strength and energy. Dongfang Minmi had been hit and sent flying thousands of meters away. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. The puppet war demon Qin Zhong's last fatal trick had sent Dongfang Minmi hundreds of meters into the ground. The ground that the 2 occupied for more than 10 miles was fiercely torn apart, and countless areas of the ground were burned red. At this time, the only one standing on the entire battlefield was Yang Dingtian. I said that you are destined to be destroyed. Now, you are the only one standing, and this is with the help of the so-called interspatial ring. Ning Wuming said indifferently, now, the 3 energy defenses of the interspatial ring have been used up, and it will take a long time to recover. The 4th wave of attack is about to come. What are you going to do? Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, do what you have to do. Ning Wuming said to the 3 purple-robed great grandmasters, Don't show any mercy. Completely destroy his Xian veins. Yes, the three great grandmasters gathered and released the fourth wave of Xian Qi flame attack, which was also the last wave. Yang Dingtian no longer had the interspatial ring. Yang Dingtian suddenly activated the dark mystic flame and muttered to himself, "Now is the time to counterattack. Dark mystic flame, this is the first time you have seen the light of day." Looking at the Xian Qi flame that was shooting towards him, Yang Dingtian opened his palm abruptly, and the black raging flames instantly engulfed the enemy's raging flames. At the same time, Dongfang Minmi, who had been sent into the ground, suddenly flew up into the sky. "It's about time. I have finally completely suppressed this body and this damned heart. Qin Zhong, thank you so much for this violent beating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself. However, it's time to end this battle." Then he suddenly pulled out his sword. Roar! A ray of light that was hundreds of meters tall lit up the entire dark sky, piercing through the heavens, and then suddenly slashed towards the puppet war demon Qin Zhong. Sword Soul? It was actually a Sword Soul. Chapter 490. Dongfang Minmi's suppression of the brutal power of the demon spirit heart was smoother than expected, but it also took longer than expected. About the first 10 hours, he successfully suppressed 95% of it, but for the next 10 days, he was unable to suppress the last 5%. What were the consequences of not completely suppressing the demon spirit heart? There would be two forces fighting for control of this body. This way, Dongfang Minmi would not be able to completely control this body. Of course, there was another way that went very smoothly. That was to cleanse the extremely weak and fragmented remnant consciousness left behind by Lung Qingchen in his mind. First of all, Lung Qingchen was already dead, and his soul had already been extracted by Yang Dingtian. Only a very small amount of fragmented data was left in the depths of his brain. Because of the soul aggregation, Dongfang Minmi did not take too long to completely occupy Lung Qingchen's brain. However, it was a very, very long process to completely suppress the brutal power of the demon spirit heart. Of course, without completely suppressing the demon spirit heart, it basically did not have much effect on the battle. The only thing that had a fatal effect was the Sword Soul. After Dongfang Minmi occupied Lung Qingchen's body, he also completely inherited his Xian meridians and Qi Si. Lung Qingchen's talent was not as good as Dongfang Minmi's, so he had just broken through to the great Grandmaster realm. This also meant that Dongfang Minmi's current cultivation had only broken through to the great Grandmaster realm. Of course, there was also a very fortunate point that Lung Qingchen and Dongfang Minmi were from the same sect, and the cultivation techniques they learned were almost the same. Therefore, when he inherited Lung Qingchen's body, he also inherited almost 100% of his cultivation. However, this cultivation was still not enough. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi thought of the Sword Soul. More than 10 years ago, the reason why Dongfang Minmi was recognized as the world's #1 expert was because he cultivated the Sword Soul. He cultivated the Sword Soul 10 years earlier than Shimenwuya, although the Sword Soul he cultivated was not as powerful as Shimenwuya's sect origin sword. However, Dongfang Minmi's cultivation at his peak was close to that of an 8-star martial grandmaster. Although his Sword Soul could not compare to his cultivation, it had also reached the level of a 5-star martial grandmaster. Therefore, as long as Dongfang Minmi successfully summoned his Sword Soul, this battle would be a piece of cake. Therefore, 5 days ago, Dongfang Minmi stopped suppressing the remnants of the Devil's Spirit Heart, stopped completely controlling Lung Qingchen's body and profound veins, and traveled thousands of miles to retrieve his soul sword. Then he rushed back to Cloud Sky City one day before the great battle. That night, he and Yang Dingtian went to a secluded place deep in the mountains to see if they could summon the Sword Soul. The two of them were incomparably confused. This was because Dongfang Minmi had already changed his body. Even his energy sea and profound veins had changed. and the sword soul's choice of master was very, very strict. Therefore, after Shimenwia was destroyed, no one could use his soul sword, and no one dared to use it. This was because once one used Shimenwia's soul sword, the only outcome was to be devoured by the incomparably powerful sword soul inside and be instantly annihilated. Shimenwia was a 6-star martial grandmaster. His sword soul was also at the level of a 4-star martial grandmaster. The sword soul was different from ordinary martial souls. Ordinary martial souls resided in the human body and were not independent energy bodies. Therefore, during a battle, although it could increase the combat power of a martial artist, it would also consume the martial artist's profound qi cultivation. Therefore, in a battle between experts, even if they had a martial soul, they would not necessarily use it. Unless absolutely necessary, they would basically not use their martial souls. However, the sword soul was completely different. It was completely a heaven-defying, independent life form. In other words, it was an independent life form. It had a complete energy sea and profound veins. The soul sword was its body. The profound veins essence was its profound veins, and the sea spirit crystal was its energy sea. When its master was cultivating, it was also cultivating, and it was more powerful than its master in one aspect. That was the energy sea formed by the sea spirit crystal. The profound veins formed by the profound veins essence had much greater endurance than a human's profound veins and energy sea. Therefore, once the sword soul was alive, once it started cultivating, its cultivation progress would be very, very fast. Therefore, after obtaining Lung Qingchen's body, Dongfang Minmi was only a beginner martial grandmaster. However, his sword soul was also a true 5-star martial grandmaster. Therefore, after taking back the soul sword, the only suspense was, would Dongfang Nimi still be able to summon his sword spirit, or would he suffer a backlash? Once there was a backlash, even Lung Qingchen's body would not be able to bear it. That night, Dongfang Minmi made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and poured in his spirit and energy to summon the sword soul in the soul sword. However, the result was not good, but also not bad. The good news was that the sword soul did not suffer backlash. Instead, it was slightly touched. The bad news was that the sword soul could not be summoned. It could not successfully establish a connection with its master soul. In other words, its master could not control it to fight. After Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi's analysis, they came to a conclusion. The only connection between the sword soul and its master was the spirit and soul. It had little to do with profound qi. Then, what blocked Dongfang Minmi from connecting with the sword soul was the remnant energy of the demon's spirit heart. As long as the brutal spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart was completely destroyed, Dongfang Minmi might be able to get his sword soul again. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi hid in the coffin again and tried his best to chase after the brutal spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart. However, this was a very, very long process. The brutal spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart was very fragmented and hid in every corner of the body. It was a very long process to completely disintegrate it. However, just one day later, the army of evil ways arrived as scheduled and the war began. Therefore, even during the war, Dongfang Minmi was still in the coffin. It was just that the coffin was placed on top of the city wall. At night, the enemy's final attack came and the final battle began. The martial Grandmaster Puppet War Demon and more than a dozen Grandmaster powerhouses attacked Cloud Sky City. Dongfang Minmi had to stop the final strangulation of the demon's spirit heart's spiritual energy and come out of the coffin to fight. After fighting with Qin Zhong's martial Grandmaster Puppet, the result was one sad and one happy. The sad thing was that Qin Zhong's body had been greatly modified, so his cultivation was close to that of a 5-star martial grandmaster. Lung Qingchen's body had just broken through to the martial grandmaster realm not long ago. Therefore, even if the opponent was a puppet, it was not a match for Qin Zhong's puppet. The happy thing was that it was a huge surprise Dongfang Minmi and Qin Zhong were directly sent, flying a few hundred meters after crazily slashing at each other. Suddenly, the brutal spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart that had long escaped and hibernated in his body was instantly enraged. It was actually restless and wanted to condense again. It was as if Zhang San and Li Si were fighting. Li Si was defeated and was about to be beaten to death. In the end, he ran for his life and hid in the grass. Zhang San couldn't find him. Therefore, Zhang San had no choice but to curse at the edge of the grass and humiliate him. Therefore, Li Si couldn't take it and directly rushed out. Then he was beaten to death by Zhang San. Just like that, Dongfang Minmi deliberately risked his life to take the beating and couldn't fight back. He was violently beaten until he was sent flying more than 10 miles. There wasn't a single inch of the ground that was intact. It was all smashed and ruined by the violent puppet Qin Zhong. In the end, Dongfang Minmi was beaten a few hundred meters into the ground. How could the brutal spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart take such a beating? It couldn't take it anymore. It went berserk and crazily fought for control of the body. It wanted to counterattack and beat the opponent to death. Therefore, this spiritual energy recklessly rushed into the brain and fought for the highest control. Then he was instantly killed by Dongfang Minmi's incomparably powerful spiritual energy. Not a single trace of him was left. It was a pity that the spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart couldn't speak. If it could, it would definitely complain that humans were too cunning. They were originally living in the same body, so why were they so anxious to kill each other? You actually seduced the enemy, lured me out, and then beat me to death. Your trick of injuring yourself to gain the enemy's confidence is very strong. This was exactly like Baldi Jiangwei saying that to resist foreign aggression, one must first settle the internal affairs. Although he was violently beaten, after completely strangling the remnant spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart, Dongfang Minmi instantly felt refreshed. Then he immediately felt an incomparably powerful force. Of course, this was his sword spirit. After the spiritual energy of the demon's spirit heart was destroyed, his soul and sword spirit instantly established a complete connection. Looking at the puppet Qin Zhong that was like a ferocious giant beast, Dongfang Minmi sneered, "It's time to end this battle!" Then he grabbed the treasure sword and slashed down. Suddenly, the snow-white sword light skyrocketed, reaching hundreds of feet, piercing the sky. Then, it fiercely slashed at the puppet Qin Zhong. The puppet war demon was indeed a puppet war demon. After seeing this incomparably powerful sword spirit, it was only slightly stunned and then continued to rush over. Boom! There was a loud noise. The huge sword shadow slashed down fiercely. Suddenly, the entire ground instantly cracked for hundreds of feet. Although the puppet Qin Zhong blocked with the treasure sword, it was directly slashed to within hundreds of meters of the ground. Dirty blood spurted wildly, and the armor all over its body burst open. Then, Qin Zhong's body was exposed. It was really a disgusting body. It was no longer a human, but a monster. The skin all over its body was as rough as a rock, suffused with a terrible fiery red and dead blue color. There were disgusting knots all over its body, as if it was injected with magma and venom. His entire face was completely devoid of facial features, completely twisted together. His entire body was full of cracks, and there were undulating knots everywhere. It was really unknown what evil ways had done to this body, making it completely lose its human appearance. Dongfang Minmi did not say anything and continued to release the sword spirit to kill. But at this moment, the puppet war demon's eyes suddenly changed. Its originally incomparably bloodthirsty eyes suddenly became cold and dangerous. It, who was originally a walking corpse, suddenly seemed to have recovered its life and consciousness. Then it dodged at lightning speed. The puppet war demon, Qin Zhong, seemed to have recovered its consciousness in an instant and became extremely cunning. Of course, it was not because it had recovered its consciousness, but because Qin Chi-Chi's consciousness directly controlled this body. After Qin Chi-Chi controlled Qin Zhong, she immediately fought with Dongfang Minmi cunningly instead of fighting head-on. On Yang Dingtian's side, the three great grandmasters launched the final attack on Yang Dingtian. Three incomparably powerful balls of mystic flames crazily devoured Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's left hand rotated, and suddenly a ball of complete darkness emerged from his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, this complete darkness energy crazily devoured the enemy's mystic flames. Boom! Yang Dingtian's body shook violently and blood spurted out wildly. He was violently sent, flying dozens of meters away. Because of his cultivation, the darkness mystic flame could only devour a limited amount of energy per unit of time. At this moment, the darkness mystic flame had devoured nearly half of the three great grandmasters' fatal attacks, and half of it crazily hit Yang Dingtian. Although it was an all-out attack from 1.5 great grandmasters. But to Yang Dingtian, it wasn't enough to cause any fatal damage, because he had the 9 Yang mystic meridians, and the mystic chi from the Naga royalty had been transformed by the Naga mystic meridians. Flying in the air, Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "Now it's my turn." The darkness mystic flame burned fiercely in his left hand. Of course, even if the darkness mystic flame bloomed, there was no flame, only complete darkness. The million-spirit demonic flame burned fiercely in his right hand. Then the two hands suddenly crossed. In an instant, the two heaven-defying mystic flames merged fiercely. They became extremely strange and dazzling mystic flames. Kill! In the air, Yang Dingtian roared fiercely and smashed the two mystic flames toward the three great grandmasters. The three purple-robed great grandmasters were disdainful. They released mystic chi flames from their bodies and blasted toward Yang Dingtian's mystic flame. The combined cultivation of the three great grandmasters was much higher than Yang Dingtian's. Therefore, they could easily disperse Yang Dingtian's mystic flame attack. In an instant, the two flames crossed fiercely in the air. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. But the scene that everyone expected did not happen. Originally, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian's mystic flame would be dispersed in an instant. But it did not. Not only did Yang Dingtian's mystic flame not disperse, it exploded fiercely and became extremely huge. Its energy doubled in an instant. Why did this happen? Because the darkness mystic flame had devoured half of the great grandmaster's mystic chi flames. Then the incomparably huge fireball blasted toward the three great grandmasters fiercely. Resist! The three great grandmasters released their mystic chi to block the attack. Boom! There was another loud bang and another explosion. However, Yang Dingtian's mystic flame's energy doubled again and became extremely huge. This time, the three great grandmasters could not dodge and were hit. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. The three great grandmasters flew out like straws and vomited blood in the air. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, swoosh, 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 Yang Dingtian moved up and down and quickly appeared behind the three great grandmasters who were blasted away. 3 fierce slashes. In an instant, 3 huge heads flew into the air. The 3 great grandmasters all died without a complete corpse. There was a dead silence in the field. Yang Dingtian fought 3 great grandmasters alone. He actually killed all 3 of them? What kind of sensational news was this? How shocking was this? Whether it was Ning Wuming who was floating in the air or Qin Chi-Chi who was far away, they were all stunned. What was Yang Dingtian's cultivation level? He did not seem to have broken through to the great grandmaster level. He had not broken through to the great grandmaster level, and he had already killed 3 great grandmasters. How shocking was this? Even Qin Wanqiu, who was far away, felt his blood boil and was ready to fight. After killing the 3 great grandmasters, Yang Dingtian used all the shock and used his invisibility mystic skill to completely disappear from everyone's sight again. At this time, Ning Wuming was even more shocked. Of course, he knew some invisibility skills and even had some invisibility clothes. However, that was not true invisibility. Using mystic qi and mental strength to search, one could easily find the person who was invisible by listening to their breathing, pulse, and energy. However, Yang Dingtian's invisibility was actually complete invisibility. More than 10 great grandmasters used all their methods, but they could not find him at all. In an instant, Ning Wuming changed his mind and flew towards Qin Chichi at his fastest speed. Qin Chichi did not know any martial arts. If Yang Dingtian went to kill Qin Chichi, no one would be able to stop him. Or if he used Qin Chichi as a hostage, the situation would be even worse. However, he was worrying too much. Qin Chichi was dozens of miles away, and there was an old, great grandmaster protecting her. Yang Dingtian's invisibility, mystic skill, could be used to stand still. Once he moved, it would consume a lot of mystic qi. That day, Yang Dingtian tried his best in the secret realm of Despair City, but he could only move about 100 meters. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation level had increased greatly, but the distance he could move only increased by 7 to 8 times. Just as all the great grandmasters were desperately searching for Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared at the edge of the enchanting encirclement. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed out 3 times in a row. 2 of the swords directly pierced the hearts of 2 great grandmasters. As for the 3rd sword, the enemy's reaction was incomparably fast and directly missed. Puffed, puffed. The 2 great grandmasters violently vomited blood. Filled with unwillingness, they fell to the ground and died. In a short period of time, Yang Dingtian had killed 5 great grandmasters in a row. Kill him! Lung Yanmei roared. In an instant, the remaining dozen great grandmasters, led by Lung Yanmei, madly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. A total of 8 great grandmasters madly surrounded him. Kill with your sword! Suddenly, the 8 great grandmasters fiercely pulled out their sharp swords and madly slashed at the air. It was as if they wanted to tear apart every inch of the air. The mystic qi of the 8 great grandmasters crazily crisscrossed, as if strangling every inch of space. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian desperately dodged. That's right, the invisibility mystic skill could isolate oneself in a space and not be discovered. However, his sword could pierce out. Other people's swords could also pierce in. Therefore, this isolated space was completely visual and spiritual isolation. It was not invulnerable. Following Lun Yanmei's order, everything within a few hundred meters of Yang Dingtian had become a complete killing space. Yang Dingtian tried his best to dodge, otherwise he could be ground into minced meat at any time. What was more fatal was that even if he was scratched a little, he would be immediately exposed. Once exposed, there was only one way out. At this time, Song Chunhua was seriously injured and lying on the ground. Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu were restrained by 3 great grandmasters. Yao Rao was locked in a blade prison, formed by 4 great grandmasters. Seeing the 8 great grandmasters madly strangling the space of a few hundred meters, Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue suddenly burned with anxiety. Suddenly, the 2 of them looked at each other. Ah! The 2 of them suddenly roared and directly rushed towards the sharp swords of the 3 great grandmasters. They were betting that these people would not dare to kill them. Sure enough, seeing the 2 of them rushing over without regard for their lives, the 3 great grandmasters were stunned and instinctively moved their swords away. In an instant, Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue madly released mystic fire towards the 8 great grandmasters without regard for their lives. interfering with the 8 great grandmasters' strangling of Yang Dingtian. At the same time, Yao Rao, who was trapped in the blade prison. Ah! Suddenly, she cried out in pain and covered her big belly. The 5 grandmasters surrounding her were shocked and turned to look at her. Suddenly, Yao Rao's beautiful eyes lit up, revealing an incomparably charming and enchanting light. Her eyes were as beautiful as the deep sea, like a blurred illusion, instantly attracting their spirit and sinking into it. The fox spirit's enchanting technique. For great grandmasters, it only took a moment, but it was enough. After instantly enchanting the 3 great grandmasters, Yao Rao's sharp sword struck out like lightning and instantly shattered the energy blade prison. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then Yao Rao's incomparably vicious sharp sword wildly scattered. Of the 3 great grandmasters who were enchanted, 2 of them, in an instant, they were strangled into minced meat. The 3rd one woke up at the fastest speed. Then Yao Rao turned into lightning and rushed towards the 8 great grandmasters surrounding Yang Dingtian to save Yang Dingtian. When Ning Wuming saw the changes on this side, his expression changed drastically. He said coldly, "Let Qin Zhong leave the enemy's sword spirit grandmaster and come over to encircle Yao Rao and attack the child in her belly. Then she will go berserk. No one here is a match for her." Qin Chi said, "Let her go berserk and kill Yang Dingtian's sword spirit grandmaster and Yang Dingtian." Ning Wuming said coldly, "Anyway, as long as Yang Dingtian doesn't die in our hands, Master can't blame us." "Yes," Qin Chi said. Then she controlled the great grandmaster puppet, Qin Zhong, to leave Dongfang Minmi and rush towards Yao Rao like lightning. Once a mid-level great grandmaster moved at full speed, its speed was incomparably shocking. Qin Zhong, the puppet war demon, suddenly approached Yao Rao like lightning. It would take less than 2 minutes to cover the distance of dozens of miles. Of course, Dongfang Minmi, who was behind it, couldn't catch up with it with his own cultivation. Running away in front of the sword spirit and leaving your back to the sword spirit is undoubtedly the most stupid thing to do. Then, Dongfang Minmi's Xian Qi energy suddenly burst out. The sharp sword in his hand turned into a shooting star and flew out of his hand. In an instant, it turned into a ray of light that was hundreds of feet long. Then, this huge ray of light scattered in the air and turned into tens of thousands of sword rays. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Tens of thousands of swords, like tens of thousands of stars, chased after the puppet war demon. In an instant, they had already caught up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then it was a frenzied killing. The puppet war demon was indeed a puppet war demon. It still ran madly, leaving its back completely open to the sword spirit. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless swords madly strangled and pierced through the puppet war demon's body. Disgusting green blood spurted out. In an instant, the puppet war demon, Qin Zhong, was smashed into pieces and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. He who was already dead was completely dead once again. Chapter 491. Note: second update, it's already 3 in the morning. Today's update is still at 11,000. Brothers, cheer me on, please. Sword Soul. In an instant, all the enemies present were completely stunned by Dongfang Minmi's Sword Soul. Even though Dongfang Minmi had already used his Sword Soul once and unleashed a sword light that was hundreds of feet long, it still wasn't enough. However, it looked too much like a sword ray made of Xian Qi, even though Xian Qi sword rays weren't that long. However, the characteristics of the sword ray weren't obvious at that time. Qin Chi was only surprised that Yang Dingtian, the battle puppet demon, had suddenly become so powerful. Therefore, she had no choice but to use her divine sense to control Qin Zhong to fight. Next, when Qin Zhong turned his back to Dongfang Minmi, it was the best time for him to release his sword soul. As a result, Dongfang Nimi finally released the most dazzling and stunning sword soul attack. Sect Convergence Swords. This was definitely the most representative trump card of all sword souls. Although all sword souls weren't exactly the same, there were still some similarities. However, there were still some similarities. For example, the 10,000 swords returned to origin was the most representative move of the sword soul. Shimenwia had once released the Sect Convergence swords during the battle on the sea and defeated the Grandmaster level expert, Grand Elder Ning Busi. Although Shimenwia's sword soul wasn't as mature as Dongfang Minmi's, the Sect Convergence swords of Shimenwia's sword soul was already slightly stronger than Dongfang Minmi's. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi asserted that if Shimenwia hadn't been framed by Zhu Qingzhu, he would have been invincible within 10 years. Within 10 years, he would even be able to fight with those two over 200 years old monsters. Let's not talk about Shimenwia. Almost everyone present had never seen a sword soul with their own eyes. Even Qin Wanqiu and Zhu Qingzhu hadn't cultivated a sword soul yet. Before their eyes, the Sect Convergence swords had actually appeared and a sword soul had actually appeared. Instantly, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi weren't the only ones who were shocked. Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjia, who were far away, were also shocked. They stared at the ground in disbelief at the peerless expert who had unleashed the sword soul. In this world, those who could use sword soul were all dead. Who exactly was this person who was able to use the sword soul? Ning Wuming had been smiling all this time. His gentle and refined face had finally changed. His body finally began to tremble. Qin Zhong, the great Grandmaster Puppet War Devil, was smashed to pieces. Instantly, Ning Wuming's side fell into an absolute disadvantage. If it were the previous 19 Grandmasters, they might have been able to fight against a great Grandmaster. But now, of the 19 Master-level Masters, 5 were killed by Yang Dingtian's terrifying means, and 2 were killed by Yarao. There were only 12 left. Including Qin Chichi's personal guards, there were 13 left. Could 13 Masters fight against a great Grandmaster? Just barely. But what if it was a great Grandmaster who had a sword soul? What if there were 4 complete Grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side, or close to the great Grandmaster level? They were destined to lose this battle. After killing Qin Zhong, Dongfang Minmi immediately approached Yang Dingtian at full speed. Ning Wuming bowed slowly and asked gently, "May I know your name, senior?" Dongfang Minmi was still shrouded in the cloak. He said slowly, "Young Master Ning, who am I? Perhaps only another master has the right to know." As he spoke, he quickly approached Yang Dingtian. Actually, Dongfang Minmi wasn't the only one approaching. Qin Wanqiu, the great Grandmaster, was also approaching, because everyone knew that they had entered the most dangerous situation. Previously, Qin Huaiyu's life wasn't in danger, but that was because Ning Wuming was confident of victory. Now, Ning Wuming, who was facing a trapped beast, couldn't care less. Not only could Qin Huaiyu die, but Zhu Hongxue could also die. "Senior, please stop. If you walk too fast, I will feel uneasy. Once I feel uneasy, I will counterattack crazily." Ning Wuming smiled and continued. "The situation in front of us is already very clear. I think Senior also doesn't want to fight like a trapped beast. In this way, with more than 10 Grandmasters, Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhu Hongxue could all be killed. Then, let's have a negotiation, how about it?" Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, "I will completely follow the will of City Lord Yang Dingtian. If you want to negotiate, you can talk to him." Then, Dongfang Minmi continued to approach at full speed. "Senior, please stop," Ning Wuming said. "This is the last time I am warning you. If you come any closer, I will immediately order more than 10 Grandmasters to attack Yang Dingtian and the others. Don't doubt my words and don't provoke me." Immediately, Dongfang Minmi slowed down, but he still approached Yang Dingtian. Ning Wuming suddenly said to the air, "Sir Yang Dingtian, How about we talk for a while? Yang Dingtian directly appeared in the air and slowly walked to the side of Yao Rao, Qin Huayu, and Zhu Hongxue. Then he walked to the heavily injured Song Chanhua, helped her up, and carried her to Yao Rao. How are you? Yang Dingtian asked. Not bad, I won't die. Song Chanhua said, I just didn't live up to your expectations. Then, Song Chanhua weakly closed her eyes. In this battle, Yang Dingtian had the universe ring, the darkness mystic flame, and the mystic skill of invisibility. And Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue had their identities to protect them. Therefore, the only one who was heavily injured was Song Chanhua, who was jointly injured by 2 4-star grandmasters. Talk? How? Yang Dingtian was also willing to negotiate. He only had one goal, and that was to stall for time and wait for Dongfang Minmi's arrival. Once his master arrived, this battle would be completely over and they would win. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi was about 20 miles away from Yang Dingtian. This period of time might be the most dangerous moment and also the closest moment to victory. Ning Wuming said, Let's pretend that nothing happened. We'll all retreat. How about that? Are you kidding? Yang Dingtian said. Ning Wuming said, Then let's take a step back. I'll completely withdraw from the Western world. The Northwest continent, the Southwest continent, and the North will all belong to you. I'll go and manage the Central continent. How about that? You come and go as you wish. Do you think my Cloud Sky City is your backyard? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Ning Wuming spread out his hands and said, City Lord Yang, you should know. First of all, my infiltration in the Western world is very strong. Even Qin Wancho's children are in my hands. I can make millions or even thousands of people die from the plague. These are all my bargaining chips. And the bargaining chips in your hands are the lives of the remaining 10 grandmasters under me. You should know that you can't kill me. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, Young Master Ning, I'm not as smart as you. But I also know that you've completely lost this battle. In the entire Western world, you have no chance to make a comeback. In order to build up the world to besiege Cloud Sky City, you've already used up everything you have. So, from now on, you can only hide underground and carry out terrorist acts in the Western world. It's absolutely impossible to occupy it head-on. And the so-called terrorist acts are also actions that harm others without benefiting yourself. So, your bargaining chips may not be bargaining chips anymore. Ning Wuming smiled helplessly and said, Okay, then I'll take another step back. You've now become a lurker of evil ways, the public enemy of the world. How about this? You let us withdraw from here calmly, and I'll restore your reputation in the Taiendo League. How about that? Oh, right, Senior who knows Sword Soul, your speed is too fast. I'm a little uneasy. Dongfang Minmi's eyes narrowed, and he slowed down slightly. Then Ning Wuming shrugged and continued to speak to Yang Dingtian. Look, I'm already very, very generous. I'll give you the entire Western world, and the Taiendo League will restore your reputation. I'll go to Zhongzhou and fight for power with Zhu Qingzhu. This should be very beneficial to you. No. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Although the two of them were talking, the dozen or so grandmasters in front of them were circulating their celestial qi, ready to attack at any time. On the other side, Dongfang Minmi was still 20 miles away from Yang Dingtian. Because they couldn't provoke Ning Wuming's forces to counterattack before death, they didn't dare to speed up. At this moment, the final moment was getting closer and closer. The destruction of Ning Wuming's forces was also getting closer and closer. As long as Dongfang Minmi arrived, everything would be over. Ning Wuming's expression turned cold, and he said coldly, Yang Dingtian, are you forcing me to turn against you? Don't you know the consequences of me turning against you? Don't tell me you want millions of people to die because of you? Once I turn against you, Cloud Sky City won't be able to escape either. Then Ning Wuming said coldly, the child in this vixen's stomach is yours, right? You're really something. to be able to get a 1,000-year demon fox pregnant. If I turn against you immediately and let the dozen or so grandmasters attack the child in her stomach, what will happen? You won't be able to stop it, right? What will the result be? Your child will be destroyed before it's even born. That vixen will go berserk in an instant. Then I'll kill all of you here. The grandmaster behind you with the sword soul won't be able to escape either. Then Ning Wuming said sternly, "Everyone, get ready to attack that vixen's stomach." Suddenly, a terrifying flame surged in Yao Rao's beautiful eyes. Her entire body began to stir, not to mention destroying the child in her stomach. Just Ning Wuming's threat was enough to make Yao Rao go berserk. If that really happened, Yao Rao would definitely go berserk. Once she went berserk with the cultivation of a 9-star grandmaster, everyone present would die without a complete corpse. "Yang Dingtian, you don't have a choice," Ning Wuming said lightly. Yang Dingtian walked to Yao Rao's side and gently held her hand. Half of her hand was cold and the other half was hot. She was trembling, not because of fear but because of anger. That senior is getting closer and closer. Once he arrives, we'll be dead. Time is of the essence. You have to make a choice, Ning Wuming said. Let's go immediately, or I'll kill your unborn child. I'll count to 3. 1. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi, who was more than 10 miles away, was rushing back as fast as he could. 2. Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu quickly came to Yao Rao's side, wanting to use their bodies to block the attacks. As for Dongfang Minmi, he suddenly released his sword soul. In an instant, thousands of light swords flew over like meteors. Kill, Ning Wuming said lightly. Boom, 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 boom. More than a dozen grandmasters used all of their chi flames to attack Li Mu. The cunning Ning Wuming didn't even count to 3 before launching his attack. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue, and Qin Huaiyu used all their strength to block in front of Yao Rao. But more than 10 grandmasters didn't only want to attack Yao Rao, but also Yang Dingtian. The extremely cunning Ning Wuming had once again set up a trap without anyone noticing. He made everyone focus their attention on Yao Rao, and used his mind to order more than 10 grandmasters to attack Yang Dingtian together. More than 10 grandmasters were less than 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian. More than 10 grandmasters, Xian Qi attacks instantly condensed into 2. A small half of them attacked Yao Rao, and the other half attacked Yang Dingtian. The whole process didn't even take 1 second. Ning Wuming didn't want to negotiate or compromise. He wanted to use this last chance to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. Attacking the child in Yao Rao's stomach was just a feint. The real move was indeed Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian wanted to stall for time and wait for Dongfang Minmi to arrive. Ning Wuming was lulling Yang Dingtian and creating hope for Yang Dingtian. Once the timing was right, Ning Wuming instantly attacked without hesitation. No, Dongfang Minmi, who was far away, instantly roared and burst into a stream of light, crazily rushing over. The attacks of the 7 grandmasters stopped in an instant. There was no way to dodge. An incomparably bright energy light suddenly shot toward Yang Dingtian's chest. It was enough to destroy all of Yang Dingtian's xian veins and qi si. At this moment, almost no one could save Yang Dingtian, including Yang Dingtian himself. At this moment, suddenly, a red light flew up from the ground. The seriously injured Song Chanhua suddenly pounced toward Yang Dingtian. Boom! There was an earth-shattering noise. Even though Song Chanhua had already done her best, even though she was less than 2 feet away from Yang Dingtian, the Xian Qi flames of the 8 grandmasters arrived at the same time as Song Chanhua. Boom! An incomparably terrifying energy instantly bombarded the bodies of Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua. The 2 people's bodies were directly blasted dozens of meters away. Although Yang Dingtian only withstood half of the energy, he still vomited blood wildly. An incomparably powerful energy instantly tore through his entire Xian veins and qi si. His entire body suddenly split open inch by inch, and Song Chanhua, like a broken flower petal, blood spurted out from her nostrils, ears, and mouth. Her entire body directly flew out infinitely far away. At the same time, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu were also sent flying, and Yao Rao, who was bombarded by 2 grandmasters, actually withstood it and stood motionless in the same place. Immediately after, the enemy's more than 10 grandmasters used the last time to launch a second wave of attacks. This time, all of them hit the child in Yao Rao's stomach. However, they had no chance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of light swords that were filled with anger flew towards them like countless meteors. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, more than 10 grandmasters, before they could launch a second wave of attacks, were instantly smashed into pieces by the sword spirit. At the same time, Dongfang Minmi, who had almost turned into a stream of light, suddenly arrived and flew into the air. He quickly caught Song Chanhua and Yang Dingtian, one in each hand. Then he frantically injected Xian Qi to suppress the crazy tearing of the 2 people's bodies by the powerful energy. As for Ning Wuming, after giving the order for the first attack, he immediately grabbed Qin Chi and fled frantically. He was completely like lightning, fleeing like a stream of light. In almost an instant, he had disappeared without a trace. At this time, he was already nowhere to be seen. The furious Dongfang Minmi, holding Yang Dingtian in one hand and Song Chanhua in the other, frantically chased after him. This was because, even at the critical moment, he had firmly locked onto Ning Wuming's energy aura. The enraged Yao Rao also chased after him at full speed. A few minutes later, Dongfang Minmi chased for nearly 100 miles and finally saw Ning Wuming's back again. At this time, Dongfang Minmi finally saw Ning Wuming's true cultivation level. He was an 8-star grandmaster. He was not even 30 years old yet, but he was already a 7-star grandmaster. How crazy was he? Only when he was frantically running for his life, this extremely cunning person would use all his energy. He was frantically running, desperately running. His speed was very fast, but he was still not faster than Dongfang Minmi, who was at the grandmaster level. In an instant, Dongfang Minmi was getting closer and closer. The speed of the 2 people had reached the extreme. They were like lightning, shuttling back and forth in the air. They were getting closer and closer. After a while, the 2 people flew for another 100 miles. Dongfang Minmi was only a few hundred meters away from Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming's destruction was already in front of him. At this time, Ning Wuming suddenly said to Qin Chi, who was in his arms, "Chi, I'm sorry. Help your husband for the last time." After saying that, Ning Wuming did not turn back. He suddenly threw Qin Chi towards Dongfang Minmi. Instantly, Qin Chi, who had no strength to truss a chicken, flew towards Dongfang Minmi like a kite. At this time, Qin Chi's beautiful eyes were full of sarcasm and sorrow. This person was really ruthless. At the most critical moment, he threw his wife away in exchange for his own escape. Dongfang Minmi hugged Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua together with one hand. Then he used his other hand to grab Qin Chi, who was in the air, in his palm. Although this woman was not as heavy as Ning Wuming, she was still heavy enough. With this slight delay, Ning Wuming flew for another 1,000 meters. The distance between him and Dongfang Minmi was pulled apart again. Dongfang Minmi continued to chase. After a while, the 2 people flew for another 100 miles. Dongfang Minmi, although there were 3 people on him, he was still getting closer and closer to Ning Wuming. After another 100 miles, the distance between the 2 people was once again reduced to a few hundred meters. It seemed that Ning Wuming had no way to escape. At this time, the 2 people were already 400 to 500 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Although Ning Wuming was escaping crazily, although he was as cunning as a fox, although he counterattacked before his death, He even sacrificed more than 10 master experts and his wife in exchange for his own escape. However, he still could not escape. Dongfang Minmi, even if he had Yang Dingtian in his arms, chased after him crazily until the end. However, at this time, suddenly Ning Wuming suddenly stopped and turned around. He faced Dongfang Minmi with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. It was a calm and gentle smile that was incomparably amiable. Chapter 492. Looks like I won't die again. Ning Wuming let out a long sigh of relief. After he stopped, Dongfang Minmi did not go forward to capture or kill him. Instead, he stopped. This was because he had suddenly rushed into an incomparably huge energy formation. Only a great grandmaster could release such a powerful aura, and an advanced great grandmaster at that. His cultivation was even higher than Dongfang Minmi's. "Sir, are you really going to interfere in this matter?" Dongfang Minmi said slowly. The other party's silence meant that he had tacitly agreed. "Sir, for keeping your promise." Ning Wuming first bowed in the air, then looked at Yang Dingtian. "Brother Yang, are you awake?" At this time, Yang Dingtian was being injected with an astronomical amount of profound energy by Dongfang Minmi. The tearing of his profound veins and energy was suppressed, and he woke up. Of course, even if he did not wake up at this time, he would have been awakened by Ning Wuming's words. Previously, he had fought Yang Dingtian to the death, then fled with all his might. Now he was calling him brother. This person's shamelessness could not be any worse. Yang Dingtian got down from Dongfang Minmi's body and looked at Song Chanhua with concern. Then he forced himself to float in the air and said to Ning Wuming, "Say it." "I want to talk about my wife, Qin Chi-Chi," Ning Wuming said. Ning Wuming said, "Everyone knows that after we get married, we will definitely be very loving." "Amen," Yang Dingtian said. "If you want us to let her go, you don't have to say it." "Then what do you plan to do with her?" Ning Wuming asked worriedly. "Dismember her in front of everyone," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, that's good, as long as you don't touch her body," Ning Wuming said. "I really can't accept being cuckolded." Puffed. Yang Dingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Qin Chi-Chi spat out a mouthful of blood and directly sprayed out of her veil. Was this a human? It's a beast. At this time, he was actually concerned about whether Yang Dingtian would cheat on him. Then Ning Wuming said, "That's right, younger brother should know. Because of some kind of special energy in her body, she can't be killed. As long as we kill her body, her soul will immediately escape without a trace." Yang Dingtian nodded in astonishment. What was this beast trying to do? Ning Wuming continued, "Actually, this isn't anything special. It's just a type of soul detachment technique. When the body died, the soul detachment technique would automatically activate, and the soul would instantly leave the body and escape. However, the only troublesome thing was that when the soul left the host body, it would become very, very weak, so it would instantly dissipate in the air. However, because of the evil spirit's protection, our souls can survive for a long time after leaving our bodies, long enough to find a new host. Of course, the most important thing is that we have soul condensing shadow. Soul condensing shadow. Does brother know about it?" Yang Dingtian could no longer be bothered with how Ning Wuming kept on calling him brother, brother. He was stunned by Ning Wuming's words. So this was the secret of these evil ways' immortality. After learning the soul detachment technique, once the body died, the soul would immediately leave the body. Because of the evil spirit's protection, the soul would not dissipate after leaving the body for a period of time. Then it would travel thousands of miles and enter the soul condensing shadow. In an instant, it would recover its powerful soul energy and take over the body of a living person, occupying a new host body. Then it would reappear in this world with a different identity and face. However, what shocked Yang Dingtian was that the evil ways actually had many soul-condensing shadows. Of course, because of the evil spirit's energy, evil ways could easily kill demon spirits. However, Once the demon spirit died, the soul-condensing shadow would immediately dissipate. They had obviously solved the difficult problem and had collected at least 2 digits of soul-condensing shadows. You also know that the soul-condensing shadow is equivalent to another life for us. Ning Wuming said, therefore it can be considered as our highest reward. Currently, I have a certain amount of soul-condensing shadows in my hands. So, you also know that Qiu Ruhan ran over to offer herself to me. I couldn't control it, so she received a soul-condensing shadow. To be honest, I'm slightly regretting it now. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "What are you trying to say?" Ning Wuming said, "What I'm trying to say is that if you want to kill Qin Chichi, it's best to kill her soul as well. Otherwise, she will still be resurrected. She has a total of 3 soul-condensing shadows in her hands, and only she knows where they are hidden." Immediately, Qin Chichi spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted completely. Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Previously, he had said that Ning Wuming was a beast, but now it seemed that he was even worse than a beast. He chattered so much to Yang Dingtian because he was afraid that Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to kill Qin Chichi. "You should know how to kill Qin Chichi completely, right?" Ning Wuming spread out his hands and said, "It's that the evil soul art or something." "Yes, I know." Yang Dingtian nodded. Ning Wuming laughed at himself and said, "It seems that I'm still not shameless enough to do such a vicious thing with a clear conscience." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. In the entire world, there was probably no one more shameless than Ning Wuming. Then Yang Dingtian said, "But I have something that I can't help but ask. Why do you have to kill Qin Chichi?" Ning Wuming said bitterly, "Actually, someone told me before the battle. In case I failed, he told me to escape in the southwest direction. He said he would wait for me at Redstone Lake and let me live. At first, I didn't think much of it and thought that I couldn't possibly fail. But in the end, I really failed. So, I ran in this direction with all my might. But when I reached Redstone Lake, he wasn't there. I almost broke down completely. In order to survive, I threw Qin Chichi over. In that instant, she became the woman who hated me the most in the world. Once a woman takes revenge, it's very scary, especially a woman like Qin Chichi. So, since I've already become so shameless, I might as well let her die." "Okay, then I'll do as you wish," Yang Dingtian said. "Okay, then we'll make a deal," Ning Wuming said. "You help me kill Qin Chichi, and I'll spare the lives of Qin Wancho's children." Yang Dingtian said, "There's something I want to ask you." "Speak," Ning Wuming said. "Is the earth-shattering city, Lord Kuei Si, in your hands?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ning Wuming frowned and said, "It's hard to say." "Okay, then I understand," Yang Dingtian said. "Then I'll take my leave," Ning Wuming said. "But before I leave, there's something I want to tell you." "Please speak," Yang Dingtian said. "Actually, it's not necessarily a good thing that you've beaten me so miserably this time," Ning Wuming said. "Of course, I've been completely expelled from the entire Western world, and you've obtained complete victory and control of the entire Western world. But the opponent you're going to face next will be even more sinister and terrifying, and definitely won't be as direct as me." Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank. What did this mean? Ning Wuming said, "Before the battle between you and me broke out, no one in this world thought that you would win. But someone told me that I might lose. And if I lose, he'll send someone here to wait for me and save my life." Then Ning Wuming pointed at a certain spot in the air and said, "There, this person was sent by that guy. He's definitely much more difficult to deal with than me. Yang Dingtian, you're on your own now. Goodbye." After saying that, Ning Wuming quickly fled and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At this time, that high-level master's energy field was still enveloping an area of a few thousand meters. Dongfang Minmi's pupil shrank, and he said, "Your Excellency, you're not fighting, and you're not retreating. What do you mean?" The other party did not respond. A real man, why do you have to hide? Come out and meet me, how about it? Dongfang Minmi said. The other party still did not respond. Then, the two sides faced each other coldly. After a full hour, the other party's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. He left. From the beginning to the end, he did not show up, did not make a move, and did not even make a sound. Just like that, he saved Ning Wuming. However, the relationship between him and Ning Wuming was neither friend nor foe, and was extremely complicated. Although he saved Ning Wuming's life, he also tricked him. After his aura left, Dongfang Minmi's body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. Then, cold sweat burst out all over his body. Just now, a full hour of confrontation made him almost exhausted. Then Dongfang Minmi brought Yang Dingtian and quickly returned to Cloud Sky City. At this time, Cloud Sky City was already busy. The 200,000 troops of the East and West Legions had already rushed to the battlefield. Of course, they were not here to fight, but to clean up the battlefield. Of course, the so-called cleaning up the battlefield was to continuously gather the corpses together and then completely burn them. And Qin Wanqiu was treating Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongshua's injuries. Of course, these two people were not seriously injured. Even Yang Dingtian, because Song Chanhua shared half of the damage, pulled his Xian meridians back from the brink of destruction. Therefore, although Yang Dingtian's injuries were serious, he would be able to completely recover after a period of time. The only one who was seriously injured was Song Chanhua. Although Dongfang Minmi injected a large amount of Xian Qi and gave her a large amount of holy water pills, she was still unconscious. Although the rupture of her Xian meridians and the rupture of her energy had already stopped. But there was almost no sign of recovery. Even the holy water pills could not heal her Xian meridians. Furthermore, the holy water pills in her body were like a stone sinking into the sea. When Yang Dingtian saw Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie again, he did not give them a good face because of his complicated feelings. And Qin Wanqiu, this ambitious and ruthless person, also revealed an extremely rare, awkward, and complicated expression. Yang Dingtian really hated these two people, especially Qin Wanqiu. If he had taken action earlier, Song Chanhua would not have been so seriously injured. Let's go, let's talk inside, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then, Yang Dingtian rode the demonic dragon and carried Song Chanhua into Cloud Sky City. Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie followed closely behind. At this time, the battlefield was bustling, but there was only one area that no one dared to approach. That was the place where the 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army were buried. That place was already more disgusting and terrifying than hell. Complete corpses, even the flesh was gone. Everywhere was a disgusting green color. 2 to 3 miles of the ground had already been corroded into a huge pit. Moreover, the corrosion was still continuing, but it eventually slowed down. But even so, this terrifying green pit was already 4 to 5 meters deep. Originally, someone had suggested a genius idea to throw all the corpses of the demon army into this pit. Then he was almost beaten to death. If all the corpses were thrown in, they would be completely melted. But the originally astronomical amount of poison would be multiplied by dozens of times. At that time, a few hundred miles of land would be completely destroyed. Therefore, how to deal with this hellish pit was already a matter of urgency. Otherwise, the consequences for Yang Dingtian would definitely be disastrous. After Yang Dingtian entered the city, there was still a large number of soldiers on duty on the city walls. But at this time, Cloud Sky City had already become a sea of joy. There was madness everywhere, and there was celebration everywhere. The citizens took out everything they had and held the biggest banquet in history. And when Yang Dingtian led the troops back to Cloud Sky City, they were met with a tsunami of cheers. Countless people were calling out Yang Dingtian's name. There was even a huge team that began to parade with Yang Dingtian's portrait. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Was the deification and worship of people in the chaotic world about to begin? Therefore, Yang Dingtian's journey was extremely difficult. Because the war was not completely over, the central road was still not accessible to the public. It could only be used for military purposes. However, countless people crowded on both sides of the road, holding countless flowers of all kinds of wine, and crazily roaring at Yang Dingtian with fanatical worship. Almost everywhere he went, countless people knelt down like rice paddies in the wind. They really couldn't suppress the ecstasy and worship in their hearts, even though they couldn't see the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the city. However, the trembling of the earth and the attack of the Golden Condor Legion made them feel that the end of the world was coming. Even though City Lord Yang Dingtian had promised that he would win, the war would end tomorrow. However, looking at the enemy's destructive momentum, many people of Cloud Sky City no longer dared to have any hope. They were waiting for the countless enemies to rush in, and then everyone would bleed to the last drop of blood. In fact, halfway through the war, countless people of Cloud Sky City had already picked up hatchets, hoes, and wooden sticks. They gathered on the road and gathered at the door, waiting for the moment when the demon army rushed into the city wall. But who knew that City Lord Yang's army would achieve a near-miraculous victory, facing an astronomical number of enemies, facing an enemy that could destroy heaven and earth. City Lord Yang Dingtian did not go back on his word. The war was over before noon tomorrow. Cloud Sky City had won a complete victory. The enemy was completely wiped out. Suddenly, the worship and support of the millions of people of Cloud Sky City for Yang Dingtian rose to the peak. Under the fanatical worship, individual deification also spread crazily. Under such circumstances, how could Yang Dingtian leave like lightning? He could only greet them along the way and move forward. Occasionally, there would be a 1 or 2-year-old baby who was not watched by the adults. They could not understand the military ban and directly rushed into the middle of the road. Yang Dingtian even wanted to come down, hug them, and kiss them before returning them to their parents. This time it was terrible. Countless 1 or 2-year-old babies were deliberately placed in the middle of the road by their parents. Yang Dingtian was helpless. He could only carry one in each hand and walk forward. Then there were also babies who were interested in the incomparably huge demonic dragon mount behind Yang Dingtian and desperately went up. The adults admired and feared the demonic dragon warriors. They did not dare to approach them at all. This included many children. When they saw the demonic dragon, they cried loudly. However, there were some children who were not afraid of anything and desperately went up. Therefore, Yang Dingtian simply ordered 100 demonic dragon warriors to come. Then he placed the children who were not afraid and were fanatical about the demonic dragon on the demonic dragon. Thus, 400 to 500 naughty children rode on 100 demonic dragons. Under the helpless watch of 100 demonic dragon warriors, they swaggered through the city. Just like that, after a full 2 hours, they only walked less than 10 miles forward. Looking at the situation, they would not be able to return to Cloud Sky Castle by dawn. Therefore, Yang Dingtian simply called the Jiao over and said, "Bring Song Chunhua back to Cloud Sky City. You don't have to do anything. Put her on the unfreezing water bed." "Yes," the Jiao said. Then she carried Song Chunhua onto the flying mount and flew towards Cloud Sky Castle. "Kuei Ning," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." The young master of Splitting Earth City, Kuei Ning, stepped forward. "Order the ordinary brothers of the Demon Vulture Army to patrol within a radius of 500 miles around Cloud Sky City," Yang Dingtian said. "Especially the East and West armies outside the city. Don't let them move." "Yes." Kuei Ning received the order and went forward. "First and second commanders of the Demon Dragon Army," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," the first and second commander said. "Both of you will have to work harder. Continue to guard the city walls and be wary of the East and West armies outside. Remember, do not let them come within 10 miles of Cloud Sky City. Otherwise, kill them without mercy," Yang Dingtian ordered. "Yes." The first and second commanders of the demon dragon army received the order and left. They did not care about Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanji's ugly expressions. Commander Shimin Lai. Yes, Shimin Lai stepped forward. Do two things, Yang Dingtian said. First, keep all the people in a state of combat readiness. Once there is any commotion outside Cloud Sky City, immediately fire the cannons if anyone comes within 10 miles of Cloud Sky City. Second, organize a team of 30,000 people. Do not bring any weapons and maintain order in the city. The main thing is to prevent fires and trampling during the celebrations. Yes. Shimin Lai received the order and left. Mu Lianqing, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Mu Lianqing stepped forward. Distribute a batch of rations, meat, and fruits urgently. Let today's celebrations be a little more sumptuous. Let everyone enjoy the joy of our victory, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Mu Lianqing received the order and left. After the arrangements were completed, Yang Dingtian simply enjoyed the celebrations with the people and immersed himself in the joy of the millions of people. Just like that, the entire Cloud Sky City was in a state of celebration. Due to the emergency distribution, the sky above Cloud Sky City was filled with the fragrance of food, cheers, and fanatical worship. The entire Cloud Sky City was sleepless. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, which was the darkest time of the night, dozens of fireworks instantly brought Cloud Sky City's celebration to its peak. Fireworks. The primal chaos realm did not have fireworks. These fireworks were a byproduct of Yang Dingtian's cannons. Even though it could not be compared to the resplendent fireworks on Earth, it was enough to amaze everyone. Just like that, they continued to celebrate and move forward. It wasn't until dawn that Yang Dingtian finally reached the center of Cloud Heaven City, which was within 100 miles of Cloud Heaven City. Countless people involuntarily moved along with Yang Dingtian, like countless sunflowers facing the sun. Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie squeezed their way forward in this awkward atmosphere. At the center of Cloud Sky City, there was a plan to build a plaza here, so it was currently an empty space. Yang Dingtian stood on the Demon Vulture King and looked at the densely packed people below. It was really densely packed and dark. Almost all of Cloud Sky City's citizens were here. This formation was comparable to the formation of hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and spoke loudly. From tomorrow onwards, a giant stone tablet will be erected in this place below me to commemorate our great victory. Before Yang Dingtian could finish a sentence, countless people started to cheer like a tidal wave. Long live, long live. We have won. Everyone, let's celebrate and be happy. Then, let's bring this happiness and celebration to the rest of our lives. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's 2 hands were still carrying the 2 one-year-old dolls. Although the noise was very loud, the 2 dolls had been tossing and turning for the entire night and had already fallen asleep in Yang Dingtian's arms. No matter how loud the noise was, they wouldn't wake up. The 2 children in my arms are very ordinary. In Cloud Sky City, there are many such children. They are very cute. They are the future of Cloud Sky City. However, they are also a little thin and weak. The house they live in is not good. As for the food, it's not good either. Yang Dingtian looked at the 2 children in his arms and smiled. What does this prove? This proves that we have not done enough. Therefore, this great victory is not our end. Instead, it is our starting point. The starting point of our construction, frenzy. Next, we have to unite our wills and build our home. We have to build our Cloud Sky City into the happiest and richest paradise in the chaotic mainland. Long live! Long live! Yang Dingtian's words were very ordinary. However, they pierced into the hearts of everyone present. Everyone present could only feel their bodies trembling as waves of fiery energy surged out from their bodies. However, they couldn't express their emotions in any other way. They could only keep shouting long live. Then, Yang Dingtian returned the two sleeping children to their parents. Then he sat on the demon Eagle King and flew towards Cloud Sky Castle. City Lord, the Lord of Qin City and the Lord of the Divine Weapons Villa request to meet with you, Tang Buizhao reported. There's no hurry. Let them dry. Yang Dingtian said, get ready. I'll treat them to dinner tonight. Yes, Tang Buizhao said, after Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky Castle. He didn't recover his mystic meridians immediately. Instead, he lay on the bed and slept soundly. As for Qin Jiaojiao and Yan Yan, they had been worried the whole day. At this moment, they couldn't take it anymore. They fell on the bed and slept soundly with Yang Dingtian. Between husband and wife, there was no congratulation for the victory, or the husband was amazing. The three of them just lay on the bed and slept. They slept until the afternoon. Yang Dingtian first rejected Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanzhe's request for a meeting. Then he walked towards the depths of the dungeon. This dungeon originally locked up Yaorao. Now, Qin Chichi was locked up. Yaorao was personally watching over her. Seeing Yang Dingtian come down, Yaorao stood up and said to Yang Dingtian, Don't worry, I'll keep a lookout for you. Yang Dingtian glared at her fiercely. Yang Dingtian came to the front of the dungeon. At this moment, Qin Chichi was naked and lying in the iron dungeon. Your husband emphasized that I shouldn't cuckold him. Do you think I should comply? Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. Chapter 493. Defile me? Qin Chichi laid in the cell and gently raised her head. She shook her head and said, You won't. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled. Qin Chichi crawled up and sat cross-legged. Speaking of which, she was considered an extremely unique beauty that Yang Dingtian had seen. Her beauty wasn't inferior to Shimin Yanyan's, but she was one of the few beauties that Yang Dingtian had seen that was slender. However, this kind of slender body didn't reveal her bones. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. She appeared to be very graceful and moving. She opened her legs and sat cross-legged in front of Yang Dingtian without any hesitation. I'm not Qin Wanzhou's daughter. You should know that. Qin Chichi said, People like us are called spies. There are spies in every faction. We are a group. Evil Ways people secretly nurtured us and then sent us to various factions. Most of us were adopted as daughters, while some became wives or concubines of the faction's patriarchs. Of course, these factions are clear about our identities. The reason why they accepted us is to maintain a little relationship with Evil Ways. They aren't willing to completely block the path. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Leng Yanmei was a spy sent to Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Qin Chichi said, however, Duan Ruyan had a bigger heart than men. She didn't care about Leng Yanmei's Evil Ways identity. She had been promoting her and nurturing her. However, I didn't expect that Leng Yanmei still rebelled. Yang Dingtian continued to listen to her and didn't reply. Right? Wasn't there a very famous spy 200 years ago, Wooden Sword Castle's Li Tianxiao? He betrayed the Tiando League and joined Evil Ways. He killed millions of the Southwest Alliance army and destroyed the entire Wooden Sword Castle. Wooden Sword Castle, the leader of the 9 sects, was reduced to a village castle. Qin Chichi said, Actually, Li Tianxiao was wronged. The real spy was Cloud Sky City's princess. She was the woman that Li Tianxiao and Qin City's third young master were desperately chasing after. Later on, it was rumored that she was tortured to death. She wasn't the Cloud Heaven City Lord's biological daughter. She was the one who seduced Li Tianxiao into depravity and betrayed the Tiando League to join the Evil Ways. Yang Dingtian shuddered. This case had been passed down for hundreds of years. Li Tianxiao was the biggest traitor in the Tiando League, and he was already a disgrace in history. Who would have thought that there was actually such a secret? The real spy was actually the pure and kind princess of Cloud Sky City, who had attracted the sympathy of countless people. Of course, there has been a spy in Cloud Sky City all these years. The spy's identity is much higher than mine, and the spy's identity is absolutely confidential, Chin Chi said. Originally, I didn't know at all, and I didn't have the right to know. Later, because he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have, he exposed himself. I believe you know who that person is. Of course, I don't know her true identity. I'm just guessing. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows twitched. Of course, he knew who the spy was. It was Ning Ning, Shimin Ning Ning. Ning Ning was the spy with the highest identity. However, who was the one who made her spy by Shimin Wea's side? Perhaps they had already seen Shimin Wea become the #1 in the world a long time ago. Yang Dingtian guess. As a spy, do I hope that the successor of the Temple of Annihilation will appear or not? Chin Chi asked. Not appear? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Yes, I don't hope that the young master of the Temple of Annihilation will appear, Chin Chi said. If he doesn't appear, it means that we will never be activated. Martial Aunt Leng Yanmei can always be Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan's best right-hand woman. She doesn't need to betray her. As for me, I can continue to give advice to my father and continue to be the think tank of Qin City. Of course, I can forget about fighting with Qin Huayu for the position of the city lord. Spies can't be the leader of a sect. They can control from behind the scenes, but they can't make their own decisions. Chin Chi sighed softly and lay down gently again. She bowed slightly to Yang Dingtian and said, How good would it be if the young master of the Temple of Annihilation didn't appear? It has been more than 100 years. Every spy has lived a peaceful life. But when it was our turn, he suddenly appeared, and then we were activated. In an instant, we turned from a person to a chess piece that can't resist fate. Yang Dingtian, I tried to struggle. Chin Chi looked at Yang Dingtian. Do you still remember when I attacked the southwest continent? At that time, the young master of the Temple of Annihilation had already appeared, and I was officially activated. In fact, I was activated a little earlier. It was probably when you went to the Dongli grassland. At that time, I led 100,000 troops from Qin City and occupied Nanzhou City. You led the army through. I struggled and threw myself into your arms at that time. You might think that I was just fooling you, but it was true. Shimin Ning Ning, for love, resisted her fate. I was very envious, so I also tried to struggle and resist. I wanted to rely on a powerhouse with an absolute will of justice. Chin Chi smiled bitterly. In the end, although you had an absolute will of justice, you weren't a powerhouse. At least you weren't at that time. Maybe, but as a woman, no matter how smart and cunning I was, it was difficult for me to have a long-term vision. So I couldn't see it. More importantly, my will to resist was not firm at that time, and you were full of doubts. So in the end, it was left unsettled. Sigh. Chin Chi sighed and said, If you had clenched your teeth and really wanted me, the ending might have been different. Because at that time, Ning Wuming had already proposed to me. Once I gave myself to you, it meant that I had completely broken with that side. Although I didn't succeed in resisting, although I led 100,000 troops to sweep the southwest continent, and my momentum was incomparably fierce. But in fact, I was passive at that time. So much so that when you released Duan Ruyan, under her leadership, my 100,000 troops were defeated bit by bit. This was admittedly due to Duan Ruyan's bravery, but it also had nothing to do with my passivity. Chin Chi said, My passivity continued until his arrival. Who was he? Of course, it was Ning Wuming. He attracted me at once. To be honest, I compared you to him in my heart at that time. He was completely radiant, while you were dim and dull, like a country bumpkin. In terms of appearance, bearing, cultivation, and wisdom, he far surpassed you. Chin Chi's beautiful eyes fell into confusion. Moreover, he was much more determined than you. I sent him to you, but you didn't dare to touch him. The moment he came, he directly pressed me to the ground like a wild beast. He made me suffer so much that I wanted to die, until I completely sank into oblivion. At this time, Qin Chi smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You might think that even though Ning Wuming and I were engaged, we were still pure. No, the first time he saw me, he didn't even say a word before he dominated me. Yang Dingtian smiled speechlessly. Then I fell in love with him. I fell in love with him without any resistance. Qin Chi said, You can't imagine the kind of person he is. It was as if there was a ball of fire in his eyes, burning you all the time. He completely ignited my heart and also my ambition. At that time, I made up my mind to use my wisdom to sweep the entire Western region. I will completely control Qin City, World Society, Cloud Sky City, and the Southwest mainland in my hands. Then, I will give them to Ning Wuming as my dowry. I want to become the most noble and unparalleled bride in this world. When she said this, Qin Chi beautiful eyes were filled with boundless flames. Then, she sighed softly, making her beautiful body curl up even more. She said, However, the more beautiful the dream, the more painful it is to wake up. He doesn't love me. He loves another woman. That woman is more beautiful than me. You've seen her before. She is his sister-in-law, Wumaji. Thus, my relationship with him changed from absolute intimacy to a kind of enemy. Yang Dingtian, I am a very stubborn person. Qin Chi said, If I gave myself to you back then, I wouldn't care how many women you have, because I don't love you that much. But since I fell in love with him, I completely wanted to dominate him. Thus, this kind of love instantly turned into hatred. My love is gone, so what's left is only ambition, Qin Chi said. Then I used the power of evil ways and the power of the Temple of Annihilation to control the crusade against Cloud Sky City and force the world to side with me. In front of my ambition, Ning Wuming could only smile helplessly. Then he took half a step back and stood behind me, watching my performance. What I wanted was to take down the entire Western region by myself. I wanted to become the queen of the Western region. I wanted to be on equal footing with Ning Wuming and Zhu Qingzhu. I wanted to have a place in front of the master of the Temple of Annihilation. I wanted to prove that I wasn't inferior to him. I wanted to make him regret. For this goal, I went to the Dongli grasslands and visited the highest spy of the Temple of Annihilation in the Dongli grasslands. I requested a large amount of wolf demon army. Because of this, Lang Yanmei was ravaged by the leader of the wolf demon army for 3 days and 3 nights. That leader had a strange taste. He didn't like me, but liked Lang Yanmei. And I was also enjoyed by the highest spy of the Dongli grasslands for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Chi smiled and said, Then I went to Zhongzhou to ask for the Golden Eagle army. The number I originally wanted was 10,000. Then I sent myself to Zhu Qingzhu's bed. At this point, Yang Dingtian's nerves jumped. This woman was really crazy. In order to achieve her goal, she didn't hesitate to sell her body. At this time, my husband appeared in front of me. I didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, I looked at him provocatively. He went forward, wrapped me in his large clothes, and carried me away. Then, he and Zhu Qingzhu worked together to solve everything for me. The Zhongzhou Expeditionary Army, the Tiando League, millions of soldiers, 30,000 Golden Eagle Army, and countless killing machines. He was willing to stand behind me and let me lead the show to destroy Cloud Sky City. Qin Chi eyes reddened. Also, he said something. He said that he loved that woman, but it didn't mean that he didn't love me. Then he wanted me again. Qin Chi said, Women are like this. Every time they are wanted, they become weak. After being wanted more than 10 times, although I was still strong, my heart had already melted. At that time, I had already decided that after destroying Cloud Sky City and completing young Master Li Ming's strategy, I would completely compromise with him. If I couldn't monopolize him, then so be it. In the end, we were completely defeated. Then, at the last moment, he threw me to you. Qin Chi took a deep breath and said, Then everything I had was destroyed. My ambitions, my dreams, my everything were destroyed. However, who cared? I was just a chess piece. I really couldn't imagine that a person could hide so deeply. Yang Dingtian, do you think I'm smart? Rarely seen, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, a woman like me falling in love with a man like him is really shameful. Qin Chi smiled bitterly. If I had known, I would have loved you. Although you don't have much charm, at least you are real and forever. Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly again. Okay, I'm done. Qin Chi said. How are you going to deal with me? Tell me. Death by 1,000 cuts, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Qin Chi said indifferently. But don't use the evil soul art to extract my soul. I'll give you the location of the 3 souls. If you take it away, I won't be able to resurrect. Of course, if you're still worried, you can enter my mind and destroy my memories of the soul detachment technique. That way, when I die, the soul detachment technique won't be activated. Then, you can kill me completely. Right. What else do you need me to do? For example, the evil ways hidden forces in the Western world, the terrorists who caused the plague, and so on. I don't know everything because my forces in the Western world are independent of his. However, a large part of the evil ways arrangements in the Western world are under my control. This list is very big. There should be over 10,000 people. I can give it to you. Qin Chi said, right, there's also Duan Rian. She's not dead but imprisoned. We plan to forcibly raise her to the martial grandmaster level and then refine her into a war demon puppet. I can give you her general location. Then, Qin Chi fell into deep thought again. After thinking for a while, she said, right, although the Temple of Annihilation believes that my Western strategy will definitely not fail, just in case they still made plans to fail. Even though my rank isn't high enough and I have no right to know. However, I vaguely know that the Central Province's strategy is just an additional deployment. The Temple of Annihilation's real deployment is within the Taiando League. Once I fail, that deployment will immediately be activated. The following battle will be even more covert, but also more intense. Sorry, that's all I know. My rank isn't high enough, so I can't know more. Immediately, Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Chi in complete shock. He didn't ask Qin Chi to surrender, nor did he ask her to tell him the secret. However, Qin Chi acted as if she wasn't proactive enough and revealed everything. Finally, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, do they know that you're betraying the Temple of Annihilation like this? Qin Chi frowned and thought for a while, then said, First, they don't think that I would betray the Temple of Annihilation. You don't know this, but people with evil energy don't care about other forces at all, so there's no betrayal at all. Secondly, even if I did betray them, they wouldn't care. That's because I don't have the right to know their next strategy. I'm only guessing a little bit. As for the hidden forces in the West, they've basically abandoned them after the failure of my Western strategy. Then why did you betray the Temple of Annihilation? Don't say that it's because of love. Yang Dingtian said, In fact, I've thought it through. At the last moment, Ning Wuming wanted me to kill you by 1,000 cuts and extract your soul. It wasn't to kill you, but to save you. Qin Chi-Chi's delicate body trembled. Then she lowered her head, tears falling. Yang Dingtian continued, He knows that I hate you to the bone. If he told me not to kill you, I would definitely kill you. So, he simply put on the most heartless and shameless act, forcing me to kill you by 1,000 cuts. He wanted you to hate him to the extreme, to make me believe that you would completely surrender, that you would completely break away from the evil ways. This way, perhaps you would have some value and I wouldn't kill you. Then, Yang Dingtian continued, Of course, he's still shameless and vicious. Nothing can hide the fact that he threw you out as a shield in order to save his life. However, he definitely wouldn't be so shameless as to tell me not to rape you, to let me kill you by 1,000 cuts so that you wouldn't harm him in the future. Qin Chi was silent for a moment. Then she wiped her tears and said, I know. You're really not very smart. You only thought of it a day later than me. Yang Dingtan said, "Since it's not because of love, why did you betray the Temple of Annihilation? Don't tell me that you're afraid of death. You have nothing now, and you're living a life worse than death. You betrayed the Temple of Annihilation without any reason." Qin Chi was silent for a moment. Then she stood up and walked towards Yang Dingtian. Then she walked in front of Yang Dingtian and waved to her. "You come here." Yang Dingtian gently floated in front of the prison. Qin Chi grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and pressed it against her abdomen. "Can you feel it?" Qin Chi asked. Yang Dingtian closed her eyes and felt it. Then she felt a little throbbing. "I'm pregnant. It's been 3 months. It's his child." Qin Chi's tears fell. "I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want my child to not be born. Therefore, I'm willing to do anything. I know that you once found a prostitute for Yang Zhang and left him a descendant. Then you destroyed him. Yang Dingtian, I'll use everything in exchange for my child's life." Qin Chi slowly knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "As long as my child is born, I'll die in front of you. I won't go back on my words. Before that, I'll do anything you want me to do, I'll agree. Evil ways aside, even if I have to go to hell, even if I have to sacrifice myself to the devil, I'll agree." Yang Dingtian was stunned. After a long time, she slowly said, He knows." I don't want him to know. I want to let him know only after I win," Qin Chi said. Then she directly knelt down and pressed her forehead against Yang Dingtian's feet. She begged, "City Lord Yang, please spare my child's life. When my child is born, I'll die." Chapter 494. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Chi for a long time before saying, "Your child has evil spirit energy in his body." "Yes," Qin Chi continued. "However, we only have 4th grade and 5th grade evil spirit energy derivatives. This kind of energy can make us stronger and prevent our souls from dispersing after leaving our bodies. It can also affect our personalities, but it can't decide our will. Not only us, even Ning Wuming's evil spirit energy can't do it. Therefore, even if my child has evil spirit energy, as long as he is nurtured by you, he can still become a righteous person." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Good. Then give me the list of all the spies you know and their powers. Also, give me your best substitute. I need to execute you in front of the public. Also, give me all your soul condensed shadows. In short, you have to provide everything you can. Then the moment the child is born, I will kill you. There is no room for discussion." "Yes," Qin Chi said with a trembling voice. Then she knelt down again and gently kissed Yang Dingtian's toes. Then she returned to the special prison that had once imprisoned Yao Rao. That day, after Yang Zhang had successfully left behind a descendant, Yang Dingtian had immediately destroyed him. Then Qin Chi wouldn't be an exception. No matter how beautiful she was, no matter how valuable she was. At night, Yang Dingtian was in the VIP room, entertaining the 2 big shots, Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie. At the start, Yang Dingtian only ate and drank. He didn't have much interaction with the 2 big shots. With the craftiness of these 2 old foxes, the awkwardness from yesterday had long disappeared. "Here, let me first congratulate you on your great victory." Qin Wanqiu smiled and raised his cup. Yang Dingtian also raised his cup and drank. "That's right, nephew. We are about to lead the army back to the territory," Qin Wanqiu said. "Regarding your reputation, I also feel that it is time to resolve it. Owner Qiu and I will speak up for you at the Taiendo League. We will strive to help you clear your name and restore your reputation. If it's possible, let Cloud Heaven City return to the Heavenly Tao Alliance." According to Qin Wanqiu, even if Yang Dingtian won, it would still be difficult for Cloud Sky City to return to the Taiendo League. As for the wooden sword castle that was removed from the list, it had long been thrown beyond the 9 heavens. "Many thanks to Sect Lord Qin," Yang Dingtian said. "You're welcome. We've always had a tacit understanding between us. Qin Wancho laughed heartily. However, I think that cannon of yours is a little interesting. Can you give me 1,000 cannons and tell us how to make them? Especially the cannonballs? If that's the case, I guarantee that I'll bring it up during the Tiando League meeting to let Cloud Sky City return to the Tiando League and restore Cloud Sky City's righteous status. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "What if Cloud Sky City is righteous? What about the side that attacked Cloud Sky City? What about the Ning clan of the South Sea?" Qin Wancho said, "This is a complete misunderstanding. All of this is because of Lang Yanmei and Qin Chichi. These two people manipulated the entire scheme. Fortunately, our Western world was united and wise and didn't let their scheme succeed." Yang Dingtian said, "That means that if I win this battle, it'll only restore my reputation. At most, it'll restore Cloud Sky City's reputation. Only Qin Chichi and Lang Yanmei, these two people who are bound to die, will be responsible. The Ning clan of the South Sea, Ning Wuming, the Temple of Annihilation, and Zhu Qingzhu don't need to be responsible, right?" Qin Wancho smiled and said, "Of course, that's the case." Yang Dingtian said, "Then what about our Western world? What will the situation be like in the future? We all know that even if the evil ways completely fail in the Western world, they won't be able to stop their invasion of the world. Their next step, the Zhongzhou strategy, will begin. Are we just going to watch the entire Zhongzhou, almost half of the world's population, fall into the hands of the evil ways?" Qin Wancho's smile gradually disappeared, and he said, "Nephew, I admit that I misjudged you previously. Your talent, your ambition, and your willpower far exceed my imagination. You've obtained an incomparably great victory. However, you can only do as much as you have the strength. As a leader, the biggest taboo is to be carried away by victory and overestimate your own strength." Then Qin Wancho said solemnly, "Therefore, I suggest that the Western world return to its previous state after the war, including the current state of the World Assembly. Now that the war is over, I feel that the Devil Dragon Army needs to be returned to the World Assembly. The Devil Eagle Army is a force of the Zhongzhou after all. It's very disadvantageous for them to be entrenched in the Western world for a long time. Therefore, return to Splitting Earth City as soon as possible, and don't stay in Cloud Sky City." Yang Dingtian smiled at Qiu Wanjie and said, "Owner Qiu, you also have the same opinion?" Qiu Wanjie smiled faintly and nodded his head. "I have already discussed this matter with City Lord Qin." Now, Yang Dingtian was able to see through their intentions. After this war, the rise of Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian could no longer be stopped. Evil ways also couldn't be stopped from withdrawing from the Western world. The victory of this war directly made Yang Dingtian one of the three big shots of the Western world. He had the qualifications to be on equal footing with Qin Wancho and Qiu Wanjie. In other words, Qin Wancho and Qiu Wanjie agreed that Yang Dingtian would inherit Shimin Wuya's prestige and become one of the three big shots of the Western world. However, they would still compromise with evil ways. They would remain neutral and observe the situation in the Zhongzhou continent. They didn't even wish for Cloud Sky City to become too powerful. Therefore, they hoped that Yang Dingtian would return the Devil Dragon Army to the World Assembly. This way, they would be able to achieve the balance of the Western world. At this moment, Yang Dingtian didn't even have the strength to be angry. Of course, they had always had this attitude. They weren't willing to be controlled by evil ways and weren't willing to attack Cloud Sky City. However, they definitely weren't willing to fight against evil ways with Yang Dingtian. After this victory, Yang Dingtian thought that they would change their attitude. However, he didn't expect it to be the same. It seemed like he was thinking too simply. He only looked at the two of them coldly. After a long while, he asked, "Green Master Zhu, did they send someone to look for you?" Instantly, Qin Wancho and Qiu Wanjie's expressions became unnatural. Then they nodded. "What did they say?" Yang Dingtian asked. They will at least remain neutral about what's going to happen in the Zhongzhou continent, or they will agree on the surface to suppress Earth, splitting cities, Cloud Sky Pavilion, and allow us to maintain the balance of the Western world. In return, they are willing to withdraw all the hidden forces of evil ways in the Western world and hand over a complete Western world to us. Qin Wanzhou said. Yang Dingtian said, then the more direct meaning is that we will close our doors and live our own lives. Furthermore, the Northwest Qin City, Divine Weapons Manor, and World Society will join forces to suppress the rise of Cloud Sky City. Then we will sit back and watch the fall of the Zhongzhou continent and the destruction of Earth-splitting city and Cloud Sky Pavilion? Qin Wanzhou's face was completely cold. That's right. Yang Dingtian's heart was instantly filled with rage. His hand that was holding the wine cup started to tremble. He really didn't expect that such a huge victory and the annihilation of hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers wouldn't be able to awaken Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie. It wasn't able to remove their fear of evil ways and establish their will to fight. The boundless rage instantly turned into a sneer. Yang Dingtian said coldly, "The two of you are so afraid of evil ways? Even after experiencing such a huge victory, the two of you are still so afraid that you can't even raise your heads? You don't even dare to think of resisting? I really feel ashamed for the two of you." Yang Dingtian's words directly stabbed Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie. Qin Wanzhou's face suddenly twitched. Then he said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, be careful with your words. Don't be so arrogant and think that you're invincible just because you obtained a victory. You have to think clearly. Who did you defeat? It's just Qin Chichi. Who is Qin Chichi? She's just a spy that evil ways placed by my side. She's in the outer perimeter of the Temple of Annihilation. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers that you annihilated were merely mercenaries from the barbarian tribe in the Sunset Mountain Range. You haven't even encountered the power of evil ways. Your victory may seem glorious, but it's actually not worth mentioning." Yang Dingtian smiled. "Then, may I ask sect leader Qin, what other power does evil ways have? The Ning clan of the South Sea is the only armed force that evil ways have. This time in Cloud Sky City, more than half of them have been annihilated. Evil ways, what other power do they have? Is Black Heaven sect and its subsidiary forces enough?" Qin Wanzhou said coldly, "Green Master Zhu, can you deal with him? Can you deal with the other Grand Master Grand Elder of Black Heaven sect? Can you deal with the spies of Black Heaven sect? Li Ming, can you deal with them? Mudan, can you deal with them? Queen Devil Queen, can you deal with them? Temple of Blood, Joyless Palace, can you deal with them? And the spies that evil ways have placed for more than 100 years, can you deal with them? I've already told you. Your victory may seem glorious, but it's actually not worth mentioning. You want an army? Is the 10 million soldiers in the Dongli grassland enough? Can you destroy hundreds of thousands of soldiers with just 2,000 cannons? Can you destroy 10 million soldiers?" Yang Dingtian was so angry that he laughed. "Then, are you going to watch the evil ways take over the entire central state? Or even the eastern state? In the end, our entire western region will be wiped out by the 10 million Legion of Doom? You may be able to hide today, but can you hide tomorrow?" Qin Wanzhou shook his head and said, "Yang Dingtian, there won't be a Legion of Doom." "There won't be a Legion of Doom?" Yang Dingtian laughed coldly. "Then where are the 10 million Maori barbarians in the world of ice and snow? They're all dead." Qin Wanzhou said, "I've already sent people to the world of ice and snow to investigate many times. A few 100 feet under the snow, countless Maori barbarians' corpses were found. This is a strategic blackmail by evil ways. They can no longer build a Legion of Doom. Therefore, they killed all the Maori barbarians and buried them underground, disappearing from the world. This is the biggest strategic blackmail by evil ways. They made us think that there will be a Legion of Doom, but there won't be a Legion of Doom." Yang Dingtian laughed coldly. And then Qin Wanzhou said, And then things became simple. The Demon King, Wen Tian, wants to rule the world, so he has to change his method. He doesn't want to use the Legion of Doom to sweep the world, but to fight in the dark. That's why there are so many spies, and why there's a spy with such a high status like Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, they want to attack the Tiando League from within the Tiando League. Through the Tiando League, they want to rule the world. In other words, this doomsday war won't be a large-scale war involving tens of millions of people, but a transfer of power within the Tiando League. Evil ways will completely control the upper echelons of the Tiando League, then control all the forces, and finally complete the rule of the world. Yang Dingtian laughed. And then Qin Wanchou said, "Then, as long as my Qin city obeys the Demon King Wen Tian's rule on the surface, it will continue to exist. To put it bluntly, as long as you don't destroy Qin City, as long as you let me continue to rule my territory, I don't care if the Tiando League completely changes. I also don't care if the Lord of the Temple of Annihilation becomes the leader of the Tiando League. I don't even care if the Tiando League still exists." Yang Dingtian, in other words, you're willing to completely kneel before the evil ways in exchange for a chance to live. Qin Wanchou licked his lips. That's right. Or, to be more direct, the evil ways won't let go of only you, Yang Dingtian. You don't have the authority to drag us down with you. Moreover, your complete victory this time will buy you more time. I can only guarantee that no matter what the evil ways do to you, I won't participate. But if you want to rely on a single victory to make us fight against the evil ways with you, that's impossible. Qin Wanchou laughed. We don't mind helping you trample Qin Chichi and Lang Yanmei to death 10,000 times, but we definitely won't help you fight against the evil ways or even Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian nodded. I understand. Then, can the two of you give me some time to consider? I'll give you an answer by tomorrow at the latest. All right, nephew, Qin Wanchou said. After leaving the VIP pavilion, Yang Dingtian immediately called for a meeting. All the members of the committee, including the commanders of the Demon Dragon Army and Kuei Si of the Demon Vulture Army, were present. I've already discussed with Qin Wanchou and Qiu Wanjie, Yang Dingtian said. They've decided to withdraw their troops back to their base. Then, during the Tiando League meeting, my reputation will be restored. However, whether Cloud Heaven City will return to the Tiando League is still uncertain. Once this was said, everyone present was shocked. After this battle, not only was there no way to punish the Ning clan of the South Sea and the Black Heaven sect, but there was also no way to publicize the evil ways. Instead, only restoring Yang Dingtian's reputation, and even Cloud Heaven City and the Wooden Sword Castle couldn't return to Cloud Heaven City? This was too ridiculous, too shameless. Zhu Hongxue couldn't believe it. He laughed coldly. Then who exactly did we fight this battle with? Who did we defeat? You should at least make it clear. Yang Dingtian laughed. The traitors of the Northwest Tiando League, led by Qin Chichi and Lang Yanmei. These two people deceived the Tiando League and slandered me. Yang Dingtian. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhu Hongxue laughed. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in this world? As for the others, they were trembling in anger. Qin Huaiyu clenched his fist and said with a trembling voice, They are the idiots? Do they think that by compromising and surrendering, the evil ways will let them go? Yang Dingtian said, They're not stupid, they're just too smart. They think that by surrendering and compromising, they can live. Your father dug out hundreds of thousands of Maori barbarian corpses a few hundred meters under the ice and snow. He thinks that there aren't tens of millions of Legion of Doom. He thinks that this is an apocalyptic battle, just a change of shell. He thinks that there's nothing wrong with being loyal to the Demon King, Wen Tian. Or more specifically, as long as he can protect Qin City. What does the death of Yang Dingtian, the destruction of Cloud Heaven City, the destruction of Earth-Splitting City, and the destruction of the Cloud Heaven Pavilion have to do with him? Yang Dingtian continued, Next, the evil ways of Zhongzhou, led by Zhu Qingzhu and the Ning clan of the South Sea, will start the Zhongzhou strategy. Their goal is to conquer the entire Zhongzhou, and their most direct targets are Earth-Splitting City and the Cloud Heaven Pavilion. Qin City and the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa are prepared to remain neutral and watch from the sidelines. They might even secretly support the Black Heaven sect and the Ning clan in exchange for the evil ways' complete retreat from the Western world. Suddenly, Earth-Splitting City's young Lord Kuei Ning trembled violently and made a sound of gnashing teeth. Yang Dingtian said, "Here I repeat, I will not sit by and watch the evil ways attack Earth-Splitting City and the Cloud Heaven Pavilion. Protecting Earth-Splitting City and the Cloud Heaven Pavilion is protecting ourselves. I will do my best. I want everyone here to do their best to protect Earth-Splitting City, even if they have to give up their lives. I don't care what the evil ways give me or what they promise me. In short, there is no room for compromise between me and the evil ways. The evil ways, and I will fight to the death until the evil ways completely disappear from this world." Then Yang Dingtian looked at Kuei Ning and said, "Commander Kuei, don't worry. The day Earth-Splitting City starts the war is also the day I, Yang Dingtian, Cloud Heaven City, and the entire Western world will do our best to protect Earth-Splitting City." Kuei Ning stood up, his eyes burning. He bowed and said, "I will always follow in your footsteps and fight the evil ways to the end." "Good," Yang Dingtian said. "After this is set, we will immediately carry out the next step of our strategy. I said before that the victory of Cloud Heaven City is not the end. It is only the beginning. Since we were able to win the first battle against the evil ways, then we can also win the second and third battles. Next, I will announce that our wartime committee will not be disbanded. Instead, it will be expanded to become the Midwest Wartime Committee. I suggest that Earth-Splitting City's young Lord Kuei Ning and Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's young Lord Cho Yiming become members of the committee," Yang Dingtian said loudly. Cho Yiming wasn't present, but when he was included in the committee, everyone was stunned. But after a moment of shock, everyone raised their hands to vote and agreed that Kuei Ning and Cho Yiming would join the committee. Yang Dingtian said, "The Battle of Cloud Heaven City has just ended. Evil ways will still need some time before they can start the war in Middle State. I don't know how long this period of time will be. Maybe 1 month, maybe 2 months. But it shouldn't be more than 3 months. Evil ways will definitely do their best to destroy the entire Middle State. During this period of time, we need to do the following things. First, take advantage of the momentum of our victory. Take advantage of the fact that no one can see the differences between us and Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie. If Song Xiao is willing to compromise, then pull him into the battle. If he isn't willing to compromise, then completely abandon him and imprison him. Let Chen Hua or Li Hua completely control the World Guild. We must ensure that the entire World Guild is in our hands. We need an endless supply of demon dragon mounts." Song Chen Hua hadn't woken up yet. Song Li Hua was present, so she calmly replied, "Yes." Yang Dingtian's first order shocked everyone present. Second, we will soon receive a list of names. This list contains the hidden forces of evil ways in the entire Western world. There will be more than 10,000 of them. We will form a secret team to kill all of these people and completely cleanse the entire Western world. Yes. Third, I will issue the Second World Extermination Order in Yang Dingtian's declaration. White Cloud City has completely colluded with evil ways and betrayed the Tiando League. We will completely exterminate the entire White Cloud City and uproot it. Everyone present trembled and shouted, "Yes." Fourth, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "This is also my most difficult task. I don't know if I should do it tonight or after completing the first 3 tasks." Instantly, everyone present was puzzled. Yang Dingtian said, "In view of Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie's stubbornness and ignorance, in order to prepare for the upcoming Middle State battle, we need to have sufficient strategic strength and a complete and pure rear. I suggest that we make a move on Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie, or force them to completely stand on the side of justice and oppose evil ways. Or we can cripple their martial arts and imprison them for life. Once these words were spoken, everyone was extremely shocked. Then, everyone looked at Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu's body trembled. Then he said, I will completely obey the orders of the committee and carry out sect leader Yang Dingtian's will. Instantly, everyone understood why Qiu Yiming was pulled into the committee. If they really made a move on Qiu Wanjie and Qiu Wanjie refused to compromise, they would immediately imprison Qiu Wanjie and let Qiu Yiming become the divine weapon manners master. In short, they had to unify the entire Western world in the shortest time possible. Then they would free up their hands and have a decisive battle with the evil ways in Middle State. Everyone present was completely shocked by Yang Dingtian's strategy. After experiencing the ecstasy of this great victory, all of them started to think about the following situation. However, they were basically thinking about how to restore Cloud Sky Cities and Yang Dingtian's position in the Taiendo League. Then, they would determine the nature of the evil ways. In the long term, there was nothing else. However, Yang Dingtian's strategy was to unify the entire Western world and then rely on the Western world to have a decisive battle with the evil ways in Middle State. This strategy was something that no one present had even thought about. Yang Dingtian continued, completely control the world society, eliminate the hidden forces of the evil ways, destroy Cloud Sky City, and make a move on Qin Wanqiu, Qiu Wanjie, and the other stubborn fools. These 4 matters should be completed within 2 months. The sooner, the better. I estimate that in about half a year to a year, the Middle State strategy will completely come to an end. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will come to an end. The war in Middle State is the war that will decide the fate of this world. As long as we win the war in Middle State, we will change from being passive to being proactive. We will basically be able to completely eliminate all the forces of the evil ways in the chaotic world. This will lay the foundation for victory in the future Great War. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian continued. Then next, let's vote on whether we should immediately make a move on Qiu Wanjie and Qin Wanqiu. Chapter 495. Note: 5,600 words for the second update. Today's update is 12,000 words. Monthly votes. I really need monthly votes. Brothers, I'm really begging you. Yang Dingtian said. Next, let's decide if we should attack Qiu Wanjie and Qin Wanqiu immediately. Instantly, everyone fell into a short silence. If we attack immediately, can we do it? Qin Huaiyu asked. It's very difficult. Yang Dingtian said. At least we have to wait until my master fully recovers. Then we might have to wait until tomorrow. If we threaten to destroy the million-strong army in front of Cloud Sky City, can we force Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie to compromise? Zhu Hongxue asked. No, Qin Huaiyu said. Even though Qin City has 400,000 soldiers outside Cloud Sky City, if we destroy them all, my father might feel heartache, but he definitely won't compromise. Because the territory that Qin City controls now is more than 10,000 miles. As long as they are willing, they can build a million-strong army. Shimin Lai said, also, we have less than 100,000 rounds left. It's not enough to destroy a million-strong army. Madame Shimin usually didn't speak, but she still said, I feel that the million-strong army in front of Cloud Sky City, let's not talk about whether we can destroy them. I feel that they aren't completely enemies. It's not good to destroy them. Yang Dingtian said, yes, they aren't completely enemies now. In fact, from what we saw in Sky Thunder City, the Divine Weapons Mounted Villa's army is a proud and righteous army that can fight alongside us. If they are destroyed by us here, it will be a pity. Song Lihua said, if we attack City Lord Qin and Manor Lord Qiu here, there will be 2 problems. First, will the million-strong army outside the city become chaotic? Second, the 2 seniors are our guests. If we attack our guests, won't it go against justice? Qin Huaiyu said, but now is the best time to attack. If we wait until they return to Qin City and Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, they will have experts protecting them. It won't be so easy to take them down. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and fell into a dilemma. Actually, the best outcome would be to force Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie to stand on his side and fight against evil ways to the end. After all, one of them was a mid-level great grandmaster, while the other was a high-level great grandmaster. Once they joined Yang Dingtian, Zhongzhou State's strategy would be much easier. Even if they faced Zhu Qingzhu's great grandmaster strength, they might still have a chance of winning. Crippling their martial arts and imprisoning them for life was a last resort. Furthermore, even if Yang Dingtian supported Qin Huaiyu and Zhou Yiming, it would still be very difficult for them to control Qin City and the Divine Weapons Manor. Qin Huaiyu was still all right. He was already outstanding enough. However, it was difficult for Zhou Yiming to control the Divine Weapons Manor. And in the Central State strategy, the Divine Weapons Manor's role might be even more important than Qin City. After all, the small crystal crossbows of the Divine Weapons Villa were too powerful. Let's vote. Those who are in favor of making a move against Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie, raise your hand. Yang Dingtian said. The crowd exchanged glances with one another, but no one dared to make a move. All right, then it's decided. Let's complete the first 3 steps of the strategy and place Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie in the last step of the 4-step strategy. Yang Dingtian said, Song Lihua, especially Tang Buozhao, immediately come up with a comprehensive strategy to deal with the 2 sect masters. The best strategy is to force the 2 of them to compromise. Crippling their martial arts and imprisoning them for life is the worst strategy. Yes, Tang Buozhao said. Tang Buozhao was Yang Dingtian's best strategist. Handing the entire matter over to him was the best choice. Then the meeting is adjourned. Yang Dingtian ordered, for the next few days, the first task is to clean up the battlefield, especially the blood pupil demonic army's battlefield of death. The second task is to make the East and West Corps retreat. It's best to complete these tasks within a few days. Then we will immediately lead our troops north and force World Society's Song Shao. Yes, the blood pupil demonic army's battlefield of death has already turned into a pool of blood. The cleanup of this place is extremely important. It even concerns the fate of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian said loudly, it must be completed within a short period of time. Yes. Next, Yang Dingtian only had one meeting with Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie. The content was simple. Yang Dingtian was very regretful about their choice. Of course, this was also the most reasonable reaction. Qin Wanqiu also expressed his regret. Then, both sides parted on bad terms. However, the 2 of them had expressed that they wanted to bring Qin Huaiyu and Qiu Yiming back. Yang Dingtian didn't reject them, but said that he would listen to their own wishes. In the end, Qin Huaiyu naturally rejected them. However, even Qiu Yiming said that he would return to the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa after a period of time. This made Yang Dingtian somewhat surprised. Then, Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Yiming said that they would immediately lead their armies back to their respective camps. Yang Dingtian tried to persuade them to stay, saying that he hoped that the 3 parties would sign a non-aggression agreement. Things like signing agreements were very rare in the Primal Chaos continent and were very fashionable. However, Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Yiming didn't reject it. After all, both parties had already decided to take a stand and let Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City perish on their own. Since this was a war with Cloud Sky City, they would try their best to delay it and avoid fighting with Cloud Sky City. Next, they wouldn't send their troops to invade Cloud Sky City. Then, Yang Dingtian arranged for a solemn signing ceremony. In the main hall of Cloud Sky City, in front of many people, the 3 parties signed the non-aggression agreement very solemnly. Qin Wanqiu, Qiu Wanjie, and Yang Dingtian used their own special xianqi to sign their names. Then, they used the reflection stone to record the scene. This agreement was made in 3 copies. After signing, it was locked in a jade box for safekeeping. Of course, what Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Yiming didn't know was, the agreement in Yang Dingtian's hands was written with special materials. After 4 hours, the words on it would automatically disappear, leaving only the signatures of the 3 people. Then it would become a blank agreement, and Yang Dingtian could fill in the contents. He could totally write that Qin City, Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, and Cloud Sky City had formed a military alliance and would live and die together, never betraying each other. A few days later, after repeated warnings to no avail, Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Yiming finally led the East and West armies and left Cloud Sky City, returning to their respective territories. And the 100-mile battlefield in front of Cloud Sky City was basically cleaned up. Of course, the so-called cleaned up meant that all the corpses were burned. Therefore, in these few days, Cloud Sky City was filled with thick smoke, and it could be seen clearly from a few hundred miles away. Burning hundreds of thousands of incomplete corpses was a huge job. Luckily, the East and West armies worked together. Otherwise, Cloud Sky City alone would have to burn for a few days. In the end, Yang Dingtian encountered a huge problem, one that was even more terrifying than he had imagined. That was the place where the blood-eyed demonic army died, the blood pool that stored countless deep-sea mystic poison. Because of the evil demon's blood and the highly toxic blood of the 30,000 blood-eyed demonic army soldiers, that area had become a land of death. In the end, no one could even get within a few hundred meters of that area. Once they got close, they would die from the poison. In fact, at least a few thousand people had died from the poison. These people were all poisoned to death a few hundred meters away from the blood pool. The blood pool in these few miles was constantly corroding the ground, and it was already 400 to 500 meters deep. If this blood pool was not completely dealt with, it would continue to corrode and expand. If this continued, Yang Dingtian was sure that one day the blood pool would corrode into Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian used all his methods, but he was completely helpless. In order to completely destroy this blood pool, Yang Dingtian even asked his master, Dongfang Minmi, to help him. All the experts with mystic flames condensed their mystic flames to the extreme and then used them to bombard the blood pool in the air. Because this highly toxic poison, other than the concentrated acid, was a few generations of mutated deep-sea mystic poison. Yang Dingtian tried to use the terrifying temperature of the mystic flame to burn the deep-sea mystic poison alive. However, this was Yang Dingtian's last resort, and it had failed completely. This terrifying deep-sea mystic poison was not even afraid of the extremely high temperature of the mystic flame. Even the mystic flame could not burn the deep-sea mystic poison to death. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely out of ideas. Hence, he could only mobilize tens of thousands of people to build a huge wall 500 meters away from the blood pool to shield the entire blood pool. Then, the entire blood pool would become a restricted area in Cloud Sky City. No one was allowed to get within 100 meters of the wall. However, even so, this was not the solution, because the blood pool was constantly expanding and devouring the surrounding land. One day, it would definitely spread into Cloud Sky City. When that time came, would the entire Cloud Sky City move? What was worse was that the other forces had already set their sights on this blood pool. They had already sent people to infiltrate and steal samples. The blood pool itself was a deadly weapon. If the evil ways or other forces were to steal something from the blood pool and use it in a war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian felt great using this biochemical weapon to destroy the blood pupil demonic army. However, if this thing fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be Yang Dingtian's nightmare. Yang Dingtian knew how terrifying this thing was and knew how to restrain it. However, the enemy might not know the same. Once they obtained this thing, They would desperately manufacture it. In the end, they would obtain an astronomical amount of evil demon blood. At that time, the consequences would be completely devastating. If this thing spread to the extreme, it could kill everyone in Zhongzhou. It could create an extremely terrifying biochemical disaster in thousands of miles of land. Who would have thought that the deep-sea mystic poison was actually alive and could be cultivated through life? One night, Dongfang Minmi found Yang Dingtian. "Child, you have to make a decision immediately." The speed at which the blood pool was spreading was extremely fast. Most importantly, the other forces are paying more attention to it and infiltrating it more and more. I have already killed more than 100 people who tried to enter the blood pool. Some were from the evil Tao, some were from the Northwest Qin City, and some were from the Black Heaven sect. The experts who came were all of higher cultivation. Today there were even martial venerables wearing invisibility cloaks, Dongfang Minmi said. Tomorrow there might be people wearing demon spirit mist cloaks. Even great grandmaster level experts would appear. The thing in the blood pool is too terrifying. It has already attracted the greatest attention of our enemies. Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. Once the martial grandmasters came to steal the blood pool, even his master might not be able to stop them. The consequences would be unimaginable. "We have to destroy the blood pool immediately. It would be best if it was tonight," Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian remained silent. How to destroy the blood pool? Even the extremely high temperature mystic flame could not kill the deep-sea mystic poison. Was there no way at all? No, there was still a way. That was the darkness mystic flame. Yang Dingtian had tried before. The darkness mystic flame could easily devour the energy of the deep-sea mystic poison. It would directly devour and disappear without a trace. Then, it would turn into the energy of the darkness mystic flame. However, that was only a little bit of the deep-sea mystic poison. If the darkness mystic poison completely devoured the blood pool, what would be the consequences? Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine. It was almost equivalent to Yang Dingtian devouring all the deep-sea mystic poison by himself. What would be the consequences if the darkness mystic flame devoured the astronomical amount of deep-sea mystic poison? Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine at all. The darkness mystic flame was already evil enough. If it devoured the astronomical amount of deep-sea mystic poison, Yang Dingtian's energy attribute was not inferior to the evil ways. It was even more evil ways than the evil ways. However, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. "Okay, master. We will do it right away," Yang Dingtian said. "You have already decided?" Dongfang Minmi asked. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, "I will protect you." Then a sentence sounded in the hearts of both of them at the same time. "As long as there is justice in your heart, you can look up to the light even if you are in the depths of hell." In the dark night, one could not even see his fingers. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi entered the blood pool forbidden area. Yang Dingtian used the darkness mystic flame to wrap his body and entered the blood pool. This place had really turned into hell. The blood pool had already expanded once again. The land within a radius of 5 miles had already been corroded. The blood pool had already become incomparably huge. Around the blood pool, there was a terrifying green smoke everywhere. This smoke was definitely a forbidden area for life. Any life that entered would die, without a doubt. How much deep-sea mystic poison was there? In the beginning, it was 50 kilograms, mixed with more than 10,000 kilograms of strong acid. Later, after melting 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army, the deep-sea mystic poison crazily devoured blood and continued to grow. At this time, it was already hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of mutated deep-sea mystic poison was incomparably hungry. In order to survive, it crazily devoured all energy, even energy that it could not absorb. Therefore, it crazily corroded the land, turning all the soil, stones, and everything into a green poisonous liquid. It became the place where the deep-sea mystic poison lived. 50 kilograms of deep-sea mystic poison could kill more than 30,000 people. How many people could it kill with hundreds of thousands of kilograms of deep-sea mystic poison? Yang Dingtian was completely unable to estimate. Based on pure data, it should be hundreds of millions. Moreover, the deep-sea mystic poison could continue to spread, devour blood, and continue to grow. It could be said that if it was allowed to develop, the deep-sea mystic poison could destroy the entire world and kill all the creatures in the chaotic world. Looking at the green blood pool that was a few miles in radius and looking at the endless green, poisonous fog, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. When he gave the order to use the biological weapons, he had expected the consequences to be very serious. But he did not expect it to be so serious. If it continued to spread at this speed, within a few months, Cloud Sky City would be uninhabitable. At that time, the green poisonous fog would spread over the entire Cloud Sky City. Of course, because of the recent crazy victory, the blood pool had not caused a huge panic. However, this panic had gradually begun to spread. If it was left unchecked in less than 10 days, the entire Cloud Sky City would fall into a huge panic. Master, you guard me outside. I will start to use the dark, mystic flame to devour, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and then released all the mystic flames in an instant. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body was completely shrouded in darkness. His entire person had completely turned into an incomparably huge black hole. Then, all the energy was involuntarily devoured and crazily sucked in. Of course, this included the deep-sea mystic poison in the blood pool. Even the deep-sea mystic poison was devoured the most ferociously. Yang Dingtian clearly saw that the blood pool within a few miles was trembling violently. Then, an extremely terrifying and stunning green energy suddenly floated out from the blood pool. It condensed in the air and then drilled into the black hole formed by the dark mystic flame. In an instant, the green color of the blood pool in that area disappeared completely. The poisonous liquid there became transparent and clear. Devour, devour, devour! Devour crazily. Countless deep-sea mystic poison disappeared without a trace after entering the dark mystic flame. It turned into a wisp of mysterious energy and gradually seeped into every trace of the dark mystic flame. Then, little by little, it changed the terrifying dark mystic flame. The dark mystic flame itself was already extremely terrifying. The deep-sea mystic poison was also extremely terrifying. Then, what would happen when the two merged? Yang Dingtian really did not dare to imagine. How much energy could Yang Dingtian's dark mystic flame devour? No idea. That day, after the dark mystic flame devoured part of the demon's spirit, demonic flame's energy, it instantly matured and became extremely powerful. Of course, it was limited by Yang Dingtian's cultivation. Therefore, the amount of energy that the dark mystic flame could devour within a certain period of time was limited. However, Yang Dingtian did not know the total amount of energy that it could devour. However, it seemed to be limitless. However, Yang Dingtian could feel that the dark mystic flame was extremely excited and was in an unprecedented state of ecstasy. The deep-sea mystic poison was the #1 poison in the world, even though it had been diluted and mutated for a few generations. However, it was still an extremely delicious food for the dark mystic flame. The dark mystic flame was enjoying an unparalleled feast. As for what the dark mystic flame would become after devouring such an astronomical amount of deep-sea mystic poison, only the heavens would know the answer to that. Devour, devour, devour! The darkness gradually faded away. Dawn arrived, and the devouring continued. The sun rose, and the devouring continued. The sun was high in the sky, and the devouring continued. The sun was setting, and the devouring continued. Night fell, and the dark mystic flame continued to devour crazily. One night passed. Dawn arrived again. Another day passed. These days, Yang Dingtian did not appear in Cloud Sky City. His whereabouts became an absolute secret. Of course, all the work in Cloud Sky City was carried out in an orderly manner. Many people realized that the green smoke above the forbidden blood pool had shrunk and faded a lot. Suddenly, the panic of the people in Cloud Sky City began to dissipate. Every night these days, Dongfang Minmi fought countless battles. He had killed no less than 4 or 5 master-level experts. The demonic spirit, Mist Cloak, had appeared. The enemy was determined to get the deep-sea mystic poison. In the beginning, the evil demon blood had destroyed 30,000 blood pupil demonic army, shocking countless people. However, the enemy thought that this was a one-time thing and that Yang Dingtian had some kind of secret weapon. Whether it was Dongfang Minmi or evil ways, they attached great importance to Yang Dingtian's secret weapon. However, they only wanted to collect specimens for research on the blood pool. Later, everyone gradually realized that the blood pool was spreading and the green smoke that was emitted could kill people. Suddenly, everyone understood that the blood pool itself was a huge weapon, a weapon that could change the world. Therefore, all the forces went crazy, determined to obtain the blood pool. Fortunately, Dongfang Minmi had been guarding it personally. Otherwise, the deep-sea mystic poison in the blood pool would have been lost. However, the current situation was not optimistic. Perhaps the thief at the great Grandmaster level would appear soon. By then, even Dongfang Minmi might not be able to stop him. 5 days and 5 nights passed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, who was in the blood pool, opened his eyes. The dark mystic flames devouring of the deep-sea mystic poison in the blood pool had officially ended. The moment Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, his gaze was extremely demonic and terrifying. The dark mystic flame had also undergone a huge and terrifying change. Chapter 497. After 5 days and 5 nights, the darkness profound flame stopped devouring. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the black hole formed by the darkness profound flame was getting lighter and smaller. In the end, it completely disappeared. Then, the darkness profound flame that had devoured countless deep-sea Xian poison seemed to have reached its limit and returned to Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. Then it actually lay dormant as if it was in a deep sleep. This deep-sea Xian poison was indeed powerful. After the darkness profound flame devoured it, it actually needed to sleep to digest it. After that, no matter how Yang Dingtian tried to summon it, the darkness profound flame remained dormant in his energy reserve and did not come out. After the astronomical amount of deep-sea Xian poison was completely digested, what would the darkness profound flame look like? Only God knew. However, at least Yang Dingtian could feel an extremely obvious change. The counterattack of Ning Wuming's dozen or so grandmasters before their deaths had caused huge damage to Yang Dingtian. Although most of the energy had landed on Song Chuanhua's body. However, Yang Dingtian's profound veins and energy reserve had still suffered huge damage. After that, even though Yang Dingtian had taken the holy water elixir to heal his injuries, negotiated with Qin Wanqiu and the rest, presided over many things, and finally came to deal with the deep-sea Xian poison's blood pool. But in fact, Yang Dingtian had never fully recovered, according to his master. According to his master, this degree of damage could no longer be compensated with medicine or cultivation. It completely depended on Yang Dingtian's heaven-defying profound veins' self-recovery energy and the Naga royalty's energy to nourish his profound veins. This process might take a few months or even longer. Of course, Yang Dingtian was not very concerned about this. Of course, his personal strength was very important. However, as long as he could defeat the demonized Dongfang Bingling 2.5 years later, it would be enough. The level of his cultivation in these 6 months was not very important. What he cared about was whether Song Chuanhua could recover. Song Chuanhua's condition was not good. Although her profound veins and energy reserve had stopped bursting, the original cracks had not healed. She had not woken up either. On that day, he had already been injured. In the end, in order to save Yang Dingtian, he had rushed forward and suffered more than half of the injuries from the 8 grandmasters. Moreover, she doesn't have the 9 yang profound veins like Yang Dingtian, nor does she have the power of the Naga royalty, nor has she undergone the baptism of a large number of Naga profound veins. Therefore, she was unable to withstand such a huge injury. Fortunately, Dongfang Minmi had rushed over at the first moment. He had comforted her with a huge amount of profound energy, suppressing the tearing of her profound veins and energy sea. Otherwise, Song Chunhua would not have lived past that night. But a few days later, she was still lying on the unfreezing bed and did not wake up. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt a change. His entire body was filled with surging energy. The cracks in his profound veins and energy sea had disappeared without a trace. It should have taken him a few months to fully recover, but now he was perfectly fine. His originally weak cultivation base was now incomparably vigorous. In fact, he was even stronger than Yang Dingtian at his peak. That day, Yang Dingtian had swallowed the demon's spirit, demonic fire, and his cultivation base had skyrocketed. His energy sea cultivation base had reached the level of a 2- or 3-star grandmaster. But because he had not cultivated the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his profound veins cultivation base was still limited to the level of a 9-star 9th grade revered martial artist. At this moment, Yang Dingtian faintly felt that his cultivation base seemed to have broken through. Of course, it was still the cultivation base of the energy sea. If he did not cultivate the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his profound veins cultivation base and actual combat power might never break through. As for how much his energy sea cultivation base had broken through this time, Yang Dingtian did not know, because when the dark mystic fire was swallowing the deep sea Xian poison, it had also swallowed an almost endless amount of profound energy. Of course, most of the profound energy had been swallowed by the dark mystic fire, but there was still a portion of profound energy that entered Yang Dingtian's profound veins and entered Yang Dingtian's energy sea. Then, Yang Dingtian felt a slight tremor. Therefore, he knew that his energy sea cultivation base had broken through again, but he did not know how much it had broken through. Could the deep sea Xian poison provide profound energy and increase cultivation base? Of course, this was impossible. Then, where did the almost endless profound energy in the blood pool come from? Of course, it was brought by the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. He did not know what kind of sorcery these 30,000 blood pupil demonic army used to cultivate. Every one of them had the cultivation base of a high-level martial mystic. And when the deep sea Xian poison had completely swallowed their lives, it did not even let go of their energy sea and profound energy. It had directly swallowed them and turned them into its own energy. Therefore, the 30,000 high-level martial mystics' energy sea had all merged into the blood pool. How much profound energy was there? According to the conversion of energy, it was about the energy of hundreds of masters' energy sea. And when the dark mystic fire had swallowed the deep sea Xian poison, it had also brought part of the profound energy into Yang Dingtian's energy sea. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's cultivation base had broken through again. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian was really helpless. His profound veins had forcefully blocked his cultivation. As a result, he did not know what level his energy sea had reached. For a moment, he could not help but be more eager to reach the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, although it was fortunate that his cultivation base had increased, what surprised Yang Dingtian even more was that his injuries had completely healed. His profound veins and energy sea, which should have taken a few months or even 100 years to heal, had completely recovered and even became stronger. This was really incomprehensible to Yang Dingtian. In the end, Yang Dingtian came to a bold and dangerous conclusion. Perhaps it was the deep-sea Xian poison that had healed his profound veins? This conclusion was indeed too bold. The deep-sea Xian poison was the world's #1 poison. Although this deep-sea Xian poison had been derived and mutated for several generations, it could still poison you to death. How could it heal the scars on the profound veins? However, Yang Dingtian's profound veins had been transformed by Naga's profound veins. The deep-sea Xian poison was Naga's last life-saving item. It was Naga's purest energy. Therefore, the deep-sea Xian poison might be a deadly poison to others, but to Naga's profound veins, perhaps it had a healing effect. Otherwise, how could Yang Dingtian's profound veins be healed? Immediately after, Yang Dingtian discovered another thing that supported this point of view. That was, Yang Dingtian was not afraid of the deep-sea Xian poison. Previously, Yang Dingtian was only slightly afraid, but he was still afraid. Therefore, when he used the deep-sea Xian poison to attack, he had to use the dark Xian flame to devour all the deep-sea Xian poison. When he entered the blood pool, he had to use the dark Xian flame to cover his entire body. However, now that the dark Xian flame had entered his energy sea to sleep, he realized that the deep-sea Xian poison did not have any poisonous effect on him. Yang Dingtian was even a little excited after smelling this aura. Could it be that the process of the dark Xian flame devouring the deep-sea Xian poison was also the process of the deep-sea Xian poison healing and cleansing the profound veins, making Yang Dingtian immune to all kinds of poison? In order to prove this point, Yang Dingtian floated towards the depths of the blood pool. Yang Dingtian discovered another problem. His dark Xian flame had only devoured half of the deep-sea Xian poison in the blood pool. Half of the blood pool that spanned a few miles was transparent, and the other half was still green. Yang Dingtian carefully flew above the other half of the green blood pool. First, he approached it bit by bit. He already felt more excited, but it did not affect his body at all. Then, Yang Dingtian gradually approached it, and finally his entire body was completely immersed in the green smoke. In an instant, his entire body surged violently. That kind of excitement almost made him shout wildly. He instantly felt that he was incomparably powerful, that he was invincible. He could not wait to immediately draw his sword, charge to the central state alone, and kill all the evil ways by himself. That kind of excitement, that kind of comfort, it was completely indescribable with words. What did it say? It was like checking the results of the college entrance examination. Out of a full score of 750, 699. It was like writing a love letter to the campus belle for the first time in high school, and she gave you a big heart in return. These pleasures added up, magnified by 10 times or even 100 times, was what Yang Dingtian felt at this time. Or to put it in a more extreme way, it should be the feeling of injecting the highest purity drug. Under this kind of extreme excitement, Yang Dingtian's mind immediately recovered some sobriety. Then he left as fast as he could. Although the deep-sea Xian poison had no toxic effect on him, but this kind of extreme pleasure, to the spirit, to the willpower, was a kind of huge damage. After quickly leaving, the green smoke seemed to be full of incomparable temptation for Yang Dingtian. It was like a person who was starving to the extreme, and there was a delicious roast duck in front of him, but he could not eat it. Furthermore, after escaping from the green smoke, Yang Dingtian's mood instantly turned gloomy and dejected. This thing, as expected, could not be touched. This was something that belonged to the Naga, and it was too powerful for human beings. After using his strong willpower to suppress the restless state of mind, Yang Dingtian began to look at the half of the blood pool and worry. The dark Xian flame could only swallow half of it. It was now in a deep sleep, and he did not know when it would wake up. What should he do with the rest of the blood pool? Although there was only half of it left, it would still spread to Cloud Sky City in less than a month. This thing was a stimulant to Yang Dingtian, who had the Naga Xian meridians, but to anyone else it was highly toxic. If one sniffed it from 100 meters away, they would definitely die. Moreover, the enemy was sending more and more experts for this blood pool. Once it fell into the enemy's hands, the consequences would be destruction. Master, Yang Dingtian left the blood pool and came to the periphery of the forbidden area. At this time, Dongfang Minmi was sitting on the ground. Even with the cultivation of a great grandmaster, he looked tired. 4 hours ago, I killed 2 6-star great grandmasters, Dongfang Minmi said. The people sent by the enemy are getting stronger. This blood pool seems to have alarmed the Tiando League. The Tiando League is already preparing to send an observation team to Cloud Sky City to take away the thing in the blood pool. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. The situation was getting worse. Master, my dark Xian flame has only swallowed half of the deep sea Xian poison. There is still half left, Yang Dingtian said. But my dark Xian flame is already in a deep sleep. Dongfang Minmi frowned and said, Then what should we do? There is nothing we can do. Gosh, when Yang Dingtian ordered the biological weapon attack, he really did not think of this outcome. He thought that the greatest lethality would come from the mixed strong acid. But who knew that this thing was a mutation of the deep sea Xian poison? The so-called strong acid was just a byproduct. Moreover, after killing 30,000 blood, pupil demonic army soldiers, a few dozen kilograms of deep sea Xian poison directly became a few 100,000 kilograms. Child, is there really no other way? Dongfang Minmi frowned and said, If there is really no other way, then Cloud Sky City will face a huge crisis. It is even more dangerous than when the army attacked the city. Master, let me think about it, Yang Dingtian said. Be quick. Dongfang Minmi said, Because the Tiando League's observation team is about to arrive, the evil ways will be even crazier. Perhaps tonight, even stronger enemies will appear. I may not be able to withstand them. So, it is best to solve this problem before tonight. City Lord, the Tiando League sent the 5th official letter, questioning about the blood pool, Song Lihua said. Yang Dingtian said, This is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. The Tiando League did not even restore Cloud Sky City's name. They have no right to interfere. Song Lihua said, They ordered us to immediately destroy the blood pool. Otherwise, it will cause a huge disaster. If we cannot destroy the blood pool within 3 days, the Tiando League will forcibly take over the blood pool for the sake of the world's safety. 3 days? When was the last official letter sent? Yang Dingtian asked. Yesterday, Song Lihua said. In other words, the Tiando League's observation team would arrive the day after tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Yang Dingtian said, What about your sister? How is she? Song Lihua shook her head and said, Not very good. She still hasn't woken up. Moreover, the most serious thing is that the energy in her sea of energy is starting to dissipate. Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly narrowed. Her sea of energy was starting to dissipate? If he did not stop it, even if she woke up in the future, her cultivation would have completely dissipated. To Song Chanhua, this was no different from killing her. Immediately, Yang Dingtian walked towards the cave where Song Chanhua was recuperating. Little Tian, the person taking care of Song Chanhua, was Madame Shimin. When she saw Yang Dingtian come in, she immediately stood up. Mother-in-law, Yang Dingtian said, in order to prevent Miss Chunhua's sea of energy from dissipating, we put her in a special big jade box. Madame Shimin said, Go and take a look. Then, Madame Shimin left the cave. At this moment, on the unfreezing waterbed, there was a snow-white big jade box. Of course, this was just a nice way to put it. More directly, this was a jade coffin. It was similar to the one on little Princess Vulture's back. It was used to prevent the energy from dissipating. Yang Dingtian gently opened the lid. Inside, Song Chanhua was lying inside, unconscious. Her sparkling and translucent body rose and fell like a mountain. The curves of Song Chunhua's delicate body were not inferior to any peerless beauty. In fact, they were even more exaggerated. It was just that she had wrapped herself in armor for many years, causing people to forget her characteristics as a woman. No one in the world would dare to believe that under this tomboy's armor, there was such a devilish and even exaggerated figure. Her beauty was actually even more soul-stirring than Song Li was. It was just that she always appeared in front of everyone as a man. However, at this moment, there were fine cracks on this almost exaggerated body. The profound veins in every part of her body, especially her sea of energy, were densely packed with mottled cracks. The moment Yang Dingtian opened the lid, countless amounts of energy rushed towards him. This was her sea of energy dissipating. Chen Hua, don't worry. I will definitely save you. Yang Dingtian gently caressed her face. His finger brushed past the tip of her nose. Then he closed the lid to prevent the profound energy from leaking out in the main hall of Cloud Sky City. Only the core members were present. Even the elders of Cloud Sky City were not present. There are 3 things, Yang Dingtian said. First, Chen Hua is still unconscious, and her sea of energy has started to dissipate. Second, the blood pool in front of Cloud Sky City contains the mutated deep-sea Xian poison. In less than a month, it will spread to Cloud Sky City. Wherever it spreads, it will become a land of death. I used the dark Xian flame to devour it for 5 days and 5 nights, but only half of it was devoured. There is still half left. Third, the evil ways have already sent out countless experts to steal the deep-sea Xian poison from the blood pool. The Tiando League has already sent out an observation team to forcibly take our blood pool. Hearing the words deep-sea Xian poison, everyone's expression changed. Of course, they had heard of the world's #1 poison and the final power of the Naga race. Everyone knew about the horror of the blood pool, but no one knew that it contained the deep-sea Xian poison. Now the enemy only knows that the thing in the blood pool is very powerful, but they don't know that it is the deep-sea Xian poison. Yang Dingtian said, the deep-sea Xian poison has the ability to rapidly spread, devour, and grow. Once it enters a person's body, it will devour all the blood in the person's body in the shortest amount of time and turn all the blood in the person's body into the deep-sea Xian poison. It can be said that once our blood pool expands, the consequences will be unimaginable. It can even turn thousands or tens of thousands of miles into a forbidden zone for life, Yang Dingtian said. Everyone's expression changed. Before, when they used this so-called biological weapon, they really did not expect the consequences to be so terrible. Song Lihua said, we must not let the deep-sea Xian poison fall into the hands of the evil ways or the Tiando League. Now the evil ways and the Tiando League are already unclear. Once it falls into their hands, it will be a devastating disaster for the entire world. That's right, Qin Huayu said. We must clean up this blood pool before the Tiando League's observers arrive. No, we have to do it before tonight. Yang Dingtian said, tonight the evil ways might send extremely powerful experts to enter the blood pool. Suddenly, everyone present fell into silence. Little Tian, is there really nothing we can do? Madame Shimin asked. There is a way, Yang Dingtian said. I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. But even if this method succeeds, the consequences may be very, very serious. For example, we used the deep-sea Xian poison to instantly eliminate the 30,000 blood-eye demonic army, but it brought about the consequences of this blood pool. And if we destroy this blood pool, it will bring about another consequence, a consequence that is 100 or 1,000 times more dangerous than this blood pool. Of course, this consequence may not appear, but once it does, it will be 100 times more dangerous than this blood pool. Suddenly, the scene was swept by like a storm. What consequence? It was actually 1,000 times more dangerous than this blood pool. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. The consequence was that he might create a real Naga, Naga, the half-god race of Naga, a race that destroyed the entire underwater civilization in the ancient times. It might even be a race that directly caused the destruction of the ancient times. Everyone was fascinated by Naga, but if the Naga race really appeared in this world, it would be a devastating destruction to the entire ecosystem. The consequences of this would be immeasurable. Yang Dingtian continued, "There's one more thing. When I used the dark Xian flame to devour the deep-sea Xian poison, my Xian meridians and energy, were completely healed. And I don't fear the deep-sea Xian poison at all. This might prove one thing, that the deep-sea Xian poison is a lethal poison to everyone. But to people with Naga Xian meridians, it might be a supreme treasure. Of course, I'm just suspecting." Song Lihua's beautiful eyes lit up. "You're talking about curing my sister." "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "I used the Naga Xian meridians to cleanse Chunhua's marrow and meridians, so she also has the energy of the Naga Xian meridians in her body. So, using the deep-sea Xian poison to cure her might be the only way. But I can't guarantee success. Once it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, this is the deep-sea Xian poison." Song Lihua fell silent. Because Song Chanhua was her sister, she had the greatest right to speak. At this moment, Cloud Sky City had already tried everything to save Song Chanhua, but there was nothing they could do. Now, her Qi had begun to dissipate. Even though it was sealed by the jade box, the dissipation was still continuing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Song Chuanhua's cultivation would completely dissipate, and she would become powerless. To Song Chanhua, this was undoubtedly taking her life. Song Lihua gritted her teeth and raised her head. "Sect Master, my sister belongs to you, so you can decide for her. Personally, I'm willing to take the risk." Yang Dingtian nodded. "Okay, I understand." Qin Huayu said, "As for the matter of destroying the blood pool, I'm also willing to trust you completely and let you decide for her." Then Qin Huayu raised his hand, and everyone else also raised their hands, letting Yang Dingtian decide for her. "Okay, I understand." Yang Dingtian said, "I've decided to take the risk and clean up the blood pool, and use the deep-sea Xian poison to cure Song Chanhua." "Yes." Everyone present shouted in unison. An hour later, Yang Dingtian walked towards the remote valley. For the first time, he entered Dugu Aoshuang's room. Ah! Suddenly, Dugu Aoshuang let out a low cry. She was breastfeeding her baby.